the principal place of business. Now these two places could be different, right? So for example, a company that's got its headquarters in Florida, principal place of business, okay? It's incorporated in Delaware, place of incorporation. It's a citizen of both places, okay? Now the determined place of incorporation is easy. A fact pattern is going to likely tell you where the corporation is incorporated, okay? And that can be more than one place. Corporations can actually be incorporated in multiple places. It's rare, but it does happen. Regarding principal place of business, because the statute uses the phrase the principal place of business, that means there's one and only one principal place of business. Now, in the Hertz case, the Supreme Court clarified how do we determine principal place of business, okay? Because think about it. Companies like Walmart, their headquarters are in Arkansas, but they have operations all over the country and all over the world, and probably the biggest place of operations would be California, because it's the biggest state and they have the most stores there, right? So what's Walmart's principal place of business? Is it Arkansas, the headquarters, or is California where it does the most business? Well, the answer here would be Arkansas, because in the Hertz case, the Supreme Court said that we use the nerve center test to determine principal place of business, which means we look to the place most likely to be PPOB is going to be the headquarters. So if the fact pattern tells you the corporation is incorporated in state A, say Delaware, and it's got its headquarters in New York, that means it's inked in Delaware, and its PPOB, principal place of business, is in New York. Okay. Another thing on businesses, and this is something that you'll get much more deeply now that you've had business orgs or business associations, is corporations, as you know, are not the same things as general partnerships, limited partnerships, LLPs, LLPs, and the like. Okay. Well, how do you measure diversity for things like that? Now, the current state of the law is as follows. The general trend in the law is that anything that is a partnership, a general partnership, a limited partnership, or even an LLP, limited liability partnership, or an LLC, limited liability, what does LLC stand for? Limited liability what? Very good. Company, not corporation, company, and that's key. These types of entities are not treated the same as corporations. To determine the citizenship of any of these entities, the general rule is we look to the citizenship of each and every owner, right? Whether it's a member, that's the term we use with LLCs, right? Or partner, you know, for general partnerships, or limited and general partner, right? For limited partnerships and so on. You look to the citizenship of each and every one. So if all you on the front row, okay, are LLC members, and you operate out of Florida, but you're a citizen of Alaska, right? And New York, and Hawaii, right? And Pennsylvania, and so on. Well, then guess what? The LLC is a citizen of all of those states as well. We look to the people, right? Not to the entity. There is a thing called a PC, all right? Some states, for example, lawyers might set up their operations as a PC, which stands for Professional Corporation. Very good. Well, corporation, so we use the test that I did earlier, right? Look to the place of incorporation and also the principal place of business, okay? Last thing about determining citizenship is citizenship of representatives, right? Like the decedent of an estate, right? Well, if you have a representative such as a decedent, a representative of an estate, so that'd be the executor, administrator of the decedent's estate, you look to the estate itself. You look to the citizenship of the decedent. So if the decedent was a citizen, for example, suppose you have Bob, citizen of Florida, as representative of the estate of Sally, citizen of Georgia, okay? Well, to the extent that Bob is suing in his representative capacity, we measure Bob's citizenship by looking at Sally's citizenship. She's the decedent, he's the representative, okay? Now here's a tricky one they might throw at you. Suppose Bob was Sally's spouse, and Bob sues both in his capacity as a representative of the estate and on his own behalf for whatever, NIED, right? Negligent infliction of emotional distress, right? we have two causes of action. One that belongs to the estate, and the other one that belongs to who? Bob, right? Ah, what does that mean? That means to the extent that it's a claim to the estate, that's a citizen of Georgia asserting it. To the extent it's a claim of Bob, it's a citizen of Florida, right? Okay, let me look at my outline real quick, but I think that's all on determining residence or citizenship. All right, now let's move on to the second element, which is amount and controversy, okay? Now this one is much quicker. Amount and controversy. First of all, don't let this trip you up. The amount of controversy under Section 1332 is not $75,000. It's in excess of $75,000, and you don't get to include cost or interest, okay? So if you see a fact pattern that say this A sued B for $75,000, you know, and the only basis for jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdiction would be diversity, well, there's not diversity. It's got to be more than $75,000. Well, how does the court construe the amount in controversy? Well, now we got to look to the St. Paul Mercury test, SPM, St. Paul Mercury test. That's from a case. And what the court does is it will accept the plaintiff's pleaded amount in controversy so long as it was pleaded, one, in good faith, GF, so long as the plaintiff has pleaded the amount in good faith, two, unless the court knows that the AIC, here, unless the AIC not met to a legal certainty, okay? So here's one of my standard hypos. A sues B under a state statute for making, sending spam emails, okay? Say there's a state statute that says every time someone sends you a spam email, all right, you can get statutory damages of $1,000. No more, no less, no other kinds of damages. So if you sue somebody for sending you 10 spam emails, the most you can get is $10,000, right? Because the only damages that are permitted is $1,000 per email. You got 10 emails, just do the math. Suppose I sue somebody and say, hey, I'm suing you under the state statute, and you sent me 10 emails, and I'm so mad, I want punitive damages, and I want $100,000. Well, too bad for me. Even if I believe in good faith, I'm entitled to $100,000. If the law makes it clear to a legal certainty that I cannot get over $75,000, then the court will say the amount in controversy is not satisfied, okay? So accept the plaintiff's amount so long as it appears to be made in good faith, okay, unless the amount in controversy cannot be met to a legal certainty. How do we know whether we're legally certain? Well, you'd have to look at the governing law, right? So look if a St. Paul Mercury issue comes up, look for facts that indicate either the amount of controversy is absurd, right? Somebody's pleading $1 million for somebody just giving them a dirty look, but not causing any emotional harm or physical harm and the like, right? Or some sort of statute that says, you know, their statutory damages is this much, no more, no less. Okay? I think that's it for diversity jurisdiction. One more thing. Aggregation, not aggravation. Aggravation is what you guys are going to have over the next 2 months as you're studying for the bar exam. But rather aggregation, which is when you get to add amounts of controversy together. All right, here we go. Suppose Florida citizen sues a citizen of Pennsylvania and asserts two causes of action. One is $50,000 for breach of contract, and the other one is $50,000 for an unrelated battery. Okay? Is the amount in controversy met? $50,000 for breach of contract, and then $50,000 for an unrelated battery. The answer is yes. Remember, I said the battery was unrelated. Okay? Under the aggregation rule, any one plaintiff can add together all damages she has against any one defendant in order to meet the amount in controversy. Okay? And here I have two causes of action. Note that I said the second one was unrelated. Okay? Well, if the plaintiff would win and get all the damages pled for, plaintiff would be getting $100,000, right? Hey, you owe me $50,000 for that breach, right? And you also owe me $50,000 for the battery. Two separate damages, two separate claims, and the amount is $100,000. It's called aggregation. Now, putting the rules of joinder aside, suppose plaintiff is seeking $50,000 for breach of contract against one person and $50,000 for battery against a second person, okay? Well, aggregation is not going to be permitted here, because remember what I said, aggregation is when you can add a plaintiff's amount, all of his or her claims, up against any one opposing party. Here are two separate opposing parties. This is not going to fly, because what we have is one claim for $50,000 against one and one for $50,000 against another. You can't add those together because they're against different defendants. Aggregation is not permitted here. Here's another thing to watch out for. Suppose you have a claim for $50,000 for breach of contract and $50,000 for fraud. And say both claims concern a contract, but they're just two different legal theories trying to get the same $50,000 from the same defendant, right? Is the amount in controversy met? No, because what you have are just two different legal theories of recovery towards the same $50,000 damages, right? And you could have it other ways. You know, P sues D for $50,000 for negligence. And count two is $50,000 for strict liability. Count three is $50,000 for breach of warranty. But it's the same $50,000 under different legal theories. That's not aggregation. That's just pleading the alternative. The amount of controversy there is just $50,000. Okay. I do think that will do it for, excuse me, diversity. Now what we're going to do next is supplemental jurisdiction, and then we'll close out this portion with a removal jurisdiction, and then I'll pause, and maybe we'll even take a short break, okay? So the next subject is supplemental jurisdiction. Here we go. Now, supplemental jurisdiction, in my estimation, is like an ice cream cone. What do I mean by that? You guys just made me so happy. That's right. Okay. If the cone itself, right, this part, is a court, well, a cone by itself isn't an ice cream cone, it's just a cone. To have a cone, you need ice cream in a cone, right? Well, to have a civil action, you need a court that has jurisdiction, right? Well, if the cone is the court, then this ice cream is original jurisdiction, right? You need both to have a civil action, right? Now, original jurisdiction could be 1331 federal question. It could be 1332 diversity, 1335 interpleader, 1338 patent and copyright, and there's plenty of other jurisdictional statutes that I won't get into, right? Well, if you have OJ, what about supplemental jurisdiction? Well, supplemental jurisdiction in this hypothetical are the sprinkles that go on the ice cream. Now, you can have an ice cream cone that's just ice cream and a cone, but you can't have an ice cream cone that's a cone and sprinkles. If all you have is a cone filled with sprinkles, then what you have is like, I don't know, sugar overdose, right? That'd be disgusting. If you want sprinkles, there better be some ice cream to put the sprinkles on. And equally so with supplemental jurisdiction, you can't have supplemental jurisdiction unless you have original jurisdiction. All right? So, supplemental jurisdiction, 1367, can occur unless you have original jurisdiction. In other words, you can't have sprinkles unless they go on the ice cream. Which now takes us supplemental jurisdiction statute itself, section 1367. All right, well, I want to believe that the supplemental jurisdiction statute is actually quite easy once you realize the roles and purposes of each part of the section of the statute. And the first one is the grant. Okay, 1367A is a grant of supplemental jurisdiction. And what it says is if you have original jurisdiction, then you'll have supplemental jurisdiction over all other parties or claims. All right, here, I should do this over here. If OJ, with original jurisdiction, then SJ over all claims or parties, all right, that are so related that they form the same case or controversy under the U.S. Constitution. What this means in practice that you got to have the old CNOF, common, what's that mean? Very good. Common nucleus of operative facts. Okay, common nucleus of operative facts is not quite the same thing as transaction or occurrence. It's probably a little broader, but it's the same idea. Okay, you have a commonality in the material facts between the original claim and the supplemental claim. All right, so what you're doing here is you're comparing one thing to the other. My right hand is the original claim over which there's original jurisdiction. Here's the claim that lacks original jurisdiction. There's not diversity. There's not federal question. But it's really similar. The same evidence is going to be used for each. In fact, the evidence that's similar between the two is material to both claims. There's a substantial overlap here, okay? That's the scenario where this part might be satisfied, okay? So you get to a scenario like this, you need to compare the original jurisdiction claim to the claim lacking jurisdiction. Ask, are they similar enough? Think about things like evidence, timing, right? Logical connections, things like that. Well, if this first step is satisfied, then 1367A grants supplemental jurisdiction. But that is not the end of the analysis. You got to move on to 1367B, which takes away, it divests the grant of jurisdiction in 1367A. All right? 1367B kicks in under certain scenarios only. The first question you have to ask is, what was the basis for the original jurisdiction? What kind of ice cream are we dealing with? Is it federal question? Is it diversity? Is it both? All right, what are the basis or bases for original jurisdiction? If the basis for original jurisdiction includes a federal question, then you don't have to analyze B at all beyond that threshold question. All right. However, what if the only basis for original jurisdiction is diversity, right? Then you got to take a close look at 1367B. And 1367B is going to take away the grant of supplemental jurisdiction in certain joinder scenarios. Now here's one of the keys. This is really important. 1367B will take away supplemental jurisdiction only in scenarios where the ice cream is diversity flavored, okay, it's 1332 only jurisdiction, and the claim that supplemental is being asserted by a plaintiff against certain types of defendants, okay? And there's a joinder scenario, okay? You got to engage in a little joinder analysis here. So it takes away when? First, OJ is 1332 only. Next, it's a claim by a plaintiff. And third, you got to look at the laundry list in 1367B. So first you got to ask, is this a claim by here, I'm going to do it this way, claim by a plaintiff that is either plaintiff versus 14, 19, 20, or 24, rules 14, 19, 20, or 24. I do want to peek at the statute, make sure I'm not getting this wrong, but I'm like 1,000% positive that I'm right.
Take a drive from downtown.
Yeah. Or two, claims by plaintiffs proposed to be joined under Rule 19. All right, so a claim by any plaintiff proposed to be joined under Rule 19, that's compulsory joinder. The third is any claim by a plaintiff seeking to intervene under Rule 24. All right, the one that usually comes up is probably going to be this scenario. So look for claims by plaintiffs against people joined under Rule 14, 19, 20, or 24. We'll talk about joinder a little bit later, but remember, Rule 14 is third-party practice known as impleader. Rule 19 is compulsory joinder. Rule 20 is permissive joinder. And Rule 24 is intervention. Okay? Well, let me illustrate that with a quick example. suppose you have
So they come
plaintiff, citizen of Florida,
and 10.
versus two defendants, okay? Pennsylvania 1 and Pennsylvania 2. Say it's a negligence claim. The claim against plaintiff 1 is $100,000, and the claim against defendant number 2 is $10,000, okay? Now, do we have original jurisdiction over this claim? Yeah, the parties are diverse, the amount of controversy is met. So here we have 1332 ice cream, original jurisdiction. Do we have original jurisdiction over Florida versus Pennsylvania 2? No, parties are diverse, the amount of controversy is too low. All right, we go to supplemental. Is there OJ? If OJ, then there's supplemental jurisdiction if the claim over additional claims of parties, if there's a common nucleus of operative fact between both claims. Suppose I tell you that this is this is an insurance company and this is a related insurance company, but here there was a $10,000 cap on the insurance policy. And that's why we're seeking $100,000 versus the one, but $10,000 versus the other, because $10,000 would be the most we could get for the second claim. But both are seeking recovery for the same claim, okay? Well, it would appear we have a common nucleus of operative fact. So even though the amount of controversy is too low, these claims are so related, it's the same constitutional case, and 1367A grants supplemental jurisdiction. But what about B? Well, we have to ask, is original jurisdiction 1332 only? Is it diversity only? And the answer is yeah, right? Well, then we need to continue. Is the claim supplemental, a claim by a plaintiff? Oh, yeah, it is, right? Well, do we fall in any of the joined scenarios? And the answer is yes. This is a claim by a plaintiff against defendants joined under Rule 20. Okay, permissive joinder of defendants. That means that 1367A grants supplemental jurisdiction, but 1367B divests it, and therefore there's no supplemental jurisdiction over that claim at all. Okay? Now I'm going to go briefly over the other parts of 1367C. 1367C, I call it punt. All right? What 1367C says is that even if there's supplemental jurisdiction, that the district court can exercise discretion, not required to, but has discretion to decline to exercise that supplemental jurisdiction in certain scenarios, right? For example, the supplemental claim predominates over the claims having original jurisdiction, right? Or the original jurisdiction claims have been dismissed, leaving only the supplemental jurisdiction claim. Or the supplemental jurisdiction claim is one of state law that's complex, right? Well, let's let the state courts deal with it, okay? Discretion. 1367D is a savings clause that says if you dismiss a claim under 1367, then there's 30 days to refile it in a court that has subject matter jurisdiction. So say, for example, in this scenario, say this claim was asserted against the insurance company while before the statute of limitations passed, okay? But during the litigation, the statute of limitations is expired. What 1367D says is, well, even though the statute of limitations is expired, you'll get at least another 30 days to refile in state court. It's a savings clause. All right, what else about supplemental jurisdiction? Let's spend a minute or two talking about the Supreme Court's important case of Exxon versus Alipata. All right, Exxon versus Alipata arose because of this second clause here, divesting regarding any claim by a plaintiff joined under Rule 19. Note what's absent here. There's no mention in the second clause of Rule 20, okay, permissive joinder, or 23, class actions. Well, here's the scenario in Exxon versus Alipata. Actually, it's the Starkist Tuna case, the Ortega case, that was part of the joint case. Suppose you have, and here we're just going to assume diversity, okay, and the question is going to be amount of controversy. Now, well, let's give states. Okay, never mind. We've got Florida 1 and Florida 2 versus defendant, who's a citizen of Pennsylvania. And the first defendant seeks $100,000, and the second defendant seeks $10,000. All right? First claim has original jurisdiction. No problem. The diverse, the amount of controversy exceeds 75. The second one lacks original jurisdiction. Let's assume that the claims are sufficiently related such that 1367A would grant, okay? In fact, in the Ortega case, there was a little girl who sued Star-Kissed Tuna because she sliced her hand on a can of tuna and her hand was all cut up. So assume the daughter sues for $100,000 and then the mom or dad sues for $10,000, okay? For the emotional loss, whatever, you know, pain and suffering. All right, well this one, the claims are sufficiently connected that we have a common nucleus, but what about 1367B? Well, the original claim is 1332, okay? This is a claim by a plaintiff. Well, none of these joinder scenarios are listed here. This is not a claim by a plaintiff joined under 14, 19, 20, or 24, because this means you'd have to have more than, you'd have to have either more than one defendant, or you'd have to have a third-party defendant, or things like that, okay? Or somebody who's intervened. There's only one defendant here. There's no additional defendants who have been joined. So the first scenario isn't satisfied. And the third one is clearly not satisfied because nobody's intervened, right? What about the second scenario? Well, this is not, excuse me. Look at the second scenario. Claims by plaintiffs proposed to be joined under Rule 19. Well, these aren't plaintiffs proposed to be joined under Rule 19. Okay, that's when parties are required, right? Right? These are two separate claimants that could sue separately on their claims if they want. They chose to permissively join themselves under Rule 20, all right? This is, what we have here is Rule 20 plaintiffs versus a defendant, okay? And that's not listed there. There was a drafting error in 1367. Well, what the Supreme Court said in Alapata is, well, you know, it's not listed there, and therefore B does not divest supplemental jurisdiction in this fact pattern, okay? There is supplemental jurisdiction under A, and B does not divest, because this joinder scenario, Rule 20 plaintiff versus defendant, is not listed in this second scenario over here, okay? But the Supreme Court did tell us about a twist that would mess everything up, the so-called contamination theory. Justice Kennedy, who wrote the opinion in Exxon versus Alapata, was worried about gutting the complete diversity requirement, so he posed a hypothetical. What if the case looks like this? All right? Florida versus PA for $100,000 and PA versus PA for $10,000. Common nucleus, so A is satisfied. Under B, original jurisdiction's diversity, and this is a Rule 20 plaintiff versus defendant. So 1367B wouldn't take away jurisdiction. But what he said is he drew a distinction between the amount of controversy requirement and the complete diversity requirement. And what he said was that if this second person here, the second claim, lacking AIC, if we had a problem here with diversity, then there's no jurisdiction over the case of controversy at all. In other words, the presence of a non-diverse, and here I mean citizenship, presence of a non-diverse litigant on the other side of the V destroys original jurisdiction, okay? Now when this person here was Florida, it was fine, because the only defect was the lack of amount of controversy. But when this person is not diverse, it destroys everything. In fact, even if the amount here was $100,000, that would still not have subject matter jurisdiction. Now, how we rationalize it is kind of interesting. The problem here is not 1367B, because there's no mention here of Rule 20 plaintiffs versus one defendant in this scenario. The problem here is 1367A. What is the threshold requirement for supplemental jurisdiction under 1367A? Yeah, original jurisdiction. What he said was that if you have a non-diverse litigants on both sides of the coin here, that destroys the original jurisdiction. That means not only is there no jurisdiction over PA versus PA, but none over Florida versus PA either, which means the problem here is not 1367B. The problem here is 1367A and 1332. There's no jurisdiction at all, right? And I suppose if we dismiss this person, then that can cure things, and the court can hear this claim. But if you want to have a PA versus PA in there, that's not going to fly at all, because it contaminates the original jurisdiction. All right, that's it on supplemental jurisdiction, and we have just one more topic to cover for subject matter jurisdiction, and that's going to be a removal jurisdiction here. removal. Now, the first thing to keep in mind is the terminology, all right? Removal and remand. Here's state court, and here's the federal court. All right? Removal is when the case is snatched out of the state court and removed in the federal court. Remand, for purposes of the removal statutes, remand is when the judge in the federal court sends the case back down to the state court, okay? Now, don't get confused by this. Suppose the civil action is filed in federal court, okay? It's originally filed in federal court. Suppose subject matter jurisdiction is lacking. Say, Florida sues Florida for $1 for a battery, okay? Florida, battery $1. It's filed in federal court. Is there subject matter jurisdiction? No, there's not, okay? Should the judge remand the case to state court? No, because it wasn't removed from state court. What the judge should do here is dismiss, right? Now, suppose the case was removed from state court. Florida versus Florida for $1 for a battery. Removed to federal court. The court lacks subject matter jurisdiction. Should the court dismiss or should it remand? Remand. You can only remand to state court when it was removed from state court originally, okay? So keep the terminology straight. Now, in order to have removal, okay, there has to be original jurisdiction, or original jurisdiction plus supplemental jurisdiction, right? In other words, you can't remove a case from state court to federal court unless the federal court would have subject matter jurisdiction. That means either original jurisdiction or some combination of original and supplemental jurisdiction, okay? So, for example, if you sue somebody in state court for violating federal employment discrimination laws, okay? Well, that case is removable because it could have been filed initially in federal court, right? Suppose a citizen of, say a citizen of Pennsylvania sues a citizen of Florida in Alaska state court, all right? And the suit is for, I don't know, some sort of fraud under state law for $1 million, okay? Can the defendant remove this case to federal court? Citizen of Pennsylvania versus citizen of Florida. It's a fraud. Amount of controversy is $1 million. Let's assume that's in good faith, okay? It was filed in Alaska state court. Can the defendant remove to federal court? Absolutely. Don't overthink it. The answer is yes, okay? Could this have been originally filed in federal court? Yeah, sure. Now the controversy over 75 and the parties are completely diverse. Not a problem. What if the lawsuit was filed originally in Florida state court? Can that be removed to federal court? No, the answer is no. Because what we have here is known as the forum defendant rule. Forum defendant rule under section 1441, I think it's 1441b2 off the top of my head, says that if you're removing a case and the only basis for removal is diversity, then you can't remove if any defendant is a citizen of the forum state. Okay, so suppose the case is, say there's several defendants, Pennsylvania versus Florida and Pennsylvania versus Georgia, and we're seeking that $1 million against both, and it's filed in Florida state court. Can this be removed to federal court? And the answer is no. Why? Because at least one of the defendants, why? Because the basis for original jurisdiction would only be diversity, and at least one of the defendants is a citizen of the forum state. What's interesting about this, that means the scope of removal is narrower than the scope of original jurisdiction. Could this case be filed originally in Florida federal court? Could it? Are the parties completely diverse? Not a controversy met? Could this be filed in Florida federal court? Yes. But if it's filed in Florida state court, it can't be removed. Why? Because it's a diversity case, and one of the defendants is a citizen of the forum state. Now, some mechanics about removal. Say this is filed in New York State. Let's have it filed in Pennsylvania State Court, all right? Pennsylvania State Court is where it's filed. Suppose defendant 1, Florida, wants to remove, but defendant 2, Georgia, doesn't want to remove. Can the case be removed? No, that's correct. All defendants have to consent to removal, okay? What about timing of removal? How long do the defendants have to remove? 30 days after service, okay? So suppose, say if these guys are both sued on the first day of the month, then they have 30 days after that to remove to federal court. What if this person is sued on this person is served on day 1, this person is served on day 10, right? Well, then that affects the timing of removal because these defendants were served at different times, right? What that means is this defendant has 30 additional days after service to remove, but because this one was served on day 10, now it's plus 30 days after the second defendant is served, and they can both join in on the notice of removal, okay? Now, what about remand? What about remand? Say you have a case that's removed, and the defendant, let's see, it's removed, and the plaintiff doesn't think removal was appropriate. Say, for example, go back to our original example, we have Florida versus Georgia for $1 million, and it's filed in Georgia State Court, okay? The defendant removes it, okay? Now that was an inappropriate removal, wasn't it? Right? All right. No, I don't want to use this example for a variety of reasons. Let's see. What's a better? Oh, here's a better example. My bad. There's a reason why I don't want to use this hypo. Let's say it is, okay, on day 50, the defendant removes, okay? Was removal appropriate? It was too late, right? It was more than 30 days. So the plaintiff wants to seek remand, okay? Well, this is a basis for remand because there was a procedural defect in the notice of removal. Why? Because it was 20 days too late. It should have been filed within 30 days. Instead, it was filed on day 50, right? So now the plaintiff who wanted to be in state court is seeking remand back to state court, right? How long does the plaintiff have to seek remand to state court? Don't overthink it. 30 days, that's right. 30 days measured from what? From the removal, that's right. So if the case was removed on day 50, then the plaintiff has up to, what's 50 plus 30? Nice, 80 days. Up to the 80th day, let's call it D80, day 80, to seek remand, okay? Now, this timing requirement is when there's a procedural defect in the removal itself, okay? What if, however, the defect was one of subject matter jurisdiction? So suppose Florida sues Florida for $1 in Florida state court, all right? And again, state law cause of action. Florida versus Florida for $1 in Florida state court, and the defendant removes. What's the problem with removal now? Is it procedural or is it something more serious? Yeah, it's subject matter jurisdiction. Now, it is any time up till final judgment that remand can be sought. Okay, any time up until final judgment. The reason is subject matter jurisdiction is that much more interesting. Now, there's other twists to removal. I'm not going to get into them. What we can do is look on my website. In fact, what I'll do briefly here is I'll point out some of the things on the website that you can look at. And I'll just tell you because otherwise it'll take too long to pull up this stuff. But I have problem sets, okay? Problem sets on federal question and on diversity and on supplemental jurisdiction and on removal and handouts on various things such as diversity and on supplemental jurisdiction and the supplemental jurisdiction flow chart and a chart that explains the difference between aggregation and 1367 after Exxon versus Alipata. I have a removal problem set, which goes into more detail than time is going to permit me to do here. but we only have like 4 hours, and we're already like an hour and 10 minutes in, and we have so much more to cover. So here's what I suggest. I'm going to stop the video in a second, and we can take a short little break, okay? So you guys can rest for a second, stretch your legs. I'll be up here for any questions you have, and then we'll reconvene. Let's see, it is 3. Yeah, I'm just going to stop the camera because nobody wants to watch us talk about this on YouTube. Hi.
Grab the best part of tax season a whole 5 days sooner, guaranteed. File on Credit Karma, powered by TurboTax, and get the hard-earned money you've been waiting for ASAP. Start filing today on Credit Karma.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean Singer. Welcome, everybody. This is the first of our review sessions in preparation for the NBA. Before we even get started, congratulations to everybody. Congratulations on graduating. It's good seeing so many of you last Saturday. Now, here's what we're going to do.
EA Sports coverage of the NFL brings us to Acrisure Stadium on the North Shore of the Steel City, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. But nobody wants to watch that. Maybe you just want to watch the segment on subject matter jurisdiction, right? Or join it, or whatever. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video at certain points in our discussion. Sometimes we'll take a break. Sometimes we'll just pause it and start it again. And the end result is we'll be able to have on our YouTube channel a whole bunch of videos.
It's an old-school battle in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania. The Eagles and the Steelers are underway.
You can do that, and so on and so forth. But as a result, I am going to be giving a following caveat at the beginning of each segment. I guess I'll try to make it is.
As the excitement continues to swirl after that return, if I'm the offensive coordinator, I'm thinking about keeping that excitement going. Already in scoring position, I've got to take some shots at the end zone right now.
It would not be, excuse me, possible to cover everything from civil procedure in a 4-hour
So here's a
review.
1st and 10 at the 38.
Pick and choose. I'll cover some subjects, but I won't cover other subjects. I'll cover some subjects in more detail, and so on and so forth. Okay,
A run with Harris out of the shotgun. That's a strong running there as he's down just shy of the 20 on the edge of the red zone. It'll be a gain of 17 and a Pittsburgh first. Well, there you go. This offense off to a strong start this afternoon.
Yeah, with a big run and a first down. That's putting what you practice into play. That's excellent execution to get things started.
First down, and they go back to Harris. And he'll fight forward on the straight-ahead running for just a couple of yards. 2nd down.
It went right back to him, but he pretty much had nowhere to go on that play.
Yeah, the previous carry looked pretty good. That one, he was a little tired. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he should have tapped out and had a second back come in and maybe make that run. Who knows?
2/3. All right. That means, for example, subject
They run again with Harris. And the reinforcements come in as they're going to stop him behind the line. They give those 2 yards right back, and now they're looking at a 3rd and 10.
With his size, it often takes more than one guy to get him down, but if you can at least slow him up and the reinforcements arrive, you have a chance to get him on the ground, and that they did, that time for a loss.
From the gun on 3rd down, Wilson. He's got a man complete. And the Steelers are going to have 1st and goal as they try to finish off this drive with 6 points.
That's a sharp throw right there on 3rd down. They're looking to get the first points of the game, and they certainly don't have to be on a field goal. So that's a nice job of getting the hook up and set up a 1st and goal.
Topics like
here we go now on 1st and goal.
Default judgments, res judicata, appealability, and so on.
Wilson now off the bootleg.
That's
swung out wide to Harris. And he'll be brought down right on the edge of the goal line at about the 1-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd and goal after the gain of 5.
I like it, I like it, I like it. Get everyone involved in the passing game. And you know you create those great mismatches, throwing it to your guys out of the backfield.
And on the first drive, that can also help establish some rhythm, right?
I think so. It gets everyone involved. They feel like they're part of it. It really gets them amped up as they go forward.
That throw finds Pickens in the end zone. Touchdown Steelers. A 1-yard touchdown pass. And the Steelers will jump on top of the game's first score here.
Resources, okay? And when you go there, you're going to see that I have materials that I've compiled on pretty much.
There was no going through the progressions on that touchdown pass.
Yeah, nor was it necessary. His receiver won that route early, presented himself. No reason to wait. Go ahead and put it on him and score a touchdown.
Of study materials on this site.
Wilson going to throw for it. It's caught. And it's 8-0. Interesting. I mean, they're putting their foot on the gas here early, going for 2 to go up 8-0.
Well, after that drive, you have to believe that they thought to themselves, if we can do that, what's another 2 yards? Let's go get those and get 2 points as a result.
Aren't able to get through today. Okay, let's see if there's anything else I have regarding the instructions.
Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown.
Well, the last thing is another resource that you'll be able to use and is linked through from my website is my YouTube channel. It's a
and all in all, a pretty solid return. Nearly got it to the 35. They'll mark him down officially at the 34.
Probably more than 20 videos, most of which are civil procedure reviews on a variety of subjects, such as the Erie Doctrine and personal jurisdiction.
Birds and Eagles come up here 1st and 10 at the 34.
So even if you don't get into something here, you'll find that some of those topics...
They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. And right away, he lost the football.
I think that's it for the initial stuff. Again, this review is intended for people taking the bar exam in July of 2015. If any JD students that are currently taking civil procedure watch this video, please keep in mind that this review is geared for
and a defensive-minded coach loves to turn up the heat, turns it up there, and pays off.
And back in the good old days, those defensive-minded coaches just talked about intimidating teams, using force, right, beating them to the punch. In this case, they're talking about creating turnovers. That's all they preach, all game long, all practice long, every meeting. Get the football. That's what they want.
And he'll fight forward on the straight-ahead running for just a couple of yards. 2nd down.
You've got to be impressed by that defensive front on reps like those. They were not being moved off the line, kept their shoulders square, and gave their teammates time to fight to the ball and limit that gain.
Now 2nd and 8 at the 32-yard line. Wilson. Toward the center of the field, but it's incomplete.
He didn't just deny a big throw there. He broke that one up in the red zone. An excellent play. One that may help save points on the board when this drive is over.
Well, good field position to start the drive, but under the gun now here on 3rd and 8.
You know what? We're going to get right to it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first question is, why did you sue Jose?
Wilson.
Okay. So let me start from the beginning.
And he'll find the open man. It's complete. And he will have a Steelers first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
Someone sharp in this game. I mean, a touchdown pass on the first drive and comes right back, and he's flinging it around really well here.
Really nice throw there to pick up the first down. You kind of just feel laser focus and confidence about him, and I think we saw that this week, didn't we? Talking to him and the coaches, they felt good about his performance coming up.
Yeah, I was really impressed with that last practice we saw when they went through 2-minute drill, when they went through all the different situations. Ball hardly hit the ground, and I thought, yeah, he might be locked in for this one.
You're like, it's a slippery slope. That's what I would hear a lot when I was looking for a lawyer. Everything was a slippery slope. I was like, no, this is what happened. It's just like all these other cases that I researched before I came to you.
From the gun, it's Wilson. He gets it complete to Harris. And the Steelers are going to be set up with a 1st and goal coming up as they get him down at the 6-yard line.
And remember, this drive started off following the turnover, and they've taken no time working their way down the short field. A nice connection there, and now they're looking at a 1st and goal.
Sometimes, as an industry or a sector, we're going to shy away from these things.
Now a first down carry for Harris. And he gets him a little bit closer. He takes it from the 6 inside the 5 to the 4. Be interesting to see now what they do offensively down near the goal line after not much there that time.
As the offensive play caller, that may change your sequence now. Instead of coming right back with a running play, you may have to go to the air.
That throw finds Pickens in the end zone. Touchdown Steelers. Russell Wilson with 2 first-half touchdown passes. And the Steelers have taken a 2-touchdown lead now. That's just how they drew it up, CD. His first read was there, got it to him quickly, and into the end zone.
Absolutely excellent execution by all involved. And the coordinator, got to give him credit, found the perfect play call. Quarterback let it fly as soon as the target came free. And his guy hit a nice catch. Just how you draw it up in practice and then execute it in the game.
Now Mike Tomlin says, let's go ahead and go for 2. And Wilson going to change things up here. They'll look to throw. It's complete. And he is not going to get in there. He stopped short of the goal line. And the lead is going to stay right where it is. Boswell now to kick it away after the touchdown.
You're right. The fundamental right that the forefathers didn't have, that's why they gave it to them.
And he had no room to run as he's tackled down inside the 20.
They belong to the team. They couldn't do so. They couldn't get nothing for the team with the conference. So they changed that, and then they made the Constitution, and finally put that in there so that citizens will have, I forgot the term, the citizens will have the right to exercise the part of the decision process without legal representation.
The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive. And they're in a bind early here, down 14-0. Are you worried at this stage or still too early?
You're worried. You're just trying not to transmit it to the rest of your team. You make sure that they stay positive. But at the same time, you're wondering, how are we going to move the football? What do we have on this play sheet that can work? Get back to basics is usually your answer. And make sure you find the guy who can move the ball fastest for you if you just get it in his hands.
Yeah, still second quarter. You get points on the board here. I think you're feeling okay. 2nd and 10.
Sorry. And you can have a heck of a good case, but they get you on that time frame where they're like, this is that time frame. That's the first thing you look at. So you do this to exercise your right.
Bird sets up to throw it. This time for Smith, and it's intercepted. Picked up by Minka Fitzpatrick. Racing to the end zone. And he brings this one back. It's a pick 6. A Steeler touchdown. Wow, this one, it is getting out of hand early.
About that later, because underestimation is a strategy. You're going to be very underestimated as a pro se. All you got to do is catch them sleeping at the wheel once. And I've caught them every time. And they be like, oh, you're over-exaggerating. No. These are the federal rules of civil procedure. I'm just exercising the rule. You know?
Exercising the rules.
Exercising the rules. That's why I say you got to know these rules. It's like baseball. Baseball got a lot of rules, and if you know the rules, you can score a home run without ever hitting the ball.
The things I often say, you exercise the rules, but the only way, it's like you just gave an analogy of baseball. It's like the baseball is the rule, but what gets the rule executed are the facts. It's like the actually bat.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? That is a very good analogy. So you gotta have your facts and able to get the law accepted by the court, if you will.
Yes. Because I've been in situations where the judge is literally like, my hands are tied, defendants, attorneys. See, the more you can, I don't want to say it like that, but there's really no better way to say it. The more you can humiliate and use their underestimation against them, the underestimation they have against you against them, by use of the rules, the more you can produce valid motions, it gives you so much leverage with the judge, and the judge will become an advocate for you because he expects them to show up for work. You are going to be put under a microscope. You will be, like pro se's have no idea how dangerous the form can be, but you will be put under a microscope, and a good judge would tell them they're expected to show up for work. So when you have the sloppiness and you use those federal rules of civil procedures against that sloppiness, the judge will automatically become your advocate because he's like, these guys are just too, okay, they'll split the wheel, it's going to cost them if they're wasting my time.
Yeah, I understand.
This guy shouldn't be doing little discovery rules, and he shouldn't be, they know what they're supposed to do.
So you're talking about, really, you're getting into strategy, which is the next question.
Yes.
How did you prepare for settlement talks, and what was your approach, your strategy? And I think when you said humiliate them, you didn't mean that in a mean, corrupt way.
No.
I just want the audience to know because that's not your heart. You're not that kind
of person. I'll explain. Yeah, I love talking about money. Okay, so the first thing is you got to go into this with a number. But what I've learned is that the number isn't as important as this one topic. If you don't hear, I'm going to give you the realest truth about this from my research.
Okay.
Do not walk away with nothing. There are a lot of people since the 50s, since Douglas versus the main case they always use, Douglas versus Green or whatever it is, McDonnell Douglas versus Green versus McDonnell Douglas. That walk away.
McDonnell Douglas? Is that what
you're
McDonnell? Yes, McDonnell.
Yeah, the first one that they used for prima facie.
Yes.
The Douglas Green walked away with nothing. Like I'm pretty like the statistics of how this ends is always in settlement. Very rarely do they go to trial. They're always in a settlement. But don't walk away with nothing. That's all I would say. That's what I can say in a sense of not being a lawyer. Don't walk away with nothing. That's how you prepare for settlement talks. You have to understand that the only thing I think is worse than not getting $1 billion is walking away with nothing. You know what I'm saying? So don't allow yourself to walk away with nothing. Have a reasonable reserve figure. This is why I say that, because depending on the circumstance, you're losing out on things that you can't put an amount of money to. If it's employment, you lost out on the relationship, you lost out on the work experience to grow your career. If it's something property related or otherwise, you're spending time researching it, trying to prepare. This is time you can't get back. This is time you could be doing an energy, you could be doing 100 other things with. Whatever category, there's so many different categories, but whatever it is, you're going to not be able to replace it with money. But I've always felt that if you walk away with nothing, that's like worse. That's a worse feeling. It's almost like the damages that happen to you, you never really
built on the site of a former piano factory. There's been plenty of music made on the field here in the decade since it opened back in 1998. Welcome everyone to M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore.
And this is my connection to validating that experience of Oklahoma. So I would say when you prepare for settlement talk, always think about that. Can I live with getting nothing? Can I live with getting nothing? That's the first thing. Now, what you got to do is you got to start really high. I think the more theoretical the figure, the better. You got to start really high.
Justin Tucker has this all teed up. And we're off from Baltimore. Fields the hard squib kick.
You got to start really high. You got to go in there, like I just said today.
He showed some burst on that return, getting them all the way to their own 40.
Special teams always play an important role in ball games, and it does right here from the jump. That's going to give the offense terrific field position for this opening drive.
The strategy, the approach of the strategy is have a sum.
All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. On play action, it's Mahomes. It's intercepted on the first play of the game. game. Brandon Stevens has it. And the Ravens are off to a great start defensively. They forced a turnover on the opening possession. Wow, what an exciting start to this game, Brock. Apologies to the former QB and you. It's not an opening drive touchdown, but an interception instead.
Yeah, exciting for one side. That would be the defense. Demoralizing for the other side as an offense. First half, well, listen, it goes to the defense. And now it really sets the stage for what I love and what you love, Kate, in this game of adjustments, in the game of back and forth. Who's going to respond next?
And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31.
You can take two of this per se, asking the pro se to set forth his allegations.
Here's Derrick Henry getting it on the ground. And the push forward doesn't get beyond the line. Something he does so well. Nick Bolton making a stop.
And likewise with the other person,
Lamar out of the pistol.
they needed the same.
Catch made by Keaton Mitchell.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to third down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
Defendant will file a motion to dismiss.
They've got a man in motion.
For failure to state a claim upon which relief to be given.
They'll pitch it to Henry. Juke the defender. And he's tackled with the first down yardage. Offense in the hurry up here.
Over and over again with the play.
They pitch it out to him here.
We're going to talk about,
And he will carry this across for the Baltimore touchdown. The Ravens pick it off and get points on the ensuing drive. Derrick Henry, the touchdown.
That they will sue, they will have multiple defendants, where each defendant knows that he's been sued, and specifically what
So the Ravens will try for
has
two.
been sued.
They send a man in motion.
So let's get started.
Oh, here's a pitch to the right. And he'll get in. That gives him an 8-0 lead.
As a throw against the wall and see what sticks. A catch.
Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff.
The complete allegations and the cause.
And he didn't strike that one true, Brock. It came down short of the landing zone he had to reach, so give them the football up at the 40.
It compartmentalized in a manner that the court understands that the plaintiff is alleging that allegations are being made and against whom and the law the plaintiff is relying
Oh,
on.
he taps it quick to the receiver coming across here. And he's brought down for a loss.
That moment, Kate, just a moment to marvel at how well they reacted to that play on defense. They were all over it from the start, getting behind the line of goal to play. Then how many times do we see his highlight reel touchdowns going the other way?
Taps it quick to the receiver coming across. And he finds space for about a 3-yard gain. Nate Wiggins getting up to end that play. The rookie from Clemson in on that stop.
Tried to mix in a little wide receiver carry and catch this defense on its heels. We've seen it work time and again, and almost got there. Without that tackle, we could have seen a big gainer. Give some credit to the defense where credit is due.
He beams one deep right side. And they can't get in for the third down deep shot. Love the courage they had to try it. It's incomplete, and now we've got fourth down.
Gosh, you could just almost feel his eyes up here, Kate, getting huge, right? He was envisioning the return. He simply dropped it. Got to secure that pick before you think of anything else.
Defense coming off that incompletion needs one more stop here on fourth. Back to the air, Mahomes. And on fourth down, that one won't work. It's incomplete. So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense.
Do you think maybe, just maybe, there's a chance of having too much confidence offensively? That's not a spot you want to see a team going for it on fourth down. And now puts their defense right on the hook to try and pick them up after that miscue on fourth.
Offense up to the line fast.
Deputy 3 is alleging that he is the force of the by beating him in the control pass.
And they'll pitch it out to him. And that's good yardage for the new set of downs. So before they get the snap away, we reach the end of the first quarter. Neither side separated much so far. Back to the bank in just a moment.
And waterproof, up to 36-hour wear. You may never know. L'Oreal Paris 3-second setting mist. Get infallible. You may spend half your workout questioning why you signed up for Skin, but you'll never question 20 grams of protein or creamy peanut butter. We took the thinking out of snacking. Don't think.
Back at beginning of the second quarter, Ravens in possession. They've got 1st and 10 here, looking to add to their lead. They pitch it to him. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
Ooh, I like that. I really like it with those sticks you can keep on the sidelines, and you get more than enough to get the first down.
They'll come up 1st and 10. Working inside the red zone. He's on the move. The ball is loose. And he skips out at the 2-yard line. Dangerously close to a touchback, but they'll be set up near the goal line instead. Let's see what they want to do here, partner. It's 2nd and inches. Give to Henry on the inside handoff. And he's in for the touchdown. The Ravens grow their lead to 14-0. Derrick Henry, the touchdown. Well, we all knew what was coming when they got into that goal line formation, didn't we, Brock? And they just pound the rock in for an old-school touchdown.
I just sometimes love that stuff. Nothing fancy, nothing cute. Here's our formation. You know we're running right at you, and we challenge you to stop us, and you can't.
And he's almost there, but no, they stop him at the last moment. Wow, he's going to be just inches shy of that 2-point conversion. Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. He's got the squibber. Now bottle him up as he gets the return to the 30.
So you're going to put something like see Exhibit A. And then we're going to have Exhibit A.
They're out and set, 1st and 10.
For the first 4, you're going to stay to relief.
Now it's the first carry for Isaiah Pacheco. And he drives that front backward on a gain of 4.
He'll expect more from himself in those type of plays, but there is nobody that's going to complain about that one. If you can do math, 4 plus 4 plus 4 equals a first down.
2nd and 6 coming up here. Pressure coming from Mahomes. Anticipated the quick staccato pass there. It's knocked away, incomplete. Prime connected with Xavier Worthy there. And that means 3rd down coming up. Out of the gun, it's Mahomes. Lays out, what a catch. They gain 14 on the play. And the Chiefs are going to have a first down.
So I want to go through each allegation. Now your Exhibit A.
That brings us to the 2-minute warning at the Inner Harbor. And it's the Chiefs looking at 1st and 10.
As he was driving down Interstate Highway, none of you were relevant and material facts. 2,
operating from the gun, here's Mahomes.
Plaintiff was driving 60 miles per hour.
And this one's dropped for what would have been a nice game. DeAndre Hopkins, the one he was looking for. So it'll be 2nd down.
Well, that's a major missed opportunity for the offense. Sigh of relief for the defense. And you got to adjust a little bit. Get some extra help on the back end of your defense to take those shots away.
They fake the handoff. Now Mahomes. Throwing deep for the end zone. Oh, no touchdown. It's intercepted. Picked off by Tre'Davious White. And the Ravens will get possession up towards midfield as they take the interception up beyond the 40.
Well, that's it right there. That's the resilience and the mental toughness that every coach wants to see from his defense. Not a great spot for him. Backed up close enough that they're going to get shots taken in the end zone. But instead of collapsing under pressure, they rose up and they created the takeaway.
Putting a receiver in motion.
So far, you have these three officers involved in these violations. And so,
the drive begins with Henry. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. The dose of the hurry-up offense here.
And number 10, without any explanation, warning, and without plaintiff's consent, defended to search plaintiff's vehicle. So you have different actions by different defendants. So we need to make sure that there are...
And the defense gets there to force a small loss. Working quickly here.
And the court needs to understand that too. 11.
Turning to Henry on third. Well, third and 15, you don't see many of those picked up, partner, but they found a way.
Kate, I know you can see that smile on my face as we stand next to each other. Sure, I love that run, but I'm thinking about some great running backs. In fact, Corey Dillon. He created a lot of negative grades on my play sheet because I didn't want to carry out no fake. I wanted to watch the damage he could do like we just saw.
Let's see how they attack this first down, Brock, from the 43.
So we want to make sure that the defendant understands that this particular cause of action is a
the lateral goes haywire, live ball. And this one kicks out of bounds. They'll keep possession, but a tough spot now after a massive loss.
You know, those defensive guys, they will tell you that the sideline's their best friend, right? A lot of these routes are trying to push the receivers and move the real estate. Sometimes the sidelines could be an offensive player's best friend when that ball bounces harmlessly out of bounds.
He's going to try to drop it in deep right. This is brought in at the 50. And he does quite a bit of damage before they finally take him down.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
15.
And they will score. It's a Baltimore touchdown. The Ravens boat racing them to the halftime locker room. Mark Andrews with the touchdown.
16 defended 2 violated plaintiff's right to be free of a search and seizure when he searched plaintiff's vehicle without plaintiff's consent, and because he lacked probable cause to believe plaintiff's career crime.
Defense had a chance to scheme it up, now lined up to defend this drive.
It is stating the elements of
they'll try it on the ground. Ooh, and he can't shake the defense. They track him down in the backfield, and this two-point attempt fails.
Against defenders 1, 2, and 17. Plaintiff Blue Line Corporation proceeding paragraphs of the statement career. Because all of these paragraphs.
Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff.
The 14th Amendment violation.
Power squib kick is taken in. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. Timeout taken by Kansas City. It's second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half.
Alright, so hey guys, I'm making this video for anyone who needs the initial steps to filing a civil complaint. I'm not going to go too much into detail.
They'll begin this drive with barely over 25 seconds left.
How to request the
off the play fake, it's Mahomes.
And laboratories, just the initial steps.
And down he goes, the Ravens defense gets it done. Now we're going to have a timeout taken by Baltimore. It's second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half.
And your own research, okay? So the first thing I want you guys to look up is the Federal Rules of Civil Procedures, which is the document that's right now.
Let's see what they dial up on a second and very long.
All of the steps that you need to do in order to file your complaint. Now, each jurisdiction has something called...
Now a pitch play to Pacheco. And 2 yards is all he's going to get before he's caught. That's Odafe away with a stop. Timeout taken by the Ravens. That is their final one. And that's all they've got for what little remains in this half. So not an enviable spot here as they come up on third and very long.
It tells you here there is one form of action, which is the civil action, and a civil action is by filing a complaint with the court.
On the option, they give it to Pacheco. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
Well, they were hoping to get outside and meet those guys at the second level. Well, someone from the second level came to beat him on his turf. And that meeting didn't go so well.
Fourth and forever coming up. Looking to throw.
Also, you guys to be mindful that when you file your complaint, there is a filing.
Now he's taking a deep shot right. And it's going to be incomplete. Couldn't connect to extend the drive. That brings us to halftime. We'll get a break as our teams make their adjustments and then return with more of the NFL on EA Sports in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. Kate Scott, Brock Heward with you as we're about set to begin the third quarter.
We also have a short form.
Reed now to kick this one away.
So that's why I always suggest to other people.
Short kick gathered in at the 15. His return gets him to the 32-yard line before he's taken down.
That'll be given to you at a later date once you have sent in your complaint to the court. The court will assign you a case number. So we'll leave that blank.
Offense ready to begin this drive. First and 10.
5 pages, so it's a lot of personal information that they're going to be asking you for.
They put Flowers in motion right.
Application along with your civil cover sheet.
They'll begin with a quick completion to the right side. And they can chop to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down.
You know, send a summons or send a marshal or sheriff or a process server to serve the defendant. The court will do it.
It's Henry on the counter. And they had that one contained right at the line. That's George Karlaftis who got there for the stop.
Filing fee. Nothing will go any further. Okay? So, we're in forms. As you can see, there's many different forms for whatever situation you're in. We're going to say civil form.
Bateman, the motion man left.
For the sake of this video. And of course, you can see there are a ton of...
That's him on the quick hitter.
Different forms.
And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. Now about 29 yards on that play, partner, as they get the chains reset.
Good offenses. Okay, good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted them. They wanted them in a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, then go to work after.
These forms and their templates that you're able to use, so they provide you these.
A tight end in motion now.
Because obviously, you know, we probably
Ryan down the middle of Henry, and he's brought down for a loss. Moving quickly, trying to get set again.
So they give you the templates. So the first thing is the civil cover sheet. Right? So
and someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Trent McDuffie in to pick it off. Space, left sideline, and he's off to the races. And he's going to go. It's a big 6. That play, Brock, that play was beautiful. Not just making the interception, but then seeing the return slowly come together in front of him as he took it all the way to the house.
Yeah, I think even for us up here in the booth, it looked like a scene out of a movie, didn't it? Starts running it back, scans the field for a lane, then the blocks come just in the nick of time to wipe out the would-be tacklers, and he's got open space and nothing but the end zone in front of him.
So the defense scores, and now their offense coming out for 2 more. Mahomes throwing for 2. And he will get across for 2, and that makes it a 12-point game. Well, all things going their way through the air at the moment, partner. They pick off a throw for 6, and then they complete a pass of their own to add on 2 more.
Can I be honest with you here, Kate?
Please.
And maybe I'm a bad person for saying this, but every once in a while, I root for chaos.
Woo, I love it.
I mean, I wouldn't have minded a little chaos. I wouldn't have minded seeing that one go back through the air the other way and put 2 on the board, but it wasn't to be. That's excellent execution to get the touchdown on the pick 6 and put 2 more on the board.
Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. Here's a return from the 7. This return makes it up to the 25. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10.
26 motion. Can be done through trial, technically. What is practical matter? It's usually very, very.
Oh, the football's loose. Oh, they got it back. They can try and salvage something. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss. This is Henry on 2nd. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. Offense in the hurry up here.
Now we're going well beyond the face of the complaint. In fact, an unverified complaint doesn't.
3rd and long for him here. This has been a trend. Yet another interception. Leo Chanel makes the play. And the Chiefs return the interception close to the red zone. He's stopped inside the 25. Oh boy, they cleaned up the fumbling issues from the last drive, and now it's an interception that turns the ball over.
Yeah, and 2 very different tones and tenors on these 2 sidelines. One coach is pleased, begging for some ball security. The other is simply saying, keep it up, boys. Keep taking that ball away. Job well done.
And they bring him down at the 18-yard line. 1st down play, nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5.
That run's not going to turn many heads, but at the end of the year, I promise you, if you average over 5 yards a run, you can be a Pro Bowler.
Homes.com search lets you search by architectural style. So
this is the end of the 3rd quarter. It's the Chiefs in possession to start. They trail, but that lead is reachable.
Let's compare that to a 50A and a 50B. Over 12 motion is you need to proceed stubborn, right? Or is this claim stubbornness? Rule 56 usually means you have the stubborn. Now
halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Right back to Pacheco. And he's got it inside the 15 before going out. They get 6 and a 1st down as well.
Well, looky here. You don't even have to worry now about a 3rd down call as that run moves the sticks. Now that call you had ready, though, you can recycle it. Save it for later for that next 3rd down coming.
1st down, and they go right back to it. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few. He got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
All right, here we go. 2nd down. From the gun, it's Mahomes. Cut near the goal line. And they'll get this down nearly to the end zone. Instead, stopped at the 2. It's a real solid pickup, 12 yards, and it rewards them with a 1st and goal.
Well, that is pretty darn impeccable timing between the 2. They hit a curl route of that length. It takes great anticipation and precision by the quarterback, and the receiver on the other end finishing it, doing his job.
They'll try to run with Pacheco. Finds the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City. The Chiefs now within one score in the fourth. It's an Isaiah Pacheco touchdown. All right, so the offense does its job, Brock. Now they need their defense to give them a chance to overcome that big deficit.
The momentum in the building's clearly changed. We can feel it here in the booth, but you're right. It's now up to the defense to make a stop and give them a chance.
Here are the Chiefs facing a massive two-point try. He's throwing for it. And he'll reach the end zone. They get 2 more points to help attack that deficit. Worked so well the first time. Hey, why not go right back to it? See if you can be successful again. They do, and they are.
I like the way you say that right there, Kate, because you almost feel the confidence, right? Like if you get it the first time, you're almost playing with house money. Even if you fail, it's still 14 points. It's not really a failure. And if you get it, well, you gain even more confidence and make that opponent think that much more.
I think they got it. I think they got it. And they did. The Chiefs have it. Still more than a field goal game. They were going to get to this point sometime, and they decide that's the moment and deliver with the onside kick.
The hard part's over, right? That's what the numbers tell you. They get an onside kick a whole lot tougher than going down and scoring a touchdown. Still, they got to execute, stay calm, and work their way down the field. I talked to a bunch of different GMs, Kate, especially around draft time, and they all say the same thing. Linebackers are so hard to find. It's hard to transition from the college game that's in so much space to this game where you've got to play in a phone booth yet have that explosiveness to chase a play on the outside down like that linebacker just did.
2nd and 15. He put some juice on a deep throw down the middle. And it's going to be knocked away, incomplete.
Any DB prefers a highlight reel interception, just forcing an incomplete pass. But as soon as he realized the pick wasn't possible on the play, he gets his hands on it and made sure it wasn't completed.
Yet another interception, and that could be what does it. Kyle Hamilton with the pick. He pays the price for the interception. Woo-hoo, big hit brings it into that return. Well, Brock, if you like defense, you are loving what you're seeing right now. Consecutive drives that have ended in interceptions. It's become a real defensive battle.
Well, let's see here, Kate. We got 1, we got 2. Do I hear a 3rd interception in a row? I'll tell you this right now. These defenders, they are squashing that thought the defenders are offensive guys with bad hands because they're making it happen, taking the ball away.
Henry gets it here to start the drive. And they take him down at the 24-yard line. The Chiefs signal for a timeout. That's going to be their first. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. They run. Here's Henry. He breaks the tackle. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. No surprises here. Defense quick to stop that clock. We've got 1:53 left in this game.
Some backs are easier to tackle than others. Some, well, they just choose violence. They look for those opportunities to bust through tackles and keep those legs pumping.
By briefly noting the difference between judgments and
going to the ground again on first. And the power play up the gut only results in 2 yards.
They got some positive yards. That's a good thing. But too many plays like that, it just is too hard to pile together, get first downs against the better defenses in this league.
What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck did you say?
2nd down. Man in motion here.
I don't get it.
The give here on 2nd. He's touched down behind the line. This one goes the wrong way.
Hey, look, in the right situation, you catch a team off guard. Well, this could be a tremendous play for some big yards.
Like, wait, what are you talking about?
In the wrong situation, you get hit in the mouth right behind the line of scrimmage.
I just came back from 0 game. You're fucking horrible. I'm just saying, I ain't gonna lie.
Defense looking to defend the marker on 3rd down.
So shut your punk ass up.
evidence standard for a motion for judgment is a matter of law. What that means is the court will not weigh.
They put a receiver in motion right.
The toss
now to Henry. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
You know, that's so hard for me, Kate. That's the type of effort that deserves better when it comes to the results. It's going to show up as a negative run on the stat sheet, but that was not the runner's fault. He did all he could to fight to get back to the line, but this defense...
Both sides' evidence, in other words. And what it's going to ask is whether or not there's sufficient evidence to go to the jury. Substantial evidence in.
Well, best of luck here. It's fourth and a considerable distance. Here he is to throw. They can't connect as the coverage comes through with a fourth down stand.
Quarterback's so worried about challenging the DBs in coverage, he didn't keep an eye on the lineman in front of him. He threw it right towards him, and it was easy to get a pop and swat away a potential first down.
Drive starts out with a 1st and 10.
When at least the new trial is insufficient evidence, and then what the judge can do.
Setting up to pass. Trying to push it deep downfield. That could be it, folks. It's intercepted. And the Ravens make the play that should win them this game.
Not a lot of one-play swings bigger than that one right there. That throw looked destined for 6, and instead, it gets intercepted by the defense. The only way to get bigger is if he somehow returned it 100-plus yards for 6 the other way. But what a gigantic swing of emotion.
And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10.
Difference between Remediger and Adager is Remediger was when
option design here. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back, because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
So it ends as a win for the Ravens. And finally, Brock, they can exhale and take a few breaths, because I don't imagine any of them were breathing easy during that one with how close this game was.
Them or us?
All of us.
It is so hard, Kate, to match the adrenaline surge they feel right now, and then they felt in every major turn throughout the second half. There's just something about a close game, the intensity that's there in every moment.
Movement for new trial is the plaintiff. The plaintiff wants more damages and moves for new trial. And suppose the court says to the defendant that, hey, defendant, plaintiff's move for a new trial because he didn't get enough damages. So you either increase the damages to this or I'm granting a new trial. That violates the 7th Amendment. Okay? So that's it. And so I'm going to say thank you. I'm going to say thank you and best of luck on the bar exam.
Yeah. Glad we got Jersey Mike's for the game.
It is perhaps the best home field advantage in all of football, and certainly the loudest, as we welcome you to GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City.
Thank you, Daniel, and welcome everybody to a civil rights case against the police.
Justin Tucker all set, and we are set to see the cream of the crop in the AFC as we are underway here with the Ravens and the Chiefs. And they're going to start this drive in pretty good shape up past the 30. Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10.
And if you're in the background, I can promise, however,
They'll start the drive here with Pacheco. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. Call it officially a loss of 2 on the first play from scrimmage. 2nd down.
An interesting and intriguing decision there defensively because they kept extra DBs on the field despite seeing the multiple tight end look that came out for the offense.
I thought they were going to switch out of it. I didn't know if they felt they didn't have time or what the case was.
Well, in any event, the extra speed allowed for great penetration as they stuffed that one behind the line of scrimmage.
They fake the give. Now Mahomes. Under a heavy rush, and down he goes. Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
2 plays so far, a run and a pass attempt, and both have gone backwards.
Probably not how they drew that up.
Not at all.
Looking for a better play coming up on 3rd. Gonna need better protection here. 3rd and long following the sack from Mahomes and company.
You know what happens when a lawyer starts speaking. Schedules get wrong.
They'll drop to throw. They'll get this into the hands of the rookie from Texas. Xavier Worthy, 77 yards. And the Chiefs need just 3 plays to go down and take the early lead.
Early investigations, pre-litigation investigations to be done.
Harrison Butker is on for the extra point.
And I'm not bragging on this.
And his kick is good to make it 7-0 KC.
And it might be an officer's disciplinary history.
Here's the Chiefs kickoff unit now as they'll send this one away. And they're going to mark that where it went out of bounds. So really good starting field position up past the 40-yard line.
To your defendants. At this point,
so good starting field position for them here as they come up 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line. And right away, he lost the football.
A lot of bad news on that play for them, wasn't there? Lost the football, lost a lot of yardage, but I think the good news outweighs it, able to retain possession. That was big for them.
On a regular basis, most importantly, every case required.
Jackson hit, and he lost the football. And it's picked up by the Chiefs. And they're already in the red zone. The 18-yard line is where they take over. So that play, I mean, it was pretty well blown up from the start, and it results in a turnover.
Yeah, when you're running the option like that as a quarterback, you have so many different keys and reads to make that sometimes as you're making them, you're not protecting the ball the way you should, and it gets popped free.
Most extraordinary times.
So from inside the 20, here's 1st and 10 at the 18.
First year with COVID-19.
Now after the fumble recovery, it's Mahomes. And he's got it. And he'll be taken down at the 2-yard line. Mark that as a gain of 16 to set him up first and goal.
Well, as a coach, you absolutely love seeing your offense find their rhythm early, and that's exactly what we've seen so far. They had a touchdown on their opening drive, and now they connect here for another nice gain for a first down. This offense is moving the ball well, exactly as he drew it up in practice.
Racial injustice is the reason I talk about this historic moment is because of what
Pacheco is into the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City. Just power football there down near the goal line. Gave it to him. He's able to push his way across.
Yeah, they went heavy there. Sometimes you have those big offensive linemen come in, have to report like they're eligible, but all they're doing is getting a good stance, blocking, and getting their runner across the goal line.
Butker on for the PAT.
They are denied justice, where they are denied access to.
And it's good, and they have jumped out here to a quick 14-0 first quarter lead.
It's an awkward first meeting because everything that comes from such different people. My recommendation to you, simply you need to touch up is to spend time with them on the phone when you first meet, get to know them, learn about their life.
Out is the kickoff unit as they run up and send this one away.
Some of your experiences, these are.
And this is going to be returned from the middle of the end zone. And the decision to bring it out of Portland, especially given the new rules, are going to be backed up deep to start this drive.
Anytime you feel the kickoff inside your own end zone, you've got to be decisive about whether you're bringing it out or not. Sometimes that indecision can really cost you. That may have been what happened on that play.
The Baltimore offense at the line, set to get going. They find themselves in a good-sized hole here, and a good-sized hole early on in this game. No, bottled up fumble. It's out, it's loose. So it goes as a fumble, but the key thing, not a fumble loss.
Yeah, that stat's big, isn't it? I mean, I remember watching teams play. The ball might be on the ground a number of times during the game, but the other team doesn't get it. That's a huge difference in the ball game. And in this case, they were able to retain possession.
And now we're going to get a delay of game. And that's going to back them up halfway. So they accept the penalty, of course, and push the offense backwards a bit.
Explain your experience as an attorney in many cases and litigated what fields of law have you practiced?
Here's Jackson to throw. He's going to loft one deep left side here. And that's going to be incomplete. Good effort there trying to take a shot, but it's third down.
Almost feels like anything you can do, we're going to try and match or do better. We've already seen one touchdown pass from the opposition. They tried to equal it on that throw.
They'd like to avoid punting from their own end zone, so they can use something here on third down. Throwing is Jackson. And that's going to be incomplete. The contact there enough to jar that ball free, and it brings up fourth down.
Two drives won't tell the story of this game, but you absolutely have to like how this defense has played thus far. They have yet to allow this offense to get on track in this one.
And how about this? Fourth and long, and they're going to go for it.
Balance expectations. This is a tough one to do early because many of our clients come into the door of our office.
They're indeed going for it as they look to throw. Oh, looking for Andrews downfield. Oh, and a bad throw there. It's intercepted. Trumping downfield pick. And this return is going to be halted right around the 28-yard line. Boy, that one was in the air for an agonizingly long time.
Chance of reaching that level of success. It might be a $25,000 case, it might be a $100,000 case, but it's important, at least for me, to not let the client walk away from the first meeting thinking they're going to make $1.2 million. Wrongful death cases, when you are meeting with your client initially and you are working on a wrongful death case, the first conversation with your client is critical. You have to identify who within the family is legally qualified to be the administrator. So obtain from the client literally a family tree. You want to verify who the dependents are, who the heirs are. You want to consult with wills and estates attorneys. You want to possibly refer out the creation of the estate to an attorney who lives and breathes in probate court. But this is an essential part of the initial client communications in a wrongful death case, obtaining the next of kin. Media issues. You might have a case, as many of our cases are of media interest, and it's very important to convey to the client immediately to have no contact whatsoever with a journalist. If the journalist calls, you simply instruct your client to give your name and your telephone number to the journalist. And if this is a media case, you must create a media strategy so that you are out in front of any media coverage. Lastly, not everybody's going to do this, and I'm not saying that you should, but I like maintaining the important line of communication with my clients by giving them my cell phone number. It is draining at times, but the benefits of the client knowing that they can reach out to you at any time is enormously helpful. Similarly, you might need to reach your clients sometime when you're out speaking with a witness, and you want to have those clear lines of communication open. Next, the retainer agreement and release of medical information. Fairness, once again. As you know, the standard attorney-client agreement is packed with legalese. I have often seen attorneys sit down with clients, throw the retainer agreement to the client, give them a brief summary, perhaps in 3 words. The client signs it, gets a copy, and that's the end of the signing process. And I find that to be unfair. I believe that fairness with regards to the retainer agreement means explaining every element, every detail of the agreement. Explaining attorney's fees. If you have a referring attorney, inform the client, as you must under the rules.
We are about 40 miles or so south of Candlestick Point at a place that first opened back in 2014. As you get a look at Levi's Stadium here in Santa Clara, California. Here's the Australian-born punter Mitch Wishnowsky to get things going. And we are underway from Santa Clara. Wishing he had a mulligan. That's not how you want to start the game.
Not at all, because not only do you give up the penalty and good field position, but it just kills the momentum of your team as you start a game.
of us are advancing the cause of litigation. We want to make sure that the clients understand that they are
Hurts. This short throw. And it's second down. I think defensively you're okay with that. Here in the first quarter, he's going to get some catches, but they rallied to him quickly.
And that's what you count on, and I like what you just said. First quarter, can you do it all game long? They catch it, you tackle, they go down on the spot. Because when you're able to do that, you don't give up big chunks of yardage after the catch. Now you put the offense in a position where every series, they have to work hard to pick up first downs, and you tend to stall them out when you do that.
The completion on first didn't get much, and now the run on second doesn't get a whole lot either.
Well, if you're a good play caller, you've already looked ahead and anticipated this type of situation. Already down in his play sheet, trying to dial up a big third down play.
On third down, Barkley. And he's going to be taken down here, still a couple yards short of the first. Call it a pickup of 3, and also now likely a punt on their opening drive.
I think that's the type of run we'll continue to see throughout this game. The snow coming down, I don't expect a lot of big plays to be broken.
So still a scoreless game in the first, but they're going to go for this thing on their own side of the field on fourth down. They'll try and throw for it here. And he's brought down. Can't do anything with the football. It's a sack and a turnover on downs. A surprising move here on the opening drive of the game. And this defense holds firm here on the opening drive of the night.
Jump in your car, it can really pay off.
And they'll run the option to start the drive. And he followed it. It's on the ground.
Much like a running back going through the line, quarterbacks have to be aware of protecting the football as well. He left it exposed that time. Wound up having it knocked free, but fortunately, had an alert teammate who was able to get it.
Now a first carry for their fullback. Got a good job of finding the open space to run as he's down close to the 30 here.
And I saw 6 or 7 I wasn't sure exactly.
First carry of the game for Waddle, not fumble. It's out, it's loose. And that would never get off the ground. He's going to be stopped up well behind the line of scrimmage.
Down the road, but that I needed all of their signatures at this point in time.
First carry for Christian McCaffrey. And he takes this just a few yards shy of the red zone before going out. It's a pickup of 12, and that'll set up a third down. 3rd and 2.
I'm going to deal with them. Let's meet halfway. One stroke, 2 blinking, 1 off.
And he won't be close to a first down as he runs into a wall right around the line of scrimmage.
So get out there and spend time with your line and explain.
Purdy on 4th down. And they hit him as he throws, as this one's going to go straight down to the turf. Incomplete. The Niners go for it, but it doesn't work out. And the Eagles defense able to hold. Already at the line, this Philly offense set to go. And last time, went for it on 4th, didn't get it. Let's see if they can pick themselves up off the mat and do better this go-around.
Sometimes I have this vision of coaches writing notes to themselves before a game. And sometimes that note says, be aggressive, stay aggressive. Maybe that's what we saw in the last possession.
Yeah, they were very aggressive. This time, will it result in points? We'll find out.
To investigate the facts in the law before you do your signature on any complaint. You can be sanctioned if you go to investigate.
So quickly all the way up at the 40-yard line.
Second,
here's Hurts to throw. And that's Devontae Smith. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. It's an Eagles first down on a gain of 11.
Now, was a nicely run slant route, and what the receiver's trying to do is make the defender think he's going upfield for a deeper route, and then breaks it off, usually after about 3 to 4 steps, and cuts towards the middle of the field. And now what he's trying to do is use his body to keep the defender away from the football and give the quarterback a really nice target.
And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on second down.
This drive is turning into an extended one, and the guy carrying the ball, he's becoming more like a body blows guy. Every carry is putting some damage on the defense. So after a while, I'm not too sure how many guys are going to want to run up and tackle him.
Running again with Barkley on second down. And that one blown up quickly, as he's going to be stopped before he could even get started. That second down play, that's a -4.
Defensively, he has been a presence in their backfield in the first half. Had a sack earlier, and now he comes up with a big tackle for a loss.
And they'll lead the 39 here for a first. This is third down. From the gun, it's Hurts. He's got his target. That's complete. And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. 27 yards there on a very nice third down conversion.
What a drive. This has been just chewing up the yardage, and here's one of their best plays yet as they finally get down into the red zone and look to finish this off with 6.
So from inside the 20, here's 1st and 10 at the 18. They'll try the right side here. Barkley. And despite the fancy footwork we saw, they'll get to him just inside the 15. Second and 7. Throwing from the gun, it's Hurts. And the timing of bit off that time as Andrew falls to the ground.
There's an incompletion, partner, and the struggles through the air continue because so far their lack of passing production has led to a lack of points.
Hurts sets up to throw it. Escapes the save. But he can't get away from it, and down he goes. The 49ers now going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. And no move to get the offense off the field. Despite failing once, they're going to go again here on 4th down. Throwing is Hurts. It's intercepted. Drive killer there. Picked off by Deshaun Gibson. And the 49ers are going to get the ball back on the turnover as they hold on 4th down.
Well, it's a cold night, and whether you're a quarterback that wears a glove on his throwing hand or not, that ball is a rock, Brandon. You've got to really drive it through the cold and the wind, or it can take off on you. And that may have been what happened there.
Sometimes it's just
The 49er offense set to get this drive underway. And a drive that stalled out last time. Went for it on 4th. Didn't get it. How does that translate here? He's got a man complete. Down the right sideline. Touchdown, 49ers. George Kittle, 85 yards. And the Niners post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this second quarter. After a fairly uneventful first quarter, that last play, that'll make a few highlight clips.
It certainly will, and you're exactly right. The first quarter almost felt like a feeling out process, didn't it? Both teams, okay, what are we going to do? Looks like they ramped things up just a little bit to start the second quarter.
McCaffrey will try to run it in, and he is not going to make it. They stop him up short, and this will remain a 6-0 ball game. Here is Wisnowski to boot it away following the touchdown. Certainly not what they wanted there, so the football by rule comes out to the 40. Not one you see often there as he fails to keep it between the sidelines, and that is a penalty every time, and going to give this offense better field position.
And it's every kickoff guy's nightmare, isn't it? Because you don't see yourself doing this, and most of the time you don't. It's absolutely a mishit, and now your team pays the price. Bad field position for your defense.
Back to throw now on first down. This one goes out wide for Barkley. A solid stiff arm. And he goes out of bounds. It looks like right at the 50. 10 yards there to start the drive, and just enough by about the length of the football for a first down.
A promising sign there from an offense that hasn't done a whole lot to this point. Nice job to locate the open receiver. And it's good yardage and a first down to open the drive.
From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw. Got this complete to Jahan Dotson. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. 12 yards is the pickup. Good for an Eagle first down. Charles, to move the chains that time, they had to complete it into double coverage, and they got it done.
And it's never easy overcoming multiple defenders, but he sure made it look simple. Found the right spot to exploit and won his one-on-two matchup.
Hurts is going to be hit and taken down. Now San Francisco going to call their second timeout, as the clock will stop with 55 seconds to go until halftime. The sacks a growing theme in this first half. This is second and long. Another try after the first down sack. Hurts. And he gets it down to the 32. A breakdown defensively there as the scramble is going to set him up with a much more manageable third down. Looking to throw. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds. Hurts finding Smith for the Philly first.
I don't care how many times we see it. I still get a kick out of watching quarterbacks and receivers do the pass tree in pregame warm-up. But I always remember that when we go to practices, we see that after practices as well. They really tune it up, don't they?
They tune it up. They know why they do it for these. They will find Smith in the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia. A great play there in the final seconds of the first half. And the Eagles have tied the ball game with a chance to take the lead into the locker room.
During the summer, invited me into their home for coffee, lemonade, or water. I guarantee you I would canvass homes in Winter Park neighborhood.
Eagles offense staying out there. Of course, Hurts always a threat to run. They'll go for two. They'll look to throw. They'll roll him out right. And he is into the end zone. So they get two more on the board here just before halftime. So 6 seconds, all that remains of this first half as the kick is away.
To the south side. We are all the same.
And with a well-placed kickoff, that's what these new rules can do for you, as he'll be backed up to start this drive. And that'll do it for the end of the second quarter. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. And we welcome you back live now inside the booth alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gordon, set and ready to rock for the third quarter. Not too many breaks ahead according to the radar. More snow on the horizon as we are back underway in half number 2. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. The San Francisco offense ready to start their next drive. Well, Out of the locker rooms here they come. Their first drive of the third quarter. And Charles, they're trailing in this ball game, but we got a tight one and set up to be a very entertaining second half.
And as we know, partner, in the NFL, there's trailing and there's trailing, right? Sometimes you're discouraged by how much you're down, but in this case, this is a tight ball game, so there's a sense of optimism here. I think they went into half and looked at the ratio and said, these are the plays we really like. But he said we use them to start the second half and get us going.
So that's it for you.
The tight end Kittle has it on the left side. And he's got this down to the 35. Back-to-back good plays have him on the move on first down. They'll run. This is Jordan Mason. And nothing much materializing there on the first down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it. From the 33, here's second down and 8. Now hold everything here. We're going to get a timeout by the offense. It's just their first, so 2 remaining as they burn one here in this third quarter. Here's a second and 8.
This is an issue on the Indianapolis serve last couple of days ago. For instance, in the
over the middle, and there's a diving catch.
Several years ago.
On first down, this is McCaffrey, and he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. A rare misstep on that last play because the drive has been strong, but now it's second and 12. Purdy tosses it wide complete, and they've got it inside the 10 at the 8. That's to the pylon and incomplete.
Speed is the name of the game when it comes to RPOs, and sometimes you can be a little too quick, thus inaccurate, incomplete.
They'll send a receiver in motion to the right.
To
the right side and intercepted. Darius Slay with a pick. And the Eagles are going to take over here on the INT at their own 5-yard line. So it was a drive that had real promise here to begin the third quarter, but ultimately derailed by the INT.
And that was the position you wanted to be in. Coming out to start this third quarter, get a nice drive going, looking for the end zone. Possibly got a little bit too greedy right there.
The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive. They got the ball now following a big play, keeping the other guys out of the end zone. Now they'll start deep in their own territory, first and 10. And he will take this up to about the 8-yard line. Deshaun Gibson there on the tackle.
And that's frustrating for a defense because they get them pinned down deep. And on the first play, they gave up a run that keeps an offense on schedule.
Yeah, because 3 to 4 yards, that's all you're looking for right there, right?
That's absolutely perfect, really, as a play call. You get 3 to 4 yards on first down. That's what they talk about us all the time, about being ahead of the chains or on target, ahead of schedule. They were after that run.
Second down, here's Barkley again. And he will take this up to about the 8-yard line. A 1-yard gain there following the 3-yard pickup on first down.
They know that old expression, it's not my night. It hasn't been his so far. I don't know if the legs are a little bit heavy. Sometimes having to hang out all day and play doesn't exactly play to your advantage, but it's been a tough go for him.
Yeah, every time he looks up, somebody's there defensively. That was the same case on that play. On third down, he'll drop to throw. That is caught. And he is going to have an Eagles first down as they're able to get the third down conversion. So the scoring dried up here in the third. Nothing that quarter for either side. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports.
Keep the file of your investigation
some clock here with Barkley. And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up. A tight game like this, such a tough spot for the offense to be in. Even though they have the lead, Charles, back up so close to their goal line, they got to protect the football.
And that's when you have to take care of your team with play calling as well. Not a lot of misdirection, not a lot of counters, not a lot of...
Brooks is going to be hit and taken down to the ground. Leonard Floyd, the old Georgia Bulldog, finding his way into the backfield.
This is a little hard for me to compute because I'm watching sack after sack happen, but somehow they're still behind in the game. I would expect all of this defensive pressure to translate to them taking a lead. Thus far, it hasn't happened. Time's winding down. They don't want to waste this type of performance from these ace pass rushers.
Critical play in this football game is if they pick up the first there, that clock keeps rolling.
It has to be a little frustrating for them because they know that if they pick up a first down there and continue to eat away at the clock, really increases their chances of closing this one out. Now they're likely going to have to give the football up and sweat it out on the sideline.
And here's a big one now. Trying to hold this lead. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. This short throw caught by Goddard. And he's able to get this one all the way past the 30. They've been burned twice already on 4th down, but the 3rd time's the charm as they keep the drive moving. Or that's some kind of effort. When he caught it, I doubted if he could get there. Knew it was going to be close, but credit him. Really good effort.
How about the rack on that play, the run after catch? But most of the time we think of it as just being an open field and picking up yardage. Sometimes you have to be real physical in order to gain the yardage you need for a first down.
And they're going to have this across midfield and inside the 45.
These guys are running offense like you drive. The pedal is down, stomped down. How about that? Back-to-back completions. They are rolling.
So much for being conservative and running that football. So it's Eagle football here as we get you reset. They've got a 1st and 10 as they look to try and finish this one off. 5 points of contact necessary at this stage as they'll run on 1st down. And down to the 36-yard line here.
I like it. I like the call. Still an opportunity to run the football and chew up a little more time off the clock.
So they come up on 2nd down. If they can get another run like we just saw, would likely put an end to this thing. They'll run the jet sweep with Brown. And he's going to have to protect the football and take his lumps here at this stage of the game as they stop him behind the line.
As a wideout, when you take that handoff and you come around the edge, you're expecting to see nothing but empty space in front of you. But if not...
Well, things can go south in a hurry, and that's exactly what we saw on that play with a loss. And that should do it. He's got a 1st down. And the Eagles, they can run it out from here.
Well, that depended on the spot there, and he got it. But it wasn't by much, was it? I remember Coach Madden talking about, depending on which foot the official used, that would tell you whether you had the 1st down or not. You want that upfield foot to be the one that spots the ball, don't you?
And you and I have the luxury of a couple extra views here in the booth, and he did get it, but not by much. Now the Niners going to signal for their 3rd and final timeout as it comes with exactly a minute to go in the football game. Another running situation on the doorstep as they come up 2nd and 10. That one looks like he'll throw here. But he can't get a throw. He's taken down. It'll be a loss of 5 there as the safety blitz winds up paying off.
Safety blitz, such a fun play call to witness when it works. And the deep man can get home for a sack. Great timing by him. Interception earlier in this contest. Now a sack. He's definitely campaigning for the week honors, isn't he, Parker?
And they'll be inside the 35 now at the 34-yard line.
But what's a little more difficult is you follow the pace, but what you have learned
now flags will come in. I think this one's going to be on the defense for jumping. So jumping from his free safety spot.
That tells you how aggressive they are in defense, doesn't it? They get everyone involved. He was a little too fast on that play.
Well, obviously obviously, Charles, this was by no means an offensive track meet. I mean, the defenses were the story of this ball game. But, hey, they got enough points to get the job done, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
You're absolutely right about that, partner. In such a low-scoring game, it completely changes everything you had planned to do out there. Fortunately for them, they got just enough scoring to bring home the win. And in this type of a game, to play their defense, that became one of their biggest keys.
So that'll do it for my partner, Charles Davis, and the best darn crew in the industry. I'm Brandon Gaughan. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say good night from Silicon Valley.
Identifying documents. But this is a critically important aspect of litigation and getting sleep at night. I want to just go to a redacted CPD arrest report. And this is a very simple example I'm going to give you. I'm going to show you who the obvious tortfeasors are in this case. We have an arrest report. And this is a standard arrest report, 3 pages. And it has the date of the incident. It has the charges against my client of robbery, warrant. We go to page 2. We learn about the victim. And then typically we get the narrative, which is which officer has done what. Officers will often describe most of their conduct and who was involved. They may not say exactly what was done, but they'll say what officers were present. In the narrative, you want to be very careful, making sure you obtain all the names from the narrative. Critically, on page 3, you have a testing officer, and then you have 2 arresting officers. If your client tells you that there were 2 officers present at the scene who falsely arrested her, these are your 2 officers, J. Ward and Bon Giovanni. So life is never quite this simple, though. The identities of tortfeasors can often be a much more complicated task than the simple case I demonstrated.
Complete. And before this second down play, we'll get a whistle, a signal, and a timeout. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter. Throwing now is Mahomes.
So, here we are at the end of our discussion. I am going to pull up the webinar program and see if I can start responding to any questions.
They fake the give. Now Mahomes. He's going to launch this deep for Watson.
Raised at this time.
In a great spot way down in Baltimore territory. All right, Charles, let me put you in the head of one of those defenders out there. You have a big play like that go against you so early. What does that shake your confidence?
It shouldn't, but it often does, because your thought process all during the week is how you're going to get after that offense and make your plays.
Reach out to my organizers. I'm having trouble reading any questions that have been posted. It might be because no questions have been posted yet.
I can actually read some if you can't find them. They should be in the questions tab, but I can read some of them that have been submitted. You guys can keep asking questions as we're answering them. One of them, Timothy Black, asked, is there a good database of experts to choose from, or is a quick Google search the best way to choose an expert?
My recommendation on experts is to utilize listserv, the NPAP listserv, and to utilize our amazing civil rights community here in Chicago to inform you on what experts to use and, importantly, what experts not to use. I am not a fan of going through those books of 300 pages of experts from various fields. I'm not a fan necessarily of using the various companies that facilitate experts. I'd like to obtain experts from my colleagues, and I like to obtain experts through case law that I've read over the years, which experts have been effective.
This one was answered by Dan, but maybe you can have your own perspective on this. So Maria asked on Saturday during a protest, police officer took her camera away and never gave it back, and she was filming for journalistic purposes and filed a complaint. What can they do next?
Well, this is an egregious violation of their rights, and they should immediately contact an attorney, the ACLU, and get representation. There's a slippery slope right now going on of attacks on journalists, and the only way to reverse that is to stand up and fight. So this person needs a lawyer. I volunteer. They have their high
and audience members also asking if they can get a copy of this presentation as well. I think, Dan, we can share that out after the presentation. That should be it in terms of questions, unless anyone else has any that they're asking about. There are some that are coming up. Can you explain how you cover the risks that a non-prevailing plaintiff will be responsible for costs of clients when discussing retainer agreements?
Yes, very good question. My understanding is that if the plaintiff loses his or her case, the plaintiff is responsible for the defendant's costs, all costs, litigation-oriented costs that the defendants have incurred throughout litigation. It is useful for the into the heart to inform them that they will not be responsible for defense attorneys' fees, just costs.
And they took advantage of it there. Got a nice interception.
Can you explain or expand upon about locking witnesses into their statements early?
Yes, and this is the time when I wish we were in a conference room, because again, there are so many very experienced case misconduct litigators in this webinar. But many attorneys I know, as soon as they find a witness, and if the case has not been filed yet, they will send their private investigator out and lock that witness in to, just like in a deposition, to a recorded transcript that will be typed up that says exactly what that witness saw, where they were standing, any biases that might be involved. And the point is that you're doing this for several reasons. One, if you don't want that witness to disappear. You don't know if the witness is going to be available at the time of trial, if they might move to another state. There may be problems admitting the statement, but you want to have them locked in. You might also have a witness who changes his or her story, and the change may not be advantageous to your case. Having a witness locked in written testimony denies them the ability later to change their story.
Can you give us best practices for ensuring that pre-suit investigation remains a work product? Some have a basic understanding of the doctrine, but what steps do you take?
Now a timeout called for by the offense.
Well, I think the most important thing that I had in mind when I included that element was, for instance, if you meet with a witness, and I told you earlier that there are advantages to having your client with you. But you have to be careful when you're speaking with your client in front of the witness. You have lost attorney-client privilege. Same goes for distribution of reports. I'm talking about reports that you uncovered if you acquired the report, and it's part of your investigation. Wait, but if you start distributing this report, sharing it, using the report in ways that go beyond your particular use for litigation, this investigation document that you recovered and you found will possibly not be protected.
It's a difficult job for him to snap the ball.
This was from Louis Meyer, sorry if I mispronounced that. If you know the attorney that represents the police department or county, you reach out to them to see if you can get documents or reports prior to filing suit.
Hey Louis, this just happened to me recently. I had a case just from the pandemic, stay-at-home orders kicked in, and my client insisted that while I was naming 4 police officers, while I was plaintiff law, that there was actually a 5th officer. And I reached out to the Cook County State's attorney, a very, very high supervisor who was not like me right now, which is fine. But I bothered the supervisor with letters, faxes, phone calls to obtain as many documents as I could before filing suit, because I had to get this right, and the statute of limitations was coming up. So yes, I often will reach out to defendants before filing suit for documentation. And most of the time, not always, but quite bit of the time you can get into the materials, especially for someone like Boya. But sometimes the defense trainers will know that it's subject to Boya and will just hand them over. They know that they have to stand in front of a judge sometime soon in their case, and they don't want to appear unnecessarily as with instructions.
This one's from James Dolber. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your last name. When physical evidence is in police custody but belongs to the client or a state representative, and the police offer to let you or your client pick up the property, is there anything that you should do to preserve the integrity or usefulness of that evidence?
It's a great question. I think that you want to make sure, just like in a criminal case, that the piece of evidence is not being passed from hand to hand, location to location. So when I was mentioning earlier about protecting and organizing all of your evidence, this is a perfect example where you want to take an evidence, you want to be able to, bring it right back to your office, put it in an envelope or a box, mark it evidence, put the date on it, that you sealed it. It's not quite the same high standard as in criminal case, but very good practice.
This one's from Henry Rose. Could you explain more about the impact listserv and how to access it?
The impact listserv, absolutely. Impact is an amazing organization, National Police Accountability Project. It is a national organization run by the National Lawyers Guild. And in the city of Chicago, we have what's called the Chicago chapter of impact. And we have a remarkable community of civil rights lawyers in Chicago. And the Chicago impact listserv is a treasure. So if you want to, or wants to email me, I can get you on the listserv. But essentially you want to reach out to Ken Flaxman or Joel Flaxman, and they will get you if you fit the criteria of being a advocate for civil rights on the plaintiff side.
This one's from David Serta. How responsive is the city to responding to your FOIA requests? What do you typically receive in response? Do they give you supplemental reports, and do they heavily redact documents?
Well, hi David, and David is one of the people who inspired me to get into the field of civil rights. David knows this area of law much better than me, but I will say that FOIA is a great tool for getting a lot of information, but I think you're hinting accurately, David, is problematic. You're going to get a lot of redacted documents. There may be a lot of supplementary reports that the city should be supplementing in response to your original FOIA. They won't, so you really have to stay on top of it. The question, David, regards COVID and FOIA during COVID. I've been getting really fast responses from a lot of government agencies during the pandemic. So I know there was talk earlier on of municipalities delaying responses, which was a scary scenario, but not have transparency, not to have oversight during a pandemic. But in my limited experience in the last few months, FOIAs are being processed pretty quickly. But you have to stay on them. You have to send supplemental FOIAs to make sure you get supplementary documents.
Here's another question. What do you do when you don't have time for a respondent in discovery suit instead or prior to a federal SOL? Are you trying to identify defendants if you want to file your case in federal court? You file both.
Well, this is a very complicated, good question. If you do not know the identities of the officers, in federal court, I've had a lot of success naming, this case will be titled John Smith versus John Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2. And you file a complaint, and then you immediately file an emergency motion to compel limited discovery to obtain every shred of paper, every piece of evidence necessary so that you can name the tortfeasors. Get in court quickly and get that information. Just as from a practicing point of view, I would recommend to people to be careful not to take cases that are very close to the termination of the statute of limitations, because it strikes me as a recipe for disaster. You may not be able to conduct a proper investigation, name all the authors in time for the statute. If you do want to take the case anyway, I would absolutely put a clause in your attorney-client agreement and have your client initial that paragraph saying that you warn them that by coming on the case so late, you may not be able to identify all tortfeasors and get them to sign up. But I usually won't take the case in the last 3 months of the 2-year statute or 1-year statute.
They go play action with Jackson.
This one asks, what are the ethical issues when a potential turns into a potential defendant?
I'm sorry, a potential plaintiff becomes a potential defendant. I didn't quite get that.
I'm not quite sure that it just says potential turns into a potential defendant. Perhaps it's, they missed the word there. If that's not really too clear, there's also another question asking, do you write a demand letter prior to filing the suit?
It depends on the defendant. When you have cases against the city of Chicago, it would be, I suggest, a complete waste of time to write a demand letter before suit. I don't think, I can count on one hand in 20 years the number of times I have been able to settle a case without filing a suit. And it's not really an attack. I don't mean this is an attack on the city. It's just that the city usually likes to have the full tools of federal rules of civil procedure and the rules of evidence to really uncover what happened and to defend the city properly. However, by my investigation, pre-litigation investigation, found an officer, this happened to me about a year ago, who was just so very corrupt. And I was able to connect him to another officer with trouble in history. I wrote a letter to the city. I attached, by the way, a draft complaint law. And I've said, here's the case that I'm going to file in the next number of days. If you want to talk about settlement, give me a call, otherwise we'll just proceed to litigation. But with smaller towns and some collar counties, there are opportunities to settle before filing a suit. And actually, if you think a lawsuit might be damaging to the defendants, it could give you quite a bit of leverage to raise possibility of a settlement before a suit and say, hey, let's address this before I file a suit so it doesn't go so wildly public. Be careful though, ethically. I always wrestle with this because you don't want to be involved in covering something up. So if there's an injustice that has been committed to your client, you should make sure that the news gets out somehow. I'm not asking you to violate any confidentiality agreements at all, but there's a balance there about maintaining confidentiality of the settlement, but also making sure the public has access to the wrongdoing, potentially, of a government official who answers to the people.
So the previous question that we weren't sure was actually sent again and clarified. Let me pull that one up. So they asked, what are the ethical issues about contacting potential defendants as part of pre-litigation investigation?
Oh, well, I highly recommend that you do not contact any independent police officers before filing a suit. Most importantly, they're not going to give you anything. And it could be looked at as harassment, perhaps. Whatever goals you have in mind in reaching out to a defendant pre-litigation, I would suggest that there are other ways to get that information.
This one's from Jordan Marsh. When you draft the demand letter, how much detail do you include and how much do you hold back so that you're not providing the defendants too much information regarding your case?
Jordan, another highly experienced, talented attorney on the webinar. Could you read back the question? I just want to hear one thing again.
Sure. When you draft the demand letter, how much detail do you include and how much do you hold back so that you're not providing the defendant too much information regarding your case?
Yeah, it was the holdback part that I thought was in there. You know, Jordan, probably like I used to do when you were on the other side of the aisle, I often just called defense counsel and asked them what they want. Do they want a 2-sentence letter with a demand, or do they want a 3-page letter outlining all of the details of the facts and liability and damages? Sometimes the defense attorney will say, well, I just need a one-line memo. Another defense attorney might say, well, I've got to go to my county board and convince them. So arm your, put as much information in the letter that will help me help you. You have to be a little careful of that, not to give away too many gems in case the case does not settle. But I usually go by defense attorneys' guidance, and most of them will tell you what they need.
This one asks, any general tips for dealing with press early in a case, particularly while your access to evidence might be limited or your plaintiff deceased? This question could include client management.
Well, the media is at times a very helpful ally to a plaintiff's attorney. If you're having trouble getting information and documentation, there are advantages to taking a story public and watch your phone start ringing. The calls from witnesses who's read the article, saw the broadcast. So there are advantages at times to bringing the media involved. I'm not really a big media practitioner. I certainly have had stories written up about my cases. I've certainly had some TV broadcast news about my cases. I tend to lie. I tend to lay pretty low with regards to media. Unless I really need it for information, the person
I think you chalk this one up, Mike, to just a rookie mistake. And anytime you have a young signal caller behind center, you're going to have to deal with some of these ups and downs. Every once in a while, they're just not going to see the coverage. They're going to get baited into making a bad throw.
For instance, when I was prosecuting these recent police officers, Elizondo and Salgado, who turns out were running a drug conspiracy operation themselves, when I had clients who were directly wronged by these officers, I felt it was in the public interest to go to the media. So it's really an individual call, case by case. There are books, volumes, books, articles written about media and litigation. Very useful to read about this issue and see how the media can help you and how it can hurt you.
This one's not a question, more of a compliment. She said, Caroline said she's not a lawyer, just interested in civil rights, but this was helpful even for her as a layperson, so she just wanted to thank you for that. This question asks, do you address tax issues up front in all cases?
Here's the option, running right.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you address tax issues up front in all cases?
So this is a hot issue and our plaintiffs are taxes on proceeds. And I take an approach where I run and hide. I put on my retainer agreement and I put on my settlement statement at the end of the case that I am not capable and I am not going to give any tax advice to my client. This is a really difficult area of law. It used to be kind of a straightforward, if it's an injury, physical injury or psychological injury from an excessive force case or false arrest case, it was kind of likely that you would not be taxed because it's compensation for physical or emotional injury. But that formula no longer applies. The IRS code is highly detailed, and I just believe that the answer is too case-specific, case-to-case. So I just tell my clients to consult with, their CPA.
Okay. I think that does it for questions. David, did you have? Oh, hold on. There's another one that popped up. Do you ever seek third-party? I believe it's financing of your cases.
I would wish I could say yes, but no, I usually don't. But I'm just a sole practitioner, worried about getting into debt. However, I can see the need, if you have a really good prison litigation case, for denial of medical care, and you really need a doctor's affidavit to prove medical negligence, as well as the greater Section 1983 denial of medical care. It's expensive, and if you have to take a loan for that, just be careful of the interest rates, because lawyers can be subjected to some of these outrageous interest rates that a lot of plaintiffs get when they get loans on their litigation, upwards of 30, 40, 50% interest rates. So go carefully on the borrowing, but I can certainly see it having value.
Okay. David, did you have any closing thoughts or statements before we?
I do. As we live in such a
following the touchdown, Bass is back
difficult time in our country's history, I just wanted to send everybody off with some particular remarks. Oh, thank you very much for listening. Thank you for doing justice in whatever work you do as a lawyer or a non-lawyer. Please stay healthy and safe during this time of pandemic and demonstrations, and keep other people safe also. It's a lifelong responsibility to keep other people safe, but especially now with regards to wearing masks, not just for your own health, but for others. And given the blood on the streets of America, we all must stand up against racism. Racism is at the core of everything happening right right now in our country, even Corona, with regards to the racially unequal effects Corona has had on minorities. But during this time, silence is no longer an option. You've probably seen the signs that I support, especially when they're held by white people. Silence is actually violence now. With that, thank you so much for participating.
Wait, David, before we close it out, I have one more question. First I want to thank everyone for coming. Really appreciate all the questions and the conversation and the presentation. But I was wondering if you could expand a little bit more on the question about respondents in the discovery and statute of limitation issues, and then the last 3 months of a case. And this is something that sort of throws my head for loops in terms of when notice was given to a potential Joe defendant based on naming the city as a party. Could you expound upon your caution there a little more?
Well, basically, it's very hard to name a John Doe. The rule really is you must name the tortfeasor by name by the statute of limitations. Now, there is case law, and I might be needing it soon in a case. There is case law that if the plaintiff could not possibly have found out the identity of this tortfeasor, and if the other defendants know the identity of that tortfeasor and know that that tortfeasor should be a defendant in the case, there may be ways of bringing in that individual as a defendant past the 2-year statute of limitations. But it's risky, and I would do everything I could to try to identify the defendant before he filed suit. In response to the respondent and discovery of the state action, it's very important to know that it's not an opportunity to start finding videos and witnesses and all sorts of information about your case. There's a singular purpose to the respondent discovery, which is to find out who the proper parties are. And really, there are almost always other ways to find out without going to a respondent discovery case, but it is a tool. With regards to your last point about the 3 months, I just worry about my malpractice insurance when it comes to the last few months. I just worry about getting in trouble for not being able to fully investigate and identify the tortfeasors in time for the statute of limitations. And therefore, as a rule, I usually just don't take cases in the last 3 months of the tolling provision.
Now they'll change things around before the snap.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Dan, for that question. That does it for today's presentation. This presentation was recorded, so if there's anything that you guys maybe wanted to go over again, or pause the video and look at the presentation, we will have it uploaded to YouTube by tomorrow. And we'll also have a follow-up email as well that will include the link. with that, thank you everyone for attending, and
Chris Allen. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete. Oh, that's going to hurt a bit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to a civil rights case from start to finish. I'm Julie Herrera. I'm an attorney in Chicago, and I practice broadly in the area of civil rights. So that's basically, for me, half employment law and half cases against the police. Today, what I'm going to be sharing with you is my expertise when it comes to police misconduct cases. The view or the idea today is to give everyone a broad overview of a civil rights case, how they do it in a very general way. My hope is to share a little bit of information enough so that you know what to look for, what to be on guard against, what to be aware of, and so what I do is I represent people against police officers, and I've been doing it for about 12 years now. It was a passion of mine when I was in law school, and I felt lucky to be able to practice in this area. So I'm really happy to be able to share some information with you all today. And so I think it's important to start with the history of this sort of litigation. So 6 years after the end of the Civil War, Congress passed the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871 in response to the Black Codes enacted by Southern states during Reconstruction. The first section of that act, codified today at 42 U.S.C. 1983, provides a federal remedy for persons whose constitutional rights have been violated by state officials. So what you will hear is people commonly refer to these cases as 1983 cases. You may have heard that before. It's a common parlance that we use. But as you'll be seeing today, 1983 is not the only cause of action, but it is where we will begin.
Allen gonna throw.
I think it's always important to look at the statute itself. Too often as attorneys, we immediately start getting into the weeds, looking at the exceptions. I think it's important to start with the statute itself. So Section 1983 says this: every person who under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state or territory or the District of Columbia subjects or causes to be subjected any citizen of the United States or other person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws shall be liable to the party injured in an action at law, suit in equity, or other proper proceeding for redress. If you aren't familiar, an action at law means suing for money damages. So under 1983 cases, what you are doing is suing police officers and or municipalities for money damages. The statute was interpreted to allow lawsuits against police officers only in 1961 in Monroe v. Pate. So 1983 litigation is relatively young, as opposed to, for example, personal injury, contract disputes, or criminal defense. You can find case law in those areas back hundreds of years. Section 1983 litigation is new, fairly new, in terms of the law. So the outline of what we're going to be going over today is we're going to be looking at who are the parties in the litigation. What are the causes of action? What are common defenses? Where should you file, state or federal? Statutes of limitation, discovery, summary judgment, trial, and remedies. So we have a lot to cover. So to begin, the first question in civil litigation is who can be a plaintiff? And here, any person who has had their rights violated by the police can be a plaintiff. If you recall the language of the statute, it mentions citizens, but it also says anyone else within the jurisdiction thereof. And so a person who is not a citizen of the United States can bring a 1983 case as well. Whether they should do that and whether that's wise is a separate question. But anyone who has had their rights violated can sue. So that's the plaintiff. The next question in civil litigation is, who are the defendants? The defendants can be individual police officers, and most often they are. How do you find out who they are? A lot of times we get phone calls from people and they do not know the names of the police officers who arrested them. Sometimes officers try to make it difficult for people to know who they are when they arrest them. So we always use FOIA to try to find the identities of police officers. I really enjoy using FOIA, and you can get a lot of information that way. If for some reason that doesn't work, one method is to sue the employer, so like the city of Chicago, and use discovery to figure out who the officer is. The other possible defendants are cities and counties, towns and villages. For state law claims, which we'll talk about in more detail, you can name the officer's employer as a matter of respondeat superior. For constitutional claims, you cannot do that. For constitutional claims, you can only sue the municipality if you can prove that there was a policy in place. And that came from Monell v. Department of Social Services. I cited that, that's also in the materials. There is a wide variety of litigation about Monell claims and what kinds you can have, which is beyond the scope of what we're doing today. But it's just important to remember that if you want to sue a police officer under 1983, you can't automatically sue the city. You need to be able to prove some sort of policy or include a state law claim. So you have your plaintiff and you have your defendant or defendants. And the next question is, what are the causes of action to consider? There are, first of all, constitutional claims pursuant to Section 1983. But there are also state law torts, like false imprisonment or battery, to consider. What you cannot sue over is negligence or accidents. So we get a lot of these calls, you know, it was a mistake, they had the wrong person, they got something mixed up. You cannot sue over negligence or accidents, but you can sue over intentional behavior. You often want to make both sorts of claims. And so if you take a look at this, constitutional claims, there's often an accompanying tort or a similar tort. So for example, unreasonable seizure under the Fourth Amendment, you can also plead a state law tort of false imprisonment. If you want to make a constitutional claim of excessive force, you can often sue for battery as well. If you want to sue for unreasonable search of the home, you can often sue for trespass as well. And if you want to sue for something like in federal court, what we call a continuing seizure, most people call it a prosecution, wrongful prosecution. Under state law in Illinois, that's called malicious prosecution. Sometimes you can plead both, sometimes you can only plead one or the other. But it's important to think about both your federal and your state law causes of action that you might have. So I want to begin by talking about the constitutional claims, because this is the thrust of most litigation against the police. And we're going to go in order here of the amendments. So first of all, we have the First Amendment. And the First Amendment says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. So in the context of police officers, where you might see this happen is a person protesting outside a police station with a sign that is not polite, you know, that might be full-blown offensive towards the police. And the police arrest the person for carrying that sign outside the police station. That's probably a false arrest. You have freedom of speech, and the arrest would probably be illegal. Where this gets very complicated is, you know, where does the speech happen? If it happens on private property, it's a lot more complicated. But when it's happening out in public, often you will have a First Amendment claim for it. So that's the First Amendment. The next major source of 1983 cases is the Fourth Amendment. And I would say that the majority of 1983 cases are filed under the Fourth Amendment. What does the Fourth Amendment say? The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. From these fairly brief words, we have many actual sources of rights in the Fourth Amendment. So let's look at some examples. I like to think about the Fourth Amendment in terms of where a person is, you know, at the time that they believe their rights have been violated, because it matters quite a bit. So starting with on the street, for example, you know, if a man is stopped on the street and frisked and has done nothing suspicious, you can make a claim for unlawful detention. This area of the law is, I would say, one of the most common things to happen factually. It's also, I think, a very difficult legal claim. There's a lot of case law about when a police officer has reasonable suspicion to stop and question a person. As we'll talk about a little bit more later, the courts give a lot of deference to police officers in these situations. They let police officers make judgments based on the neighborhood that they're in. You know, which some people would say is fair, some would say is not. But that's kind of where we start to see the Fourth Amendment violations, is just on the street, a stop. So from there, false arrest. So this is one of the most commonly known Fourth Amendment violations, a false arrest. Someone being arrested even though they hadn't done anything illegal. Real world examples of this are, you know, someone is taken into custody and arrested because he shook another person's hand on a street corner, and the police assume or believe that that was a drug transaction. Sometimes, of course, maybe they're right, but other times they're not right, and the person was just shaking the hand of another person on the street. That's false arrest. Excessive force, again, a very common, I would say very commonly known cause of action, excessive force. And so examples of this are, you know, a man being put in a chokehold despite not resisting arrest. You know, he's talking to the police, maybe he's verbally arguing, and the police decide to use a chokehold, or, you know, to take him down, as they call it, or use some other excessive force they didn't need to use, force that was unreasonable. Other examples of excessive force go so far as, you know, being shot and murdered. Orlando Castillo, many people would argue he was shot for no reason at all, and that was basically kind of the worst excessive force that can occur. His family did sue. I didn't include any of those cases in the materials, but that might be a fun one for you to follow up on. His family did sue and the case settled. So moving on from the street, of course, there's a lot of Fourth Amendment violations that occur in vehicles. I would say those are some of the hardest cases to win, to prove and win, because police officers' rights with regard to moving vehicles are very broad. And that's like an entirely different section of 1983 litigation as what police officers do with regard to vehicles. But moving on from the street, the Fourth Amendment continues into police custody. So we have seen people who go to police lockup, and the police, while they're there booking them, take money from them. You know, for no reason at all, don't document it, obviously. That's an unreasonable seizure. The police officers do not have the right to seize the person's property. Another example is a person being in police lockup and needing medical attention. So the Fourth Amendment protects a person's rights when they're in police custody they have a right to medical attention, reasonable medical attention. The case law here recently has moved in favor of arrestees, which I was very happy about, to say that the denial of medical care in police lockup, for example, is judged by a reasonableness standard, which is very low. And so, you know, for example, if someone needs an inhaler and somebody's in their belongings, or their mom has it out front, or their girlfriend has it out front, and the police just decide not to give it to them, that's unreasonable. You can sue over that. So moving on from the street, police custody, another, I think, really fun area is Fourth Amendment violations that occur in a person's home. So, examples, the police enter the home without a warrant, without consent, and without an emergency. That's very likely going to be an unreasonable search. Also, you can probably sue for unreasonable seizure of the occupants. Usually people are detained for hours at a time during one of these home searches. But the three things to look for in a case like that are, was there a warrant? You know, often people will call and say, well, the police didn't have a warrant. Well, maybe the police didn't show it to the occupants, but maybe they did have one. And again, you can FOIA that information and get that. The next thing to look at is, was there consent? So, you know, obviously most people don't want the police in their homes. Of course, there's exceptions to that. But some people give consent when they don't really want to give consent. I think most of the time, as long as the person verbally gave consent, of course they're going to say you gave consent, the police could come in. And so that can be kind of a ripe area, factually speaking, when you're looking at these cases, is really getting the client to tell you exactly what was said between them and the police before the police came in. Now, of course, often the police conduct these raids in the middle of the night, do not give warning or give 1 second of warning before busting a door down. That can be an unreasonable search if they had no reason to do it that way. And then finally, emergencies. So most people, I think, would agree that there should be an exception for the police in these circumstances. So, for example, if a woman calls 911, she and a man are screaming in the background and then she hangs up. Well, most 911 centers are going to send the police to the location if that happens. If the police officers show up at the door and through the door they can hear the woman screaming or getting beaten or someone getting beaten or something happens, the police have the right to go in. that's going to be considered an emergency situation. We call that exigent circumstances. Under the law, it really just means an emergency. Another one that I think should be pursued more often than it is the nature of the seizure itself in these situations. So you might have seen some of these news stories where the police come in and bust down a family's door and they're pointing guns at children and old people. I know that there have been a few cases of these in the news. This happens all the time. I hear this complaint all the time. And I think those cases should be brought. You know, if police officers come in and they point guns at children, I would see over that any day, and I have. I think they can be fun cases to do.
The Bills come to the line to start their next
Okay,
drive.
so that wraps up the Fourth Amendment. There's a lot more to the Fourth Amendment in terms of your rights. I've included some of those cases in the materials. The Manuel case that I included is a fairly recent decision that talks about Fourth Amendment rights in terms of a continuing seizure. So a person that's held in pretrial detention. Those can be, those are rich source of claims. They're very complicated, which is why I'm not getting into it today. It could be a whole CLE itself, hours-long CLE for that one. But that's a general overview of the Fourth Amendment rights. So now moving on to the Fifth Amendment. What does the Fifth Amendment say? No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject to the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. Nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. The Fifth Amendment is actually not such a rich source of 1983 litigation. There's a common misunderstanding that you can sue the police if they don't give you a Miranda warning. That's not correct. So we get those calls very often. Among other things, people report that the officers didn't read my rights. And people tend to, I think because it's so well known in popular culture, people tend to believe that this is a right that they have. And in terms of the criminal context, which I will not speak to because I'm not a criminal defense attorney, the import is different. So the result, the police officers don't give Miranda warnings, is different. In the civil context, in a 1983 case, you can't sue for that alone. So you cannot sue because the police officers failed to give you the Miranda warning. You just can't do that. What you can do, and we're going to get into this in the 14th Amendment, is sue based on what happened after they didn't give the Miranda warnings. You know, did you give a confession that was coerced? And in this case, it's the 14th Amendment. Under the 14th Amendment, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. And the 14th Amendment overruled Dred v. Scott, one of the most famous Supreme Court decisions of all time, which had been decided just 11 years before, which had held the Constitution of the United States recognizes slaves as property and pledges the federal government to protect it, and Congress cannot exercise any more authority over property of that description than it may constitutionally exercise over property of any other kind. And so we 1983 lawyers are big fans of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment says right after the first part I just read. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So what does that mean? The 14th Amendment, again, similar to the 4th, is a rich source of 1983 rights. The Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment forbids the admission of an involuntary confession in evidence in criminal prosecution. So an example here is the Brendan Dassey case. So I include this in the materials. I think it's interesting. It's also a pretty thorough analysis of what a coerced confession means. Now, Brendan Dassey, I had to look this up. I hadn't looked at it in quite a while. The Supreme Court declined to hear his case. So Brendan Dassey, there's very little left that he can do. He's still in custody. His conviction still stands. If his conviction were overturned, he could try to sue based on the coerced confession. He currently can't sue because of HAP, which we'll talk about later. But the question then becomes, if someone confesses to a crime, can you prove that it was involuntary or coerced? And so normally the way this would have to play out is a person is held in custody for a long period of time based on a coerced confession and then finally let go. When that happens, once the charges are thrown out, at that point you can sue for a coerced confession. Similarly, like someone like Brendan Dassey, if his conviction ever is overturned, he could then try to sue for the police having coerced his confession. And the things that courts look at are, what you might think, physical coercion. The John Burge cases are a rich source of 1983 cases here in Chicago, so that's physical coercion, actually beating someone into confessing. But there's also mental coercion. So aggressive questioning of a person with a very low IQ, for example, or courts look at the condition of the person being interrogated, their age, their IQ, what could you expect them to withstand. There's a lot of interesting discussion about this in the Brendan Dassey case, so that's why I included it in the materials. The other clause of the 14th Amendment that gets a lot of play in 1983 cases is equal protection. And so, again, equal protection cases under the 14th Amendment could be their own COE. We don't have too much time to get into it, but, a very common example we see is, for example, a black person walks down the street and shakes a friend's hand. A white teenager does that in a different neighborhood. Who gets arrested? We all know the white teenager doesn't get arrested for that, but I have seen many times the black teenager does get arrested for that or gets questioned for that. And maybe they get stopped and they get frisked and maybe they have a small amount of marijuana on them when it happens. That can lead to them being in custody and not for a short period of time. So equal protection cases are, I would say, a very fun one to litigate, very worthy cause. They can be very difficult. I think the courts, especially here in this district, I think it's that they don't want to believe it. And so they've erected some pretty high bars to prove equal protection denial. Okay, so that wraps up my short intro into the various amendments that you can look to for constitutional rights. And so now what I want to talk about are common defenses to anticipate. So, before you file suit, you know who you're representing, who the plaintiff is, who you're suing, and your causes of action. But it's very important to think about what defenses you might face. You don't want to waste your time filing a suit and get your client's hopes up if there's some major roadblock in your way. So the heck bar is what I referenced earlier. This comes from Heck v. Humphrey. I think I included this in the materials. And basically what it means is that if the 1983 judgment would render a criminal conviction invalid, the claim cannot proceed. So therefore, if you have been convicted of a crime, you cannot sue over the validity of that conviction. You cannot collaterally attack it, is the word that the courts use. So for example, if someone calls you and says, I was arrested, they claimed that I beat the officer up or hit him, but I didn't, you know, but I pled to that. I pled to it because I wanted to get out. You know, can I sue them for that now? No, probably you cannot. There's a lot of variance here. You know, you have to look at what the person was convicted of exactly, and often people do not know. And so you often need to look at the criminal documents, talk to the criminal attorney. What exactly were they convicted of? You know, if somebody pled to reckless conduct, for example, but they were charged with assault on a police officer, you could still probably sue for malicious prosecution because they did not plead to attacking a police officer. They pled to something different. So you have to look at the specifics of what they were convicted of and then what you want to sue for. Heck does not bar excessive force cases, so if there is an incident that occurs and someone does plead to a crime, you likely cannot sue for false arrest, but you can still sue for excessive force, so that's an important thing to remember. The next most common defense is qualified immunity. So this means that an officer can be liable only if they violate rights that are clearly established in light of existing case law. This is a huge bar to 1983 litigation, and so I was surprised to find, you know, where does this come from? And it was invented by the Supreme Court in 1967 in Pearson v. Gray. A recent case that discussed it was Ashcroft v. Al-Kid, in which Scalia, supposed originalist, wrote, existing precedent must have placed the statutory or constitutional question beyond debate. Qualified immunity can be a big problem, and with the current makeup of the Supreme Court, I think it's an incredibly big roadblock for plaintiffs. I included one such case in the materials for you to read. Qualified immunity is something that you have to think about from the start because it's going to be raised, so you need to be ready for it.
They weren't exactly in high gear, but they were making a few yards along the way, and now that they've coughed it up, you gotta go back to the sidelines.
That's a federal case. The overview of the claims in a federal case. So as I mentioned before, you always want to think about what state law courts you might have as well. And so some common examples are false imprisonment, malicious prosecution, battery, false arrest, conversion, stealing, trespass, invasion of privacy by intrusion upon seclusion. You want to see, and you want to allege any tort, you know, that you can. Most of these are self-explanatory. The one I included at the end comes from a case that we have where a person, so this is invasion of privacy by intrusion upon seclusion. We had a female who was arrested, and when she was in police custody, she showed the police officers her phone, that she gave them her phone. It was to disprove something that was being claimed about her terms of maybe threats she had made against a person, a number of calls she had made, something like that. And the police officer, when he had her phone out of her sight, he opened up her photos, found nude photos, and forwarded them to himself, to his personal cell phone, which she only found out a couple days later when she was looking at her sent messages. We pled that tort, and the reason we pled that tort is because there was some bad case law about qualified immunity. Judge Holderman, who at the time was the chief judge of the Northern District of Illinois, found that the police officer in that situation was entitled to qualified immunity because there's no clear case law saying that you can't take an arrestee's phone and forward things from it to yourself. Which I think was a very bizarre decision, but one we weren't surprised by, which is why we pled this state law court as well. And so sometimes you need to cover your bases. If you have a federal claim where there's going to be a good defense, you need to think about what tort you can bring that might let the case as a whole survive. So some common state court defenses to look for, to be aware of, are the Illinois Tort Immunity Act. So the Illinois Tort Immunity Act is a big one. It's kind of similar to qualified immunity, but this one is statutory. It says the police officer is not liable for his act or omission in the execution or enforcement of any law unless such act or omission constitutes willful and wanton conduct. So what that means is you cannot, you should not sue police officers for negligence or accidents. So, you know, if you were to plead a case under the traditional negligence standard and say, you know, the police were negligent in investigating this crime, or, you know, negligent in looking for other suspects, you can't do that. Your case is going to get tossed out. You know, the defendant is going to move to dismiss based on the Illinois Tort Immunity Act. So as a matter of pleading, you have to prove willful and wanton conduct by the police officers. So the next thing, which I've kind of been alluding to throughout, is whether to file state and or federal claims. So the basic thing about our federal claims carry attorney's fees. So under Section 1983, actually Section 1988, if you win, your plaintiff's attorney's fees are paid by the other side. So if you go to trial and win as a plaintiff, you get your attorney's fees paid by the other side. There are, you know, lots of litigation over attorney's fees then, you know, what attorney's fees are due. That can make a federal claim more valuable, obviously. Why some people go to state court instead is juries and judges. So, you know, what you want to think about is, if I were to file this in state court instead of the federal court, would I get a better jury for this plaintiff? Would I probably get better judges for this plaintiff? And this is always changing. You know, and I think it depends on the plaintiff you have as well. So you want to think about who is my plaintiff and who would identify with them and where am I most likely to find the person that identifies with them. In Chicago, I would say among practitioners, there is an increasing trend to file in state court instead of federal. We still file cases in federal, but sometimes we file them in state instead. But I would say there is an increasing trend towards state court cases only. If you have or want only state law claims, you have to file in the county where the incident happened or where the officer resides. You can file in either one. If you have federal claims, you can file in either federal or in state. But if you file in state, the defendant can remove the case to federal court. And so that's something to think about from the beginning. So some people might say, well, I'm going to file in state court with my federal claims. Well, if you do that, the defendant can remove to federal court, and they likely will, which tells you something. You know, if defendants prefer to be in federal court, where should plaintiffs prefer to be? The next major question, once you know where you're going to file, is when do I file? And actually, when do I file could have been at the beginning of this presentation, and maybe it should be. The question of when a case has to be filed by, most practitioners know, is the most important thing that you find out as soon as you can find it out. So in your, when you're talking to a person thinking about filing a 1983 case for them or a state court case for them, the very first question, needs to be, when did this happen? And then all the other relevant dates. So when did the arrest happen? Were you prosecuted? When did it end? Did it totally end then, or was one charge thrown out? When did you have a trial? When did the appeal happen? We've had cases where, the important question is when the appellate court decided to overturn a conviction, and it can be kind of hard to find that out, actually. There's the date that they issued their opinion, but then sometimes people don't go out and get out for several weeks thereafter. So you want to get all these dates, from the very beginning. You obviously want to check your statute of limitations for your particular claim. Claims can, or statutes of limitation, is what that should say, can be as short as 6 months to file a tort claim against a federal officer, or as long as 2 years, a federal false arrest claim. So from the very beginning, you want to get your dates, get your statutes of limitations, all that might be considered, and file within the shortest one. But a complication is that you can also file too soon, meaning before all the conditions precedent to a claim have been met. So for example, before a favorable termination of the criminal case. A person might call you the day after they're arrested and they're currently facing charges, and those charges are pending. There are practical reasons why you wouldn't want to file a lawsuit yet. Maybe you don't want to rock the boat. Maybe you don't want to, alert the city or the state attorney's office that you're going to do this. Sometimes it can make them prosecute the case more aggressively. Whereas if you didn't file, you didn't, let them know that you were there, maybe they would let the person go. The officer doesn't show up, they dismiss the case. And there can be strategic reasons for waiting. There's also legal reasons for waiting. If you want to sue for malicious prosecution, for example, you have to prove that the criminal proceeding terminated in the plaintiff's favor. So you have to wait for that to happen. So usually you would want criminal charges to be resolved before civil claims are filed, but you cannot roll a statute of limitations. So what do you do? What if it's both too soon, but you don't want it to be too late? You can file a civil case and just request a stay until the criminal case resolves. So if you have any question at all about filing on time, making sure you do it fast enough, you can go ahead and file, and then you can basically acknowledge to the court that the case isn't ready to be litigated, but that you wanted to file it to preserve your statute of limitations. I've seen that done. I think I've done that, and it works. We've never had an issue with that. Okay, so we've covered who gets to file, who do you file against, what are you suing for, where are you doing it, and when are you doing it, and now you actually are in the litigation. I didn't get into detail here. What I left out is the defendant answering. So after you file the case, the defendant's either going to answer or move to dismiss. Using one of those defenses that I spoke about earlier. But once your case is going, these are the discovery basics. So the things that you're going to have to do in a case are initial disclosures of evidence and witnesses. So in federal court, there's a couple of different rules about this. One is Rule 26, the other one is the MIDP. And what it means in federal court, though, is you have to share with the other side immediately what your evidence is. So depending on whether it's Rule 26 or MIDP, you basically have to give a list of who you intend to call the trial and what evidence you will use. When I was a younger lawyer, I didn't pay so much attention to this. You know, I would do it, but maybe I didn't consider it as important or something that happened later on. Now I've learned that it's incredibly important to come out of the gate very strong. So to start the case by presenting to the defendant right away from the beginning how strong your case is, it really sets the tone for the litigation. From there, once you have the disclosures from the defendant, you can issue interrogatories. To avoid legalese with interrogatories, because the person answering them, yeah, their lawyer will be typing it and maybe even answering for them, but you want it to be a question that's easy to understand, so that the answer is easy to understand, so that they can't pretend they didn't understand it. So I like to say things like, you know, why did you arrest John Smith on March 16th? You know, make them answer that very simple question, you know. Why did you put him in the chokehold? Well, who was there and saw you do it? I like to do those sorts of questions. With the request to produce documents and things, I would say that's different. It also should be tailored to your case, very specific to what's going on. But if you can, you want to get sample discovery requests from experienced practitioners, because there are things you might not know to ask for. So police documents that experienced practitioners know exist, that other people, you know, don't necessarily know about. An example of that that's, you know, kind of interesting in the Chicago police context is how do you get police officer complaint records? And, you know, it's changed over time. There's been various organizations that supposedly investigate the Chicago police. But having the right words to know what to look for shows the defendant that you know what you're doing, and that if they don't give you what they should give you, that you will know. And also, sometimes the defense attorney is inexperienced, and they don't know to look for it either, so it's not always malicious on their part if they don't give you something that they're supposed to. From there, you'll do oral depositions, and that's sworn testimony under oath. We like to do those videotaped whenever we can. Another discovery tool is the request to permit entry onto land or inspect evidence. We use this whenever we can and whenever we need to. So, for example, if someone's assaulted at a police lockup, we request to go see the lockup. We want to see the whole thing. So we'll send a request to permit entry into the police station. And of course, they put some, you know, rules around it, when we can do it, what we can do, but we take photos, we take video, and number one, you can get some good evidence that way, but number two, it just gives you a better understanding of what happened. You know, so PI attorneys and all sorts of lawyers will tell you want to visit the scene. And this is an example of visiting the scene, but I think some people wouldn't think that you could do that, you know, but you can. The federal rules at least allow for it. Inspecting evidence, there might be some evidence that supposedly was your client's, for example, a gun that he supposedly dropped on the street. You can request to inspect that gun. Go and take pictures of it. Also requests to admit can be useful. You can send these early in discovery sometimes if there's something that you just want to get out of the way, you know, like consent to enter the home, you might want to send that early in discovery, whereas other sorts of requests to admit you would want to use at the end. Once you have a better idea of everything and you've isolated some issues that you want to get the defendant to admit based on everything that everybody has seen. And then the final tool is a 30B6 deposition of a city representative. So if you can use, you address these to the organization, the attorney for the organization, and then this is you telling them, I want someone to testify on a topic. So you tell the city, please designate a person to testify next Thursday about your policies for giving nebulizer treatments in police lockup. And then the city has to figure out who can give that testimony. And this is a really powerful tool because you don't want to guess. The other option is you try to figure out who would give that testimony, you depose them, spending money doing it, and you don't actually know the answer. A 30B6 puts the onus on the city or the organization to designate who has the information. And then if they show up and you're deposing them and they really don't have the answer, they're going to be in trouble, because that was what they had to do under 30B6. So once you've completed discovery, the next thing that you're going to face are motions for summary judgment. So in federal court, these are almost a certainty. If you don't know, a motion for summary judgment is a motion by the defendant where they say there is no genuine dispute as to any material fact, and the movement, the defendant, is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. So I'm saying defendant, but we've actually used summary judgment as a plaintiff before, where someone gets arrested and the police officers basically admit why they did it, and they give their version of events, and sometimes even under their version of events there was no right to arrest. So in that sort of situation, a plaintiff can look for summary judgment and say, look, even under the defendant's version of what happened here, there was no probable cause to arrest. So that can be kind of fun to do if you can do it. But again, defendants are going to file these in probably every single case. I can't think of a case where they haven't done it. They're common in state court too, maybe a little bit less common. Again, another reason to think about federal versus state. The rules for summary judgment motion practice are very specific and difficult. So this is an area of litigation where if you haven't done it before, you need to find somebody who has and have them help you through it. The rules come from Rule 56, but they also come from local rules. So from the Northern District of Illinois, they have specific rules and guidelines. And then your individual judge is going to have their own rules too. So there might be rules about when summary judgment can be filed. Maybe the defendant has to confer with the plaintiff in writing first. But then there's just very strict rules about responding to these motions. There are very detailed fact statements where if you mess it up, if you don't do it right, all the facts that the defendant alleged are deemed admitted. Which is obviously a big problem because in these motions for summary judgment, often defendants, kind of sometimes full-blown lie about what the evidence showed. I've seen that before. Or leave out, the statements that a person made in the deposition. So they can be very difficult to respond to. So again, if you've never done one before, see if you can get other people to give you examples of Rule 56 summary judgment filings. So finally, trial. This could be its own CLE. Obviously, you have to conduct a 1983 trial or a state court trial. But some things to think about are federal court has very specific rules for pretrial procedure. You need to check the Northern District of Illinois' general orders and also your judge's standing orders, similar to summary judgment. The procedure is very prescribed in federal court. So I know that some people don't like it because they say it's, too strict or too, requires too much of you or something like that. I like it, but I'm the sort of person that likes, order and advance notice of things. So there's a form that's on the website. You can find it, and you have to do a very detailed pretrial order that's then submitted to the judge well before trial. And so lots of things are ruled on there. You do exhibit lists, and even those things are ruled on. So right there in court, before any jury has been impaneled, you're in front of the judge talking about various pieces of evidence and what should come in and what shouldn't. And in general, what can happen is if you don't object then, some courts might say you lose the right to object. I don't really think that's true. You can and always should maintain your record with an objection, but that's what the pretrial order says, is that if you don't object, if you don't lay a basis for why you're objecting, that it's going to come in, the jury's going to see it. So that pretrial procedure in federal court is, very detailed. Again, this is where you want to work with an experienced practitioner to at least see some examples of pretrial orders that have been filed. Make sure you're doing it right. But what each judge requires is specific to the judge. State court is much more wild, is how I would describe it. With state court trials, number one, you don't even know who your judge is, until you show up and get assigned. And my understanding is in state court, you do your motions in limine the same day, just a matter of minutes or hours before the jury is being impaneled. In federal court, you do your motions in limine usually months before trial. It's not weeks. In state court, it's more rushed. It's more right then and there. And so finally, again, ending with maybe where we could have started, what are we suing over? So I had mentioned that you're suing for money damages. That's what a 1983 suit is, and that's what a tort suit is too, suing for money damages. And so what can you recover? So if a plaintiff wins, they can get compensatory damages. So that means if they can prove actual loss, so maybe they lost their job, and you can get compensation for lost wages. Maybe they had their car taken when their car shouldn't have been taken. Well, what was the value of the car that was taken? Maybe you destroyed property in a wrongful search of the home case or in a vehicle. You can have we call them hard costs like that, but also you can get money for emotional distress. So this is, hard to quantify. And a lot of clients, might ask you what they can expect. What's the average reward? What's the average settlement? One way I think to think about that is the city of Chicago has a rule where they won't settle any case above, or can't settle any case above $100,000 without city council approval. So, you might see a lot of 1983 cases settling beneath that amount. Because as we all know, that's, political at that point, whether city council is going to approve something. In addition to compensatory damages, what you can also sue for are punitive damages and attorney's fees. Now, theoretically, punitive damages are supposed to be paid by the individual officer. That is supposedly how it works. but they don't actually. So one study found that the officers in her study never satisfied punitive damages award and contributed to judgments in just 0.44% of the 8,600 civil rights settlements and judgments to plaintiffs that she researched, and their contributions amounted to a mere 0.02% of the $760 million that states, cities, and counties paid out in these cases. So we sometimes think about these cases as being against individual officers, making an individual officer answer for what he or she did. But do they do that? Yeah, I think it's a big question whether they actually do. You know, if the entity paying is almost always the municipality and almost never the police officer, I think there's a big question about that. The result of a plaintiff loses is that they have to pay the defendant's costs of suit, which can be thousands of dollars. So a plaintiff actually bears a greater risk in these lawsuits than police do. If a person brings a lawsuit and they lose, they're going to owe out of their pocket several $1,000s. And most victims of police brutality are poor, almost all of them, with very few exceptions. So it can be risky for an individual person to sue a police officer. Whereas, when a police officer loses, he faces virtually nothing. He certainly is not going to be terminated. He probably won't have to pay anything at all, and his life moves on. So that is the end of my materials. What I'm going to do now is check and see if we have questions, and go from there.
And this time the yards won't come so easy as they'll in fact tackle him behind the line.
Tackling's obviously critical down near the goal line. That was great work there to make the hit behind the line and make sure he doesn't get any further. Did a really nice job wrapping up and not letting him loose.
Yeah, he'll work free from one tackle, but that's about all as he's taken down. Now the Bills will use the second of their timeouts as they'll stop it with a little over 30 ticks to go in the football game. This crowd doing all they can. Here's 3rd and goal. They'll run with Jacobs, and the hole closes quickly here. He can fight only to about the 4. The Bills are going to go ahead and use their final timeout as the clock will stop with just under 30 seconds left to go. The kick by McManus is good. And the sideline celebrates as they have taken the lead in the final minute. All right, so time to reset here. It's a huge kick.
Sorry, it took me a second to find where those questions were.
Careful that their celebrations aren't a little too premature.
You're exactly
okay, so I see the sounded absolute materials I was referring to. Those were emailed out by Dan sorry, Dan, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Messaglia.
And he returns this to the 22.
Okay. Someone asked, are there any federal non-constitutional claims cognizable under 1983? That's a good question. And yes, the answer is yes, there are. I had thought about including some of those in this presentation, but I didn't think we would have time. One area is the ADA. So that's one that's I would say kind of new in terms of it being applied to police officers. So, what this can look like is, for example, a person who's out on the street or on a city bus, suffering from a schizophrenic episode. And, they're disruptive and they're bothering everybody. And the police officers are called. If the police officers act unreasonably in that situation, and maybe it's very clear that the person's having a mental health episode, but despite that, they throw the person on the ground and use excessive force. You can sue for excessive force, but you can also sue under the ADA and basically say that this is a denial of their rights as a person with disabilities. Another way where you can see it is in lockup. So with, for example, someone goes into lockup and they need a wheelchair to get around, and maybe the police officers take it from them and make them go into a cell without it. That's a denial of their rights as a person with disabilities. So the answer is yes. There can be other areas of rights that you can sue for using 1983. And then this person asked, what is the basis for bringing 1983 claims in state courts? Well, state courts are courts of general jurisdiction. So that means you can file any sort of case you want in state court. And so if you want to, you can file 1983 claims in state court as well. You have the right to, because you can file anything in state court. It's federal court that's more limited. Federal courts are courts of limited jurisdiction. The next question was, do the statutes of limitations toll from the date of the alleged tort or the date of discovering names of individual cop defendants? That's a good question, and one that I'm not really going to answer because I think it's too specific, it requires a little bit more research. So statutes of limitations, my understanding is that your not knowing an officer's name is not going to toll the statute of limitations. That's my understanding. So for that reason, if an arrest happened, some time ago and the statute seems like it's running, you want to sue, you want to try to find the identities right away, but if you can't, you want to sue the municipality if you still have time, because my understanding is not knowing an officer's name is not going to toll any sort of statute against them, and discovery I don't think is going to matter. The next question is, once a case is dismissed for qualified immunity, if the exact same fact pattern happens again, do the police still use qualified immunity as a defense? This is a really great question. So when courts are analyzing whether an officer is entitled to qualified immunity, they're supposed to do two things. One, determine if it's a constitutional violation, and two, determine if that right was clearly established, right? And so I would say that the court should do number one and then number two. They should decide if this violates the Constitution or not, and then decide if it was clearly established. So, they can say, we're going to analyze this. This was a constitutional violation. But number two, it was not clearly established, so this guy gets off the hook. Because then, that's what happens the next time, is that the next person comes along, and that court has already said that's a constitutional violation, and now this guy number two, gets in trouble, because now it's clearly established. However, what you see courts do repeatedly is they do number two and they don't do number one. They say, well, look, all that matters is whether this was clearly established at the time, so we're just going to move straight to number two. And the question is, was it clearly established? And no, it was not, so the case is over. And you're right to be concerned about that and think, well, then at what point can a person sue for something like this? It's a very big concern. It's a very real problem when courts do it that way.
yards on the carry.
Okay, so what was the result of the case involving a police officer forwarding himself nude photos of the young lady? Well, we settled the case. What happened was we filed the lawsuit in federal court. Judge Holderman dismissed it. We took it up on appeal, so we appealed to the 7th Circuit. Our option was also going to be to then file it in state court, like I said, for that tort. So we could have just filed it in state court, but we had kind of both things happening. Appealing it at the 7th Circuit and then getting ready to file it in state court, and we settled. I mean, so that's what happened in this case. I think, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. That's what happened.
So back-to-back big runs, picking apart this defense.
Someone asked, you've mentioned suing for willful conduct, but not for negligent conduct. What about reckless conduct? So if we're talking about a state court case, the phrase that the courts want to use is willful and wanton. And it's not the courts, that's what's in the statute. So the statute says you can only sue police officers for willful and wanton conduct. So I would just don't use the word reckless. You know, I mean, I think there's some debate about whether reckless is enough or, you know, but at the end of the day, you need to just use that legal phrase, willful and wanton, and then plead facts that support it. You know, like, how did the officer demonstrate that his behavior was willful? And you want to think about the why. You know, so people might call and tell you, like, you know, a police officer framed them, or, you know, arrested them when they knew that the person hadn't done it, whatever. You need to figure out the why, because the judge and jury are going to want to know, and you need it to prove willful and wanton. You know, you need to figure out why this officer would do that. You know, is it racism? Is it, you know, disregard for the person because they're poor and they live in a bad neighborhood? Is it some long-standing feud between the police and citizens, which happens all the time? Is it retribution for a statement that they made on Facebook the day before? Okay, you know, implicating the First Amendment there. So I guess that's my advice, is just use the phrase that's in the statute and don't worry about, don't plead reckless. I think you might just get yourself in trouble. Someone asked, is the statute of limitations for a claim that might be heck barred told during the pendency of a direct appeal or habeas petition? The answer is no, depending on the cause of action. So for false arrest, for example, if someone was arrested, you know, many years ago and they've been in prison ever since, and you know, you now want to sue for false arrest 4 years later, you can't. But it's a little bit more complicated because there's other things you could sue for, you know, like this. I had mentioned unreasonable seizure, continuing detention, 14th Amendment manual violations. Those, the clock doesn't even start to run probably until the case terminates in the person's favor. But there's a lot of complexity to that, to the manual type cases. I can't read this whole one. How do you deal with protective orders regarding taking photos in a police station? Okay, so we have dealt with that. We've also dealt with photos inside of a jail, which is outside the context of today, but, you know, photos of a police station. So, you know, depending on who you're dealing with on the defense side, some defendants' attorneys are going to be real hyper about, you know, the photos you take inside a police station. I think that's kind of silly and overwrought, but, you know, you kind of need to play along with that game sometimes. So if they act like it's very, you know, sacrosanct, what the police lockup looks like, you know, play along. I mean, you know, give them the assurances that they want. And, you know, you need to abide by it, because a protective order is when the court has said, you know, certain things in this litigation are going to be confidential, and you have to keep them that way. So, you know, the judge has signed that, and it's a really big deal if you violate it. So you have to be careful, you know. So if you take the photos in this police station, you have to treat them with a lot of care. You know, don't leave them laying around. Don't, you know, keep them on a public server, a public website. You know, you do have to be careful with that stuff, because you can get yourself in trouble.
Certified mini money.
And then someone asked, isn't the biggest concern for summary judgment motion qualified immunity? Yes.
All right, because once he took off, I mean, let's face it, that should have been done in Big Sky Country. Aren't any speed limits out there? And off he went. But I wasn't the one trying to chase it.
The defendant is going to be saying, even if everything you're saying is true, there's no clearly established law that this was a legal, and so the plaintiff cannot recover it. Somebody asked, how often do you see plaintiffs being required to pay litigation costs? Definitely, if they lose. So,
now after the touchdown, here's Elliott on to kick it away.
Myself and when I work for someone else, and 100% of municipalities.
And you'll get it up across the 20 to the 21-yard line.
I've never seen the defendant not try to pursue it. Actually, any defendant that gets so far as to really beat the plaintiff, they're going to try to recover their costs. I think there are some
Offense at the line, set to get going. They've got some stuff to build on from that last drive, because they moved the football, CD, and then they tried to go for it on fourth down, didn't convert, probably left a bitter taste in their mouths.
I would say so, and I think that they go out in this series determined for that not to happen again. In fact, they don't even want to get to a fourth down opportunity. They just want to make sure they get it done within the parameters that they've set for themselves. Run their offense and get it into the end zone. Yeah, I think a little bit of determination and a dash of anger.
And they're able to get this one across the 35. 73 yards rushing for him, as he has been tough to stop here in this first half.
Number one, because the law is good.
So from the 36 now, 1st and 10.
Person's right in their home. There's a lot of, you know, strong case law about that.
Jackson going to keep it running right.
I think that it's a right.
They'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. They get 17 more on that one and another first down. Well, he's certainly dangerous when he spots a lane and he keeps it himself there. Worked out well.
You know you have to practice it over and over, because it's almost like a ballet that has to be choreographed. But how about once he made the decision to go, he committed to it and win. Let's face it, most teams are going to defend the running back much more than the quarterback on that type of a play.
Nothing in particular happened to the person. You know, there's stuff wasn't broken. It's only taken 2 hours.
46 yards. And the Ravens have regained the lead.
I know these wide receivers are about flash and dash and high-flying plays, but a good number of them played running back at some point in their career, and that's how they finish off a lot of their big plays. Run after the catch.
And this time he finishes off the big play in the end zone.
Standard for punitive damages in federal court is where I'll start. Is that
Tucker able to connect on the extra point, and the lead is up to 5.
So there's your instructions. They tell you when punitive damages should be awarded. But what they say are punitive damages should be awarded to punish the defendant.
Tucker now to kick it away following the touchdown.
To deter the defendant and others like him from similar behavior. So,
and how about this? Here comes the reverse. And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26.
Stop this guy from continuing to do that. vehicles to other police officers, punitive damages should be awarded.
The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive. Well, partner, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes it's not really true, but last time that was the case. One play to get into the end zone, and then trying to duplicate that success here.
It's rare for those moments to happen. It could ruin that too, and you saw the celebration. Pure market running joy after that.
Here's 2nd and 10.
In the state court,
and that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively, and now it brings up 3rd down. He did an okay job of absorbing the hit, just couldn't secure the football from the catch.
And he was right there on the spot, forcing incompletion. That's something defenders work on all the time. If you're there, make the contact, but continue to work your way through the receiver so that you can't possess the football and turn it into a catch.
State court judges are so used to dealing with negligence cases, they might say, well, how did you give penalties? You didn't ask me first.
Throwing is Hurts. Catch made here by Campbell. He'll be stopped at the 27-yard line, well short of the 1st down marker. Call it a gain of a yard, and it'll be 4th down. Hurts not coming to the sideline. They're going to go for it.
Whether a case can be settled with city council approval is just for compensatory damages.
As he throws, as this one's going to go straight down the top. Incomplete. So certainly an interesting call there to go for it. And the Ravens get the football back and in great shape.
Paid by police officers, and so they don't settle for punitive damages either. I guess that's kind of the question. So if the case settles, there is never going to be an amount included.
Jackson now.
Paying that money.
And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. Josh Sweat rushing in and bringing him down to the ground.
Well, that's an excellent way to get the pass rush activated. The first sack of the game for them comes on the first play of the drive, and it makes it very tough for the opponent to pick up a 1st down now, playing behind the sticks.
That huge loss on the sack makes this job much more difficult. It's now 2nd down and 22 yards to go. To throw is Jackson. He's got it complete. Derrick Henry. Maybe a little shy of the 25 here at the 26-yard line. It's a pickup of 12, and that'll set up a 3rd down. He's got good size. We know he's tough to bring down running the ball. That also carries over to the passing game like we saw there.
And at his size, how'd you like to try and stop him on that angle route? Him coming out of the backfield, breaking sharply, catching the football. It's going to take a lot more than one guy, most likely, to bring him down. That was a nice game.
And he will have a Ravens 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
And this is an example of breaking down a defense, because a lot of these runs, he's getting past the point of attack, and guess what he's doing? Forcing secondary guys to have to make a lot of tackles.
A solid run by Derrick Henry, and here's another 1st and 10.
The person's telling the truth. Also, I really like to
they'll give him another shot here on the ground. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. A nice run there, 9 yards. And it'll be 2nd down. Time for a break. We've hit halftime. 2 quarters down, 2 still remain. We step aside. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back. Halftime over. We are ready for quarter number 3 alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaughan. It's the Eagles ready to see the football first, and they trail here as we resume action in this 3rd quarter. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24.
I also do background checks on my players most of the time. I have them tell me what their criminal background is, and then I do a background check on them, like through a private investigator.
Already at the line, this Philly offense. offense set to go. And they're still very much in this game, although they do trail. What's the game plan, Charles, for the second half?
It might be a little counterintuitive because most people would think losing equals passing the ball more, but I'd establish the running game. They kind of run away from it in the first half, but then they get back in balance. It'll help them put the ball back in the air.
8 yards on the pickup, and now they'll have some options on second and short.
And so you can look there and you see, is this a rookie defender? Is this someone who, according to this website, has 70?
Here's Hurts to throw. And this one complete to Smith. And he slips up past the 45 before being tackled. Back-to-back good plays have him on the move on first down.
You might want to take a second look at. This person's never been accused of misconduct before.
Hurts sets up to throw it. Goes right back to Smith again. So no gain on the play, and it's second down.
As a defense, you're more balanced when you're in zone coverage because you're able to keep your eyes on the quarterback and see the play develop in front of you. You're able to keep the quick pass in front of them and stop it right at the line of scrimmage.
Third quarter of a tight football game as we come up on a 2nd and 10.
That's a really great question. I know lawyers do.
Again, he'll drop to throw. As he throws there, incomplete. Misconnection there. He's hit on just 50% of his passes thus far. That's not where you want to be.
I see the evolution of the game. You go back to the quarterbacks of old, 50% would be terrific because they threw the ball downfield almost every time they threw it. Now with a short passing game, you should be above 60% just to be in the average range.
They had the incomplete pass on second down. Now they need a big play here, 3rd and 10. Back to throw again. They'll set up the screen to Barkley. And this one's going to go the wrong way. Losing yardage back at the 42. There'll be a loss of 6 yards on the play. And that's going to make it 4th down. But plays like that, Charles, no doubt, they're just going to continue to fuel this crowd.
And this defense is already playing well, but it also feeds on the energy of that crowd that you're talking about. And that takes them up to another level. Right now, they're playing really loose. They've got the lead, and what a nice stop they just made there behind the line of scrimmage.
The state law says that they cannot.
And how about this? 4th and long, and they're going to go for it.
I don't know of anybody that can do that.
They're indeed going for it as they look to throw. And it's going to be batted down. A surprising move to go for it predictably, at least somewhat predictably. It doesn't pay off, and it'll be a turnover on downs.
Prisons are a big deal.
We couldn't ask for much more to this point in the second half. A gorgeous day, 1-score game, 1st and 10 here.
Prison litigation is very difficult for other reasons.
Now a handoff to Henry. And the second wave of tacklers is going to get him as they stop him behind the line. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
They use the ADA to recover for people in prisons.
Again, it's Henry. And now man. All to start this drive as they're going to drive it behind the line for a 2nd straight play. It'll be a loss of a full 3 yards there, and it also brings up 3rd down.
That's a really alert defense there because they saw the heavy look come in from the offense, countered it with extra linebackers who brought a little bit of speed and heft, and able to really make a big-time play for their defense.
Oh, shit. He done fucked himself.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. And this time will be intercepted. Good job by James Bradbury.
I'd like to send those without legalese, like I said.
And the Eagles will take over possession here up at the 44.
And that's a great example of ball skills right there, partner. You and I do a lot of games, and I can't tell you how many guys look to run with the football before they've intercepted it. So that's a nice job of focusing on the task at hand and coming away with the interception.
The Eagles offense set to begin their next drive. They'll start in excellent field position following the INT. On the ground, this is Saquon Barkley. And a rain slow materializing there as he'll get medium guard up to the 45.
As a reminder, you have duties to respond to discovery without OSBS. Okay, exactly like that. Please answer these properly. If they continue not to do so, you certainly call,
you on second down. And he's able to take it across midfield before going out of bounds. He's able to get most of what he needed on the carry there. 7 yards on the gain. And it's 3rd and 2 now.
I know the toss play begins with the guy taking the snap and turn around and tossing it to the runner. But what the real intrigue is, can they seal the edge? Whether it's an offensive tackle or a tight end in the direction they want to run the football. If they do that, that's the result that you get, that type of a gain. If they don't, oftentimes it's not a very successful play.
No, I didn't. Does any video exist? Well, I wouldn't be the one who knows. Well, who would know?
This is 3rd and 2. Maybe the biggest play in this football game.
I guess our commander. Okay, well, what's his name? Sometimes depositions are just
they'll try to run forward with Barkley. And he's got the first down yardage before he's brought down at the 42.
When it comes to fights over cost to produce, the attorney gets to give the answer and make all these arguments. Sometimes it's better to just get
it's Barkley on the counter.
When it comes to the police department, this would be a great time to spend the 36 notice.
I know this type of running back. I mean, this size, this intensity usually gets better as the game goes on. I just tell you from experience, the first few quarters, you're eager. You come running up there, I'm going to tackle this guy. By the 4th quarter, you're coming up and thinking about it.
And D-line wearing down 4th quarter. Yeah, that's not a guy they want to see consistently. They'll go to Barkley again. And not able to break away this time as they're going to stop him right around the line of scrimmage.
To indemnify an officer for a state law battery claim.
On 3rd down, he's not going to get there. That won't even be close. It was blown up in the backfield. It's a loss of a full 3 yards. It brings up 4th down.
There's no question that coming into this game, this defense was pretty vocal about his desire to take this running back out of his game. And all that pregame movement has turned into results.
Municipalities will not do it, and that happened, has happened in cases where the police officer
this one,
has been
an absolute must. It's 4th and 4.
It's not very common, especially here in the city, but in the suburbs you see that sometimes.
Around the motion man right.
One example was in Schaumburg.
Able to find the open man. That's great. He'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. 4th quarter, down to the final 2 minutes, and we've got a 1-score game.
Once those people were retired, the city no longer paid for their defense. And so that signaled that they didn't intend to indemnify them. And then sometimes the fraternal order of police would take over the defense.
Here's 1st down.
So that can be a tricky situation. Like if the behavior was actually really so bad. Sometimes the city will say we're not going to indemnify. And then
get him down after a pickup. It's 2nd and 2.
Trouble. If the city doesn't indemnify and you're just trying to recover from an individual.
They go back to the ground now with Barkley, and they're going to get him behind the line yet again as his nightmare afternoon continues. This linebacking core, they've done a good job of keeping that running game in check, haven't they?
They certainly have, and what they'll also do when this game is over is thank the guys up front, the big defensive line, because they've kept them clean, so to speak, not letting blockers get to them, allowing them to run to the football and keep that running game bottled up.
Well, it's caught on the right side. It's Smith. And he's going to be taken down with the 1st down at the Ravens' 15-yard line.
Someone asked, do you ever do press releases or otherwise engage the media in connection with these types of lawsuits? What are the potential benefits and drawbacks of doing so?
Goal coming up as the tackle made at the 3-yard line. Well, a timeout called for by the offense as they'll stop it with 25 ticks remaining on the clock.
I'd never liked to do it. I think with clients who are not sophisticated,
here we
which
go.
most victims of police misconduct are not sophisticated, meaning, very highly educated people.
Throw left side complete. Touchdown, and they've taken the lead late in the final minute of the fourth.
Wow. If you Google me, you can find that I've done it.
What an outstanding drive right there to take the lead. And also, Charles, didn't leave their opposition with a whole lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, I like the way that you're viewing this because they did a tremendous job to put themselves in a position to win. But they can't celebrate just yet. They've got to clamp down on any big plays and force them to use them.
That is intercepted. Return by Brandon Stevens. And he takes it. It's a big two, if you will. It's not played back.
Yes.
In a big way.
They are common. They're hard to win. I mean, they've been
So still a chance with just over 20 seconds to go, but they need to get this one back, no doubt.
Under Monell, variety of returns.
And this is going to be recovered by the hand seam. And that should just about put a capper on this one. And that's why you have your hand seam out there on the field. Those are the best guys ready to make that play.
And let's face it, it was executed well. It wasn't a bad kick. It wasn't anything like that. Just that the normal outcome actually came to play. Analytics will tell you it's a very low possibility of getting the ball for the team kicking it in an onside kick situation.
You're all about the numbers, aren't you?
All about the numbers, baby. It's a new game now.
They don't lie. Now the Eagles will use the second of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 17 seconds to go in the game. Another running situation on the doorstep as they come up 2nd and 10.
So it's not astronomical.
He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball. And some room to work. And even though he gets out and knows to stop the clock, it's not going to matter. That first down going to be enough to write a finish for this one.
Well, that's a carry they have to be satisfied with. And throughout this game, they've been satisfied with what he's given them. Whenever they've needed a big run, a first down, he's the guy they've turned to. And it doesn't matter what the defense thinks. They feel like they've got the confidence to keep handing it to him and keep picking up good yardage.
And now here comes their final timeout as they take it with 8 ticks remaining. So their task a little bit more difficult now. 2nd and 13 that they're walking up on.
It's kind of getting into jail and police, but with those, there have been times where we have asked for some sort of change, like change your protocol.
And he'll get it. He's been busy enough.
And we have that.
And he's going to have to protect the football and take his lumps here at this.
But just thinking of the city of Chicago, I think the unfortunate answer is no. I don't see behavior change as a result of these lawsuits very often. But I also don't really know. I don't work in the police department. I don't really know. But from what I've seen, I think the answer is not that often. Someone asked if, under the Illinois Tort Immunity Act, is bringing suit for grossly negligent police conduct also barred? Again, similar to the reckless question, there's just no reason to use that language. I would not use that language. I would say that what they did was willful and wanton instead. And then someone asked, what is the public site available to search officer complaints? I will provide it. That's what I can say. And maybe what I can do is link to it on my website too, because I think that would be interesting. I don't know it offhand, but I will, I'll put it on my website. How about that? And maybe Dan can share it as well. I think this will be our final question because I think we're out of time. But are there claims that could be filed in either state or federal court where a police agency refuses or fails to make an arrest?
The usual sea of red here in the spectacular venue has been turned white as we are high above snowy GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium in KC.
So you know, based on like sex or race. So like maybe if, you know, a black person alleges that they were beaten up by a white person for no reason, and the officers just like choose not to do anything about it, you might be able to make an equal protection claim there, but I think it would be an uphill battle because there's so much case law and statutes out there that say you can't.
Here's the kicker, Harrison Butker, ready to get this one started. And we are underway from Kansas City. Well, you don't see that often. He just mishit it, and it goes out of bounds.
Well, I know sitting up here, and I'm looking at you, and you're looking at me, and I know we're both thinking the same thing. Isn't it easy enough to keep it between the sidelines? Because unless you're intentionally doing it for some reason, that's a costly mishit, and now you put your team in a bad spot.
Questions, you can feel free to call me or email me. All my contact information is on my website, www.julieherreralaw.com, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
In motion to tight end.
I want to thank the organizations who put this on.
Try up the middle.
And
work his way up the middle for a gain of about 4, second down.
Well, on every play call, you realize it's not going to go for a touchdown, so a lot of your calls are setting things up for maybe later in the game, trying to establish the inside run with toughness now, hopefully get to the perimeter later, and let's face it, you could do worse than a 4-yard run on first down.
Second down and 6 now.
Hi everyone, this is Daniel Masoya from First Defense Legal Aid. I'm here to introduce our esteemed presenter today, Davis Foreman.
And he'll take it across the 50 and into Chief territory.
A quick burst there, and he nicely bit off a pretty decent game.
Suggest what to do when where Chicago police are hiding records from your discovery, how to get them. Candace's law firm focuses on
test for this defense. Here we go on 3rd and inches.
She has experience handling pro bono habeas corpus petitions for non-criminal.
He will have the Bears first down, maybe by about a yard as they find a way to convert on 3rd and inches. Didn't get it by much, but bottom line got the first down, avoiding that 3 and out. How vital is that on the first drive?
To me, it's like the first round of a boxing match. You know, it may not mean much right then and there, but you'd rather not lose it, right? So you want to go ahead and get it, kind of establish something early, and hope it can carry through.
And nothing much materializing there on the first down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it.
Well, any lane that might have been open there was closed pretty quickly, and that was because the defensive front, they won that battle at the point of attack at the line of scrimmage. They used great leverage, held their spot, and stacked it up.
Second down and 8.
Sign-in links, which you'll need to do in order to get CLE credit for this. So thanks everyone for attending, and with that, we'll hand it off to
Trent McDuffie with a pick.
Thank you. There's also documents that are in the chat. I understand documents that I sent in for this. I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people that loves doing discovery. It's a weird thing, but I love going through these documents that I get, and I go through them ad nauseum, going through looking for any little secrets that are in there. And it's especially challenging when you're dealing with the city of Chicago because they do not want to give you documents. When I say the city of Chicago, I'm primarily talking about the police department. And to give you an example, and it kind of segues into the Inspector General's report on the filing system of the Chicago Police Department, or probably better described as the lack of a filing system for the Chicago Police Department. I want to talk about the Mason Fields case because I think that's like...
It's one of the NFL's newest venues, but it's already earned a reputation as one of its best. This is U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis.
I represented a man named Mason Fields. Some of you are probably familiar with his case. Mason was was convicted of a double murder. The murder took place in 1984. He was arrested 1 year later in 1985 and convicted in 1986. During the course of
Justin Tucker has this all teed up. And off we go from Minneapolis. It's Brandon Powell with the return. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line.
8 pages of the Chicago street fouls. Street fouls were just being kind of making prominent news at that time at the time of Nate's case. Because of a case that, the Jones case, Jones versus Chicago, which...
So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Throwing off the play fake here.
Criminal case. And so,
caught by his fullback behind the line. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. The rookie from Clemson in on that stop.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up second and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
Carried around with them when they were investigating crime.
Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1.
At the time, we found out that they considered the street fouls to be...
First carry here for Aaron Jones. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
I like that. I really like that execution to move the chains. Now that 3rd down call that they had ready, well, they can stick it right back in the pocket for a later occasion.
First down now, ball at the 39-yard line.
Required a turnover on the Brady anyway.
They go play action here. Little off-center, his man just couldn't adjust to it.
That is normally a gimme for this offense, these short throws. For defense, well, they had just enough influence on that play to force the incompletion.
Pages of notes. This is the double murder of Rod Baylor on the 35th and State.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down.
And it was
back now, pressure on its way. Buys time, rolling right. And that one's behind him. That's incomplete.
You know, when we were growing up in the backyard, we called them alligators. 1 alligator, 2 alligator, 3 alligator. He needed another alligator in order to get that ball off. Credit the defense for forcing the incompletion.
To the air, 3rd and long. He put everything he had. Cut at the 20-yard line. And he flips the field for that before being taken down.
Now, right there, that's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom, connect on a big shot, and instantly you set a tone that you're not going to be afraid to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
Escapes the pocket.
There's everything else.
Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing it. Unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. 2nd down coming up.
Well, he needed another second to deliver the throw he wanted to. You got to give a lot of credit that time, Kate, to the pass rush for getting in and forcing him to dish it before he was ready.
2nd down carry for Jones. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1. They'll have 1st and goal to go now after they gained 18 on the previous play.
To play running back in this league, boy, you've got to have tremendous vision. We saw it twice. Once to find the lane upfield, and then to get to space and break off some extra yards.
And he won't get anything there. Several defenders nearby to hold him up. No gain for them, and now it'll be 2nd and goal.
You know, Kate, these are the situations in training camp that I love more than anything to watch. You learn so much about a football team in these goal-to-go situations. You know you got to protect that goal line, and the defense, well, they did the job on 1st.
He runs it across, touchdown. The Vikings finish up an excellent opening series. It's an Aaron Jones touchdown. What an outstanding opening series, partner. They just wore down that defense as they marched their way to the end zone.
Yeah, it took a whole bunch of that opening script to find a touchdown, but it showed just how well designed that script was. It was the right sequence of plays to keep that ball moving and find the end zone. And your offensive staff was top gear right here early on.
That one right down the middle. And the Vikings will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Here's Reichert set to kick this away. Kickoff taken at the 3. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20.
Trying to keep him from being executed. And they filed subpoenas on his behalf. Over the course of the next 22 years,
first and 10.
I counted 7 subpoenas, including the one that his original attorney did at the trial. 7 subpoenas to the City of Chicago Police Department asking for the street pass. And it was never turned over.
Here's Derrick Henry getting it on the ground. And he's able to get across the 25 before stepping out. A nice 6-yard pickup. They're going to have 2nd and 4.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid game, but it's also a run that you know and you may come back to. Because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one, really break the backs of the defense.
Sat across from them who said, Candace, I want to get that street
Lamar out of the pistol.
That street pass to approve.
He's going to dump this one off to the fullback. Complete. He breaks even, but that's it. Brought down at that line of scrimmage. Ivan Pace able to make the stop. And time runs out before they get the snap off. That's the end of one. Neither side separating much so far. More from US Bank Stadium after the break.
You'll never see it. But, I like him, and I like his face, and so I agree to represent him.
Back at beginning the second quarter, Ravens in possession. They still have 5 to go here, 3rd down.
It's just a wonderful judge.
And not a lot of room for him as he's brought down. Offense up to the line fast.
Ask for the street ball. Took a long time to get discovered because of motion practice that was going on. Started in 2011, the first was filed in 2010, and 2011 about and I had a lot close working for me at the time, and 3 boxes arrived
Reichert on for the point after.
from the defense counsel.
Extra point set right down the middle. And the Vikings double their lead to 14.
My office a short-term agency. Candace, I think there's something we should see.
Here's Reichert set to kick this away.
And she pulled out these documents and she said,
That's going to be taken in at the 8. With some trickery here on the return. And he gets across the 30 before he's brought down. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Pistol snap to Jackson. He'll get this to Henry. And he's brought down after a short game. Dose of the hurry up offense here.
Possible perpetrators, I should say. In the stairway of the project.
Oh, they're going to run the option in the shorts up. Oh, he lost the football. And they pick it up. Time to push for that marker. And they'll advance it no further. They belt him as he tries bringing that fumble forward. Working quickly here. First down throw for Jackson. And it's incomplete. Trying to set up the screen there.
Looks like they started a campaign of discovering real words this file. Real words documents. Why weren't they turned over? And I was collecting all the subpoenas so I could show how many attempts were made to get this file.
So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call.
Answer these questions, they kept going on and on. They didn't know where that line
Connects with Bateman.
So I say,
And they push this down to the opposing 47-yard line. Moving quickly, trying to get set again.
But who found it? Where did anyone know who found it? And there was all this altercation. And
It's going to be an incomplete pass on the throw to the right.
went in front of the judge a couple
I know
of
it's
times
unrealistic to expect a 100% completion rate from anyone on the field. But in this close, you really shouldn't be missing too many throws. Those need to be borderline
sanctioned them on a couple of occasions. And finally, he told me, I want
Completed to Flowers.
you to answer this
He
question.
gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. Now with Stephon Gilmore stopping
And
that
that's
play.
when the city attorney
So it's the 2-minute warning here from Minneapolis. It's the Ravens with 7 to go here on 3rd down.
Well, you think the file, it's in the file cabinet, the 51st Amendment. I'm not sure who found it, but that's where you think it was.
And the hit knocks it free, incomplete. First time this game they've looked to him. And that'll bring up 4th down. Well, I know some old school coaches, maybe some former NFL quarterbacks who would have this guy running stairs after that drop, partner. Hit or no hit. Now's a catch there that put him at a 1st down.
Yeah, that's why that's old school, okay, Kate? The new school coaches and quarterbacks know how hard it is in this league with the contact. I know how valuable those contested catches are. But the defense for making the play on that one.
You want to see a foul.
Running for it. Here's Henry. They pitch it to him. Oh no, he lost control of the ball. It's picked up by the Vikings going the other way.
Sometimes there's things written on those folders that you also want to see, and that helps show you the whole picture of what went on. So I went and looked at it. The document or the folder was being held at 51st and Wentworth at the lieutenant's office, lieutenant of detectives. And I went over there and I went through it, and I was starting to be able to put together what some of these documents were that I didn't understand. And just to give you an example, there were some notes that were like cut up pieces of paper that had a menu on the back. And it's like, what is this about? And it turns out they were using the back of something to make their notes on. And so when they photocopied it, I got a separate photocopy for the back and for the front. And so there were
from one of the loudest venues in the NFL, there's a look at Arrowhead Stadium here in Kansas City.
I reviewed the whole file, and then I sent to the city a couple weeks later. So I don't see the file cabinet that you claim this document is in. This file is in. I don't see the cabinet.
Tyler Bass about ready to get us going. And we are underway from Arrowhead. And now we're going to hop into the end zone, and it'll come out to the 20.
Which he did. And I went back to 51st and Wentworth, back up to the detective division, which with my co-counsel, and the detective met us up there, and he took us to this file cabinet room.
First play, Mahomes looking to throw it. In trouble here, and down he goes. Back at the 8-yard line. Gotta hope that's not a sign of things to come as they face an early 2nd and long. His first throw of the game, gonna be intercepted. And they take possession of the football and have it at the 36-yard line. Not something you see very often from a quarterback of his caliber, an opening drive interception.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind that even he's surprised at how that one played out. But we know this guy is not going to stop him from continuing to fire as this game goes along. Probably give a little nod of respect across the field for that one. Let him know he'll be back the very next series.
He was hit as he threw it there, and that one winds up incomplete.
Kind of a fine line when you're setting up a screen. You don't want to throw it too early and have the defense react too quickly. And you definitely don't want to throw it too late, and that way it's not formed perfectly. Got to make sure you hit it just right.
Motion man is Shakir. And he fires one incomplete.
They have to like what they've done defensively here at the outset of this drive. They forced a couple of incomplete passes, bring up a 3rd and 10. Don't be surprised to bring a little pressure on this snap.
So back-to-back incompletions, and that has them staring at a 3rd and 10. They run for the first time with James Cook. And he is out of bounds inside the 30. 10 yards, good enough for a Buffalo first down. That O-line, they cleared a big hole there on that run.
The athleticism of offensive lines continues to evolve, and we're seeing it here. Not only are they controlling things right at the line of scrimmage, but they're able to get upfield to get to what we call the 2nd and the 3rd levels. You know, get to the linebacker spot, the secondary spot, getting all the way downfield with their blocking, which helps keep the running back clean.
They'll try to continue that trend here this afternoon. Now a first carry for their fullback. He'll head out of bounds inside the 10, marking down at the 9. 17 more yards on that one as they keep the drive rolling.
That guy's going to want the football a whole lot more. I hate to be the offensive coordinator now because all he's going to say is, how come I'm not touching it more? Do you see me out there moving around, wiggling and making it happen? Give me the ball, coach.
And he opens the door and we walk in and the
that is incomplete.
They'll put a check mark in the box where the defense coordinator was saying, how well can we stay with these receivers if we're in man coverage? Because he just did it on that one, forced the incompletion. Now allow him to get bolder with his pass rush, won't it?
Absolutely, frees up your guys elsewhere. Completes it right side to Cooper. And that's a hard-earned yard there as he takes a pretty good jolt at the end of that one. They'd really like to make the short field pay off. We'll see if they can, but this is 3rd and goal. No, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. And the Chiefs are going to get it back here just past the 35.
And that felt like a little extra pressure on that 3rd down attempt, and their mistake cost them points because they're inside the red zone. So you know you've got at least a field goal waiting for you. And in this case, they end up with nothing.
The KC offense out of the huddle, ready for their next drive. DOGbackwardsss, he's down to the 10. And all the way in for a Kansas City touchdown. DOGbackwardsss, 64 yards. And the Chiefs use the early turnover to get on the board first here in this one. Now Mahomes to the line as the Chiefs are going to go for the 2-point try. Mahomes will throw for it. And no, it falls incomplete. So the 2-point conversion no good. So they went for 2 and failed. They didn't use him on the PAT, but now he boots this one away with a 6-0 lead. And able to get this across the 20, but not much further as he's dropped it to 23-yard line.
I asked the detective, I said, you know, he went back and it was gone.
The Bills come to the line to start their next drive. A big mistake last time they were on the field, tossing that interception inside the red zone and really taking away what had been a pretty successful drive up to that point.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it. As they head out on the field for this drive, that whole offensive unit is just thinking redemption. You know, they moved it really well, didn't pay it off. This time, they want to make sure that ball ends up in the end zone, and they're the ones possessing it.
And down he goes, but he takes it up to the 40.
And I would ask the judge for permission to go down to the basement to see the cabinet.
And they run the option here on 1st and 10. And no pitch there and no chance either as he's brought down behind the line of scrimmage. Allen going to change this at the line. He'll decide to keep this once more. They pitch it out to Cook. He'll be dropped shy of the 40 despite an excellent display of footwork.
And she is also kind of a family box, so she brought her family with.
They're going option play on 3rd down. And hit behind the line. He lost the football. It's loose. And it's picked up by the Chiefs. And they take possession of the football and have it at the 36-yard line. Second quarter from KC. It's the Chiefs in possession of the football as they get set to start their drive with a 1st and 10.
Exercise room where there's some officers working on the machines and stuff. Walk through that to this door.
A give right side for Pacheco.
Except it was only 6 feet high, and now it's all space, so, somehow I need to get in there.
It'll wind up being a huge loss on the play, and that's going to bring up a second and about a mile here.
It's a fucking boiler. I mean, literal. It's a boiler. There is a furnace.
Throwing now is Mahomes. He's going to let this one go deep. Well, he rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. Jair Elam makes a pick. Now he's loose at the 40. Inside the 20. And he is going to score. It's a pick 6 and a Bills touchdown.
You could only go through that one cabinet, which just bugged me because I wanted to look at some of those other ones. They were from
and now the Bills will bring the offense out onto the field and go for 2 here.
I think in area 4, I don't think there were any, if there was, just a few from area 5. Mr. Fields goes with the area 1 file. I got to go through that file a lot.
So after the INT, it's Allen. That's caught. And he is into the end zone to give him a 2-point lead.
We could look at the files. There were some that were familiar to me because of the investigation I was doing in Lake Space. There were some other...
So they'll get another shot on offense following that pick 6, and now the kick is away.
Which was the Americans. And there were a couple of other
and they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27.
Cases. So, I paid a lot of attention to those and made a lot of notes.
The Chiefs offense about set to begin this drive.
That brings me
now Mahomes to try again after the pick 6. He's going deep for Brown. Mahomes misfires again. It's intercepted. Rasul Douglas picks it. And the Bills are going to take possession here at their own 47-yard line. A nightmare of a first half for him, and that's now 3 interceptions. But Charles, with his talent, if anyone can shake this off and right the ship, it's him.
I agree, because you don't get to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league without developing some major mental toughness. So I expect him to go to the locker room at halftime, hit the reset button, and come out a new guy in half number 2.
Okay, so you still...
Good starting field position for them as they come up 1st and 10 on their side of midfield at the 47. They start the drive with Cook. Oh, look at the juke. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, second.
50% of the files in the cabinets were files where someone had been charged. So we're looking at a whole shitload of stuff that has never been cataloged, never been examined, never been inventoried. And Inspector General, and I don't know if it's because of the publicity about the street files in Nate's case, that they did an investigation of the police department file system that was released in 2020. It was released in June. And that's part of your materials. It's an interesting read, and I did cooperate with them, and I did provide as much information as I could about the problems I had getting documents. Now again, Nate had tried with 7 different subpoenas over the years to get this file. I got it in a discovery request in his civil rights case 26 years later. So here's what
we are 20 minutes south of downtown Buffalo. It is Highmark Stadium here in Orchard Park, New York.
Management and production of records. First, the Chicago Police Department lacks standard management-driven practices to ensure that all records responsive to a records request are produced. That's kind of an important thing. And I'll tell you my feeling is that
One kicker Tyler Bass has us ready to start. And through the snowflakes, off we go here on EA Sports.
The detective that was showing me around, he was in his last month before retirement. So he was put him in a nice cushy job. And that's that position that then for the years that I could have before, because I got to take that position. It was very often a detective nearing the end.
They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40.
At the police department, he was getting ready to retire.
On the ground to start the drive with Pacheco. And he's going to be stopped at the line. No gain. Great way for the defense to open up here at home.
This defense wanted to come out early in this game and take the fight to the offense. And boy, did they ever set the tone on the very first play, keeping that carry to no gain.
And, you know, we had very primitive.
We'll try again here. 2nd and 10.
This paper put on this person's desk, and then puts it to this person's desk. So, yeah. There's no system for ensuring that everything is produced. Second thing that the Inspector General said.
From the gun, here's Patrick.
CPD's records management and
on the second play of the game. Picked off by the linebacker,
to ensure the department can meet the constitutional and other
nearly a pick 6, but he does set up the offense with 1st and goal.
It's not often that everything breaks right for this type of return off of an interception, but boy, is it beautiful when it does. I mean, look at the defenders just flip around and become blockers, trying to spring their guy to the house. Great athleticism, some great moves on his part. I mean, he's going to have some of his offensive teammates looking over their shoulder for their position.
Going there, fullback trying to get it. He's in. Touchdown, Buffalo.
So no, they can't meet their legal obligations if they don't give you what you're entitled to.
And now, after that opening touchdown, the offense is going to stay out. Go for 2.
Inspector General said the CPD is unable to
try and run right on the option. And he will take it in and tack on the 2 points to make it 8-0.
So the federal system in place to know what's even out there that get in place. And the way the CPD breaks down is there's lots of different departments, and Different departments have their own files on the same case.
Following the touchdown, Bass
And I
is
found
back
out again
to
just
kick it off.
recently in a case that I
Oh,
had
what an unforced error at an untimely moment. Just tied the game, but then the kickoff out of bounds, and the ball comes out to the 40-yard line.
And you don't get documents that aren't right in front of you.
Set to go now on 1st and 10.
So they'll give you the main
From the shotgun, it's Mahomes.
one that's in the warehouse.
That's hot. Travis Kelce.
But they don't go to forensics until the forensics file. They don't go to photography until
What a luxury. There's certain teams, when they have a guy like this, I mean, not only is he the big target, but then to have that size and speed to run away from these linebackers and do so much of his damage after the catch.
1st and 10 now from the 36.
Back to Mr. Fields'
out of the gun, here's Mahomes.
That's the inspector general of Chicago. 15,252 subpoenas.
Into the throw that time.
That has been appealing in the database.
He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
74%.
On 2nd down, Mahomes. That's going to be intercepted. Picked off by the safety, Taylor. To the 20. And he is going to bring this one back.
So that is an ongoing problem. They go for the main file, maybe the one in the warehouse. And I'll give you another example of, how crazy this is. And this is still Nate Fields' case. So we got the street file, and there was another set of documents that was in the main file at the warehouse. And so again, I got copies, but I wanted to look at the originals. So I made an appointment with my co-counsel to go to the warehouse and look at the file. And we go there, and I made him go sit somewhere else so I could review the file without him looking over my shoulder. And I'm sitting there going through the file, and a very nice man who is kind of the custodian of the warehouse, who keeps it organized as much as it is, comes up to me, probably not realizing I wasn't from the city, and said, "Oh, I found this other file too that's related to this case."
With a new stadium rising just to the west of us, for now we're back for football in the familiar setting of Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park.
And it turned out it was like the second street file. It wasn't as damning, but it still had really interesting stuff that should have been turned over and stuff that would have been important for the Nate's trial.
The kicker, Tyler Bass, has us ready to start. And through the snowflakes, off we go here on EA Sports. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line.
And that's still a problem. It's a problem that I encountered last year, the case in which I found out that documents, I knew documents are fingerprints were an important part of this case. And I kept pushing and pushing. I finally found out that
first carry now for Rico Dowdle. And he surges forward for a gain of about 5.
13th State or 11th State. And let me check there. And it turns out they had their own file that had never been turned over, which had really incriminating.
They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5.
Documents of it not incriminating for my client, but for the Chicago Police Department. And there were actually 2 fouls then instead of even 1, because they put some of the documents in one file, the ones that they didn't want anyone
And
to
he's
see,
going to get
and the
first
other
down,
documents
taking
in
this one up
another
past
file.
the 40-yard line.
And that's what they turned
Second
over.
down at these distances, Mike, you
And
pretty much
one of the
anticipate a
things,
pass, and I think
talked
that's
about
what the
looking at
defense
the
was
file
lined up
jackets.
thinking. In this case, they
He
leave a
actually
little too
said
much
on
room
the
on the ground,
jacket,
and the offense is
in
able to pick
case
up the
that
first
all
down.
the people whose fingerprints didn't match. My clients listed on. Okay, so these are the problems.
Cooks going in motion. Dak going to throw it here on first down. He's got a man. It's CeeDee Lamb. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
They tend not to give you everything because they just give you what's easiest, which is kind of a lot of their experience is done. They don't know
on the ground, it's down.
Not
much happening there, just a short game.
So one thing that we should be doing in our subpoenas is making sure that we
here's a second
everything
and
that we
9.
think should be out there, that we want to make sure they're looking for, and sometimes
Back to
doing
throw
it
is
with
Prescott.
separate subpoenas.
He'll
I've
find
now
his
started
tight end.
doing
That's
separate
Jake Ferguson.
queries just
And
to
they'll
keep
take
it
this down inside the 35.
so that they've got to do a separate
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And listen, I know I'm biased, but if you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
They might say,
Here's a carry for Dowdle.
some inventory sheet.
And they will take him down at the 20-yard line.
This is how you draw up your opening possession when you're on the road. The longer the drive goes, the quieter the crowd gets. Continue to mix in that run game and see if they can finish off by putting this ball in the end zone.
Ongoing right now. I got sanctions against
On first and 10, Prescott. Left side, caught by Lamb.
Not giving me things, using things in very discovery that they had.
They'll go up here on second down and 5.
It was really frustrating. And Judge Weissman,
And he'll be taken down.
after Judge Cockshaw had sanctioned City either 2 or 3 times, said, and then after his another sanction motion, said, we've got to get to the bottom of this. What's the problem?
Trying to pick this one up on the ground. And the Cowboys are going to have a first and goal. Some good running there. Gets them down to about the 2-yard line.
A huge advantage to red zone offense is the ability to run the ball. In this case, I thought he was going to score. Takes it all the way down inside the 2. Sets up first and goal.
This opening drive, it has been a work of art. Now, can they put the finishing touches on? It's first and goal. They'll try to run this one in. And he's going to get stopped in the backfield. They'll take him down at the 3-yard line.
The speed and the get-off by the big interior defensive tackle, Mike. I mean, he got through there so fast, he almost took the handoff himself.
There's 2 separate lists. Those are also in the materials that I submitted to you.
Back up to the 3. It's second and goal.
So the bigger document.
They'll go with him again.
Chicago.
And he won't quite get in. Down to the 1, setting up third and goal.
I'm not going to go through the documents. You can go through, but it's kind of a starting place. This is always going to change. There's new documents, added documents, not used anymore. But this kind of gives you a roadmap as to what should be out there in broad terms. And we've got 5 pages.
They'll run the sneak. Trying to find an opening, but too good in the middle from the defense. They stop this up, and now it is 4th down.
No gain on a quarterback sneak. That's pretty surprising, Mike, anytime we see that happen. There just aren't many plays in the NFL that we consider to be automatic. Quarterback sneak is normally pretty close.
2 minutes to play. Still searching for our first points of the half. Greg and I back in Buffalo after this.
That can get you through this CPD documents, you get to the Chicago Police Board documents, and I never thought about it.
So instead of going for the first down, in comes the field goal unit. Bit of a surprise here. Through the falling snow, the kick is good. And the Cowboys will take a 3-0 lead.
I think apart from the wind, when you talk about kicking in the elements, Mike, I think the snow has to be the kicker's worst nightmare. It's just so hard to have the confidence that when you stick that plant foot, it's not going to give way. So give credit. That was really well done.
So after the field goal to open up the scoring, the kicker's back out for this kickoff. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25.
Photography and all that stuff. And do a second one to the police board. And then let's see what else we have.
So here's a 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 24.
And again,
in motion, Shakir.
Shooting case.
They give it to the first option. That's the fullback. And he'll try to use that size and push forward, but it will not work. They're going to get him down behind the line.
The last one is actually
on 2nd down. They're going to run the option here to the right. Here's a 3rd down and 4.
They're probably a good one to subpoena for documents too. And then the last ones, I'm going to come back to cover. The last ones are mostly where you might find.
Allen going to make the read and hold on here. Looked like a lateral there, but now it's a free football.
You know, it's amazing, Mike, that guys still end up fumbling the ball because I can tell you from experience, the first 15 minutes of every offensive practice is ball security circuit, and that could be a combination of multiple things. How to go to the ground without getting loose to the ball, almost like the art of falling. It could be running over bags or through bags as guys take swats at the ball trying to knock it out. There are so many ways to simulate what the game is like.
That's over the middle and intercepted. And the Bills are going to have the ball at their own 18-yard line.
When I was doing this case, Ripper was the so-called independent body to investigate police shootings, and that led to another.
So they come to the line for 1st down and 10.
Case that I thought because I had asked for
Allen working from the pistol. He's going to air this one out, looking for
and
that is incomplete. Amari Cooper was the man he was looking for. It's 2nd down.
Well, not exactly breaking news here, Mike. They got speed on the perimeter that just not a lot of teams in the NFL have. So even though that ball falls incomplete, I think they have to continue to do it, continue to pressure this defense and make them defend the entire field. Because as they're worried about him running by them, there is a lot of space open underneath.
My opposing counsel outside of court about my frustration
Cooper going in motion.
with getting vehicle documents that I thought should be out there.
Well, you can tell that the defense had seen that play on game tape, and they were ready for it. They tried to do a little jet sweep, pop pass out of the gun. Defense was all over it. Nowhere to go, no gain.
So, So I have to go to my person, and then they go to Efra. And I'm sitting and I'm listening to that, and I'm thinking, okay, you're the one that signs off on the discovery. You're saying you're
Cooper going in motion.
but you're not even talking to the person.
Give him 14 on that one. Good for a Bills first down.
When I left there, I didn't say anything to him. I just left there and I went back to the office and I drafted the subpoena for it. And I thought, well, I'm going to get somebody who could sign off on this and everything. And that led to a whole big shebang because everyone wanted to be considered part of the city. But I explained the judge got to that it's corporation.
They go play action now. Here's Allen. He's going to air this one out looking for Cooper. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
You know, Mike, drastically different things waiting for these two squads on the sideline as they run off. I mean, we can hear the defensive sideline celebrating all the way up here. I mean, back-to-back drives, they come away with the takeaway. Now, on the offensive sideline, there's no celebration awaiting. It's coaches looking to gather their guys together and say, look, we've got to have ball security. If we don't protect the football, we have no chance.
So we've got all of the city agencies on that first list to go through the two documents.
Prescott on first down. He's got the open man. That's Jalen Tolbert. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
This is a tale as old as time, Mike. It seems that any time a team forces a takeaway, fumble, or interception, the ensuing drive starts with a shot, a deep play in the air to try to seize on some of that momentum. You saw a great example of it here.
Pistol now for Prescott. That is intercepted. Picked up by Terry Johnson. Inside the 40.
But sometimes those things generated by mistakes turn out the distance.
Touchdown,
Bills. To the evidence that was found. So, I just, with no print, I'm going to get back to the state's attorney's office.
And now you get the pick six, and right on the heels of that, the offense comes out to go for
There's
two.
a lot of things if the state's attorney's office is involved in the shooting.
Allen going to keep it on the zone read. And he will pull his way in for the 2 points.
They also had something I have not dealt with myself, body-worn camera.
They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. Levante Turpin on the return. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line.
Coming near the end of this is, again, customary video. And for a lot of shooting cases, this could be important.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10.
Didn't take place at a school, it took place near a school.
Cooks going in motion. A first down throw for Prescott. Here's a screen coming for Dowdle. Crazy. And a big strike for good yardage there, all the way up to midfield.
I like the call. Using the screen as a drive starter to pick up a chunk play and get this offense into some rhythm. It's clear this offensive play caller anticipated the rush of the defense, and he was able to use it against them.
And for the third time in this first half, he's been intercepted. And the Bills are going to take possession. They've got it at their own 42.
Well, Mike, once again, this drive, it ends the same way their last one did, walking off the field following an interception. Now, you're hoping this is more momentary struggle than it is a trend, but as hard as it is to do, they need to get calmed down. They need to reset because their offense cannot operate at a high level if they don't have confidence in this passing game.
Whoever you can there.
The tight end Kincaid in motion.
Public defender files, Cook County State Stream files.
They'll throw on first down with Allen.
There's a primarily the
left side there, not going to find the target.
Really well done here by the defense, Mike, executing this zone defense, and they got to be able to pattern read. You're not just going to drop back to a spot and just play like a robot. Based on what the receivers do off the line, the defenders have different rules of where their zones move to. Well, they had that one dialed in right from the jump, and they were able to stop that play really before it got started.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10.
There's not.
On play action, Allen again working deep downfield. That's going to be incomplete. They took a shot on the final play. Prayer not answered. And that is how this first half will come to an end. All right, Coach, thank you. The snow continuing to fall as we ready ourselves for the second half to follow.
And I've given you 2 sample ones, and I realized as I was preparing today.
Well, this snow not abating at all. If anything, might be coming down a little bit harder as we are underway here in the 3rd. Here comes the return from a yard or 2 deep. Oh, he tries to lateral the ball, but it's a mistake. That ball's out. Special teams has come up with the recovery. Special teams comes through again. We don't talk about it nearly enough, but sometimes the biggest plays of the game happen like that one. The kickoff return, fumble, recovered, and momentum swings again.
Everybody loves to see a big return, Mike, but the priority of any kick return unit, just give your offense a chance to possess the ball. And in this case, they don't.
And for the 4th time today, he has been intercepted. And the Bills are going to take over here up near the 40.
Well, Mike, I think it's pretty clear what the message was by this head coach at halftime. He said, listen, guys, we're behind. We're trailing. We're going to come out early in this second half and be aggressive from the get-go and cut into this deficit. But oftentimes, reckless decision-making, over-aggressive play calling leads to turnovers. Now, this defense finds themselves heading back out onto the field a little earlier than expected, but they need to hold serve and keep this score right where it is.
Because it saves 1 or 2 responses back to you to go back and look at.
From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. We'll go play action here with Allen. He's going to look downfield once again.
There's a fine line between trusting your arm and having a little bit too much faith in your arm, right? I think this was one of those situations here, Mike, where there was nowhere to go with the ball. He tries to fit that one in there anyway, and he's lucky that it just falls incomplete.
It's not a system, and it's not always correct, but that's where they start.
In motion, Shakir.
So in my FOIA request,
quick throw here is complete. And they'll have it across midfield down the opposing 46-yard line.
This pass defense, it just has to be better than this, Mike. They have to do a better job accounting for everybody in their coverages. They have to play their defense exactly according to the plan, because if not, this quarterback has enough weapons. He can spread the ball out and find the open space.
They'll motion over Samuel.
To construe this request as the
On the RPO, quickly in the hands of Cooper.
Receiver just finds himself in a really nice groove, and there's these weird times in the game, Mike, where it just seems like every ball comes your way, every play they call, you're wide open, and you just find yourself in one of those grooves that athletes talk about. So they got to continue to ride the hot hand, because right now on that field, there's no mistaking who it is.
Including all investigative
Cooper going in motion.
Including police reports.
We'll try and run here with Cook. And that call will not get it done. The defense ready, stopping him behind the line of scrimmage. And it sets up fourth down.
Stuff that I obviously wasn't looking for in this case. Photographs, crime scene photographs.
This one incomplete. The defense up to the challenge there. They force the incompletion, and they'll take the ball over on downs.
You know, more often than not in the NFL, games are won based on who wins critical downs. Well, that fourth down attempt right there was exactly that, and this defense came up huge for a big-time fourth down stop.
First down, Prescott. The open man is over. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play. And it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
Look at him stay on his feet as he's able to shimmy his way for a gain of about 5.
This just shows why you can't count on just one guy to take him down. He's a powerful enough runner. You've got to have guys coming in support when that first hit is made. It takes a team effort to stop him, especially once he gets going.
Based on what's in there is missing. So, for example, sometimes
they'll stick with him again. And he's close to the first down. Gets 4 yards on the gain, but it will bring up third down.
And that's just using
and a yard.
Saying, according to Detective Smith,
we'll try to get this one on the ground. And yes, that'll get it. First down, marked at the 30. A good run will keep this drive going.
So, you know, so Detective Smith.
Some points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports.
Getting deep down into the file, but you need to
a first set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10.
You won't find those.
They'll stay on the ground. And a nice run. Get him about 9. It'll bring up second down.
There's no photograph, so there's no contrast. You need to eat like that, but that's horrible. And so that's when you can fall asleep. That's when I call that topic. I get ready. And I say, you know, I think there's stuff missing.
Back to the ground. He'll get it again. And he's going to pick up the first down. He'll get down to the 15-yard line.
That is not in the file. And I think it's just another example of another file that I did a FOIA request on. This is again for someone.
Going back in the backfield. He'll get the carry here. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the punt.
Education itself has that schema file. So I did FOIA request to find out as much as I
Second
can.
down, Prescott.
And so I did a
The ball
FOIA request.
deflected at least a couple of times. And a ball to the ground. It's incomplete.
Even though it doesn't result in a sack, when you dial up the right pressure at the right time, like sometimes that's all it takes to lead to that incompletion. The timing is just a little off between the quarterback and his intended target. The ball falls incomplete.
On third down, Prescott. At the left side, he's got Ferguson. And he will score.
But in
Jake
Missouri,
Ferguson. Touchdown, Dallas.
they said, oh,
What a
we
game
have-
this has been.
we are
Back and
recruiting
forth
some
we go, and that
documents
fourth
based
quarter
on
score changes the lead one more time.
And we've seen the lead go back and forth, Mike, and now the question is, can they get a stop? Can they find a way defensively to hang on to this lead and get themselves this big win?
And he's going to be stopped in the backfield, taken down back at the 3.
I called me a cowboy and I said, is there any left for the
So now playing with the lead after that fourth quarter touchdown, time to kick it back the other way. A safe kick taken at the 5. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line.
Extensions that they had to go do some searching. And then I got 300 pages. And it was an important 300 pages. It's one of the other things you always want to do, especially if you think things were withheld.
This is first and 10.
File, we get the defense file from the earlier case.
From the shotgun, it's Allen.
And you see what's in it. First,
that one pinballs around, but it is incomplete.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
Here comes second down.
Sometimes you find some of it was. It's kind of a crapshoot. But,
out of the gun, here's Allen. Looking to Samuel on the out route. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play.
More. And, it was easy in that case because they said they were withholding stuff on the theory that doesn't exist. But sometimes it's not that easy and you're kind of trying to figure out what might be missing based on what you're seeing and what you've seen in the other files, hopefully, that you have.
Time now becoming a factor as we get to third down.
It's frustrating.
They'll drop to throw.
You see from the request, you can do it.
That is incomplete. Here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's fourth down.
They desperately needed that one, Mike. Down here late, they've only got a few remaining snaps to go, and it puts all of the pressure of the game now on fourth down. Let's see what play call they have in a gotta-have-it situation, and right now, this quarterback needs to make his best throw in the biggest moment of the game.
They'll motion over Samuel. This is caught. He's got a long way to go. And he won't get away. Good open field tackle there to get him down behind the line.
So you roll the dice on offense and you fail. But now you can't give up. Your defense has to go out there and get a stop. You have all 3 timeouts. You have time to get the ball back one more time on offense. So now your defense needs to answer the bell and give your offense one more shot.
The Bills going to use the first of their timeouts. And they'll get together prior to the second down play. What do you think? Prescott. He'll be hit as he throws this time, and it's going to fall incomplete. He might be fortunate just to avoid the sack, and it'll set up a third down.
So you do like it's the same
play action now. Prescott. Oh, can you believe it? It's intercepted. Picked up by Khair Elam.
When you find yourself in this situation, you're on defense, you're defending your own goal line, you You got to take some chances. You got to try to force a turnover and make a play and get off the field. That's exactly what this defender did. Takes a chance, bets on himself, and comes away with a pick to save them some points.
The issue with the state's attorney's foul is twofold. You know, I've had pretty good luck getting the state's attorney's fouls from them. You know, they would redact the
Here's first and 10.
Personal information, but you know,
The tight end Kincaid in motion.
the file, you can see what the state's attorney had.
A run with Cook. And this rough day on the ground continues. They're going to drop it behind the line again. Cooper going in motion. A whole lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete.
The game is there for the taking. They control their own destiny, but this brings up a really big third down here. But remember, they don't have to force it and push the ball past the sticks. Even if they come up short, they still have fourth down in their back pocket to try to extend this drive and see if they can pull out the win here late.
Now, a big third down.
It took them a while. They asked for a couple of extensions, and then they sent me like 15
They'll put one of the tight ends in motion.
Except they couldn't find the whole file.
That is incomplete. Here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's fourth down.
I just don't like the look of this passing game, Mike. It just seems a bit erratic. On top of the two straight incompletions, they've already turned the ball over through the air. Truthfully, with how dangerous some of these throws have been, they're lucky it hasn't been even more.
The office was represented, and they were opposing his parole because 41 years for
we are set for fourth and long.
Wasn't enough for him.
They'll motion over Samuel.
And I was listening to the state's attorney.
And that is incomplete. They had their chance. They took it there. Look, they're trailing late. Gotta let it fly. This will wind up a turnover on downs.
And what a stop by this defense. They know the opposing offense has to go for it right now. There's not enough time for them to get the ball back and get another crack at it. They're trying to get in field goal range, and what a fourth down stop to all but end this game.
Hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure gets on that time, and it'll set up second down.
So they failed to connect on another throw, and it's really been the story for both of these teams throughout this ballgame. I mean, neither offense can get anything going, and when you look at the scoreboard, it certainly reflects that.
The state's attorney's office also doesn't have the best system. I'm sure, I feel pretty confident.
In motion, Lamb. They showed jet sweep and instead run it up the middle. He's down inside the 10. A gain of 4.
We've got to go and check if there are any other reasons that post-conviction order up, that maybe it's been assigned and someone's got the file. Or is it a parole?
This crowd into it now as we get to third down.
Something where the file has been
They'll turn and hand this one off.
I think the decision of whether or not you kick the field goal or keep your offense on the field, Mike, comes down to, do you have a play on your call sheet you love? Do you have a critical down, fourth down play that you know is going to work? Because if you do, now's the time to dial it up. Be aggressive and extend this drive.
They can still pick up a first down here. They'll line up to go for it on fourth down. Needing the tough yards, they'll go with their fullback. And he's not going to get there. The defense was ready for it, and they stuffed him on fourth down.
You give your offense a chance to close this game out. If they pick up the first down, this game is over. But now, after the defensive stop, we're starting to see some signs of life on that other sideline.
That was heard by Judge.
On first down, it's Allen. They try to set up the screen, but this one doomed from the start. It's incomplete.
Well, it's pretty clear the main reason why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the inefficiency of this offense and primarily out of the quarterback position. I mean, to complete less than half of your pass attempts, it just makes it very hard to compete at a high level consistently in the NFL. And if they want to find themselves having any chance of getting back into this game and winning this one, he's going to have to get a lot better with the ball.
He announced before he heard the matter.
On second down, here's Allen. And that would be the dagger. It's intercepted. That's the safety.
Involved in some of the Al-Rukin files, and I don't know if anyone wants me to recuse myself. I'm happy to do that. And of course, the state's attorney couldn't care less, and Mr. Badass witness who's lying through his teeth couldn't care less either, and so they went ahead. But I was thinking about this other case that I'm working on, and Judge Ford heard that case, and I wondered if there was a way I could find out what cases he worked on as the state's attorney, and it turns out you can't. You can do a FOIA for the list of cases that a judge who's now who was an assistant state attorney is now a judge. They have a list of all their cases. I guess this kind of comes up a lot, maybe. So, because I got it very quickly. And lo and behold, my client's case was on that list. So Judge Ford actually heard part of his post-conviction matters, even though he was the assistant state's attorney on that case. So I was busy preparing my, motion for recusal and whatever else I could do because I was so angry. But then he retired, moved on to Southern California. So know that is something you can ask for. If you've got a judge who used to be a state attorney and you want to just see what else he worked on or she worked on.
We welcome you to the Heartland, 7 miles from downtown Kansas City. GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium for more than a half century. The home of the Kansas City Chiefs.
I just found myself very recently in the timeline in different positions within the state attorney's office. So just know FOIA can be a thing, and when in doubt, contact that topic, which is what I always do. So I just have a few tips that I'm going to end this with, and then I'm going to turn this over to any questions that might be out there.
Here's Harrison Butker out there to get this thing started. And through the snowflakes, off we go here on EA Sports. And he's brought down right at the 35-yard line.
Ask for copies of the file covers themselves.
They'll come up here, 1st and 10. From the shotgun, he'll throw to get this one started. The pressure there got to him. He's hit as he threw it, and that pass ball is incomplete.
They just rushed that decision just a little bit downfield. I mean, it's one thing to trust your guy to make a play in tight coverage, but I think if he was a little bit more patient in his progression, there was an easier throw out there that wouldn't make him have to throw such a tight window ball and put his receiver in a tight spot. You could just see the frustration on the running back's face as he's getting helped up off the ground. Like, there was just nowhere to go from the moment he was handed the ball. Give credit to the defense. Great job.
Now a screen set up for Tracy. And he'll be stopped short of a first down, and that will necessitate the ball to the punt team. It's 4th down. And the Giants here will use the first of their timeouts.
I went to look at the document. that I had in question. It must mean something important because I
So on fourth down, out is Jamie Gillen to punt
and
for
that
the
is what
Giants.
there's some avoid
Back
about
deep
it.
for KC, Xavier Worthy.
And I don't remember the details now. I just remember.
Oh, look at this. It's a fake. That is hot. And he's going to be brought down after a short return. And that's where his team will get possession of the football.
Permission to have it. If the guy that taken out and set kind of
Bellinger, the tight end, is the one in motion. Laying out, and he made the catch. What a play. A pickup of 15 in the air. And that's good for a Giants first down.
And that's what you call being fearless, going over the middle. That's not everybody's cup of tea in this league, Mike. Some guys love to operate outside the numbers, and some guys understand their role is in the middle of the field. And not only to make that catch, but to do it laying out. It's a big-time play to secure that.
Malik Neighbors, the intended receiver. That will lead to a second down.
Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on first down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in second and 10. Do you keep it in the air and try to get the first down here? Or is the idea to just make third down manageable and take your chances picking up the key third down?
A pickup of 12 yards. First down, Giants.
Especially forensics in Chicago, those are the ones I dealt with.
Lock to throw.
I will tell you, the hardest part
Really nice job there by the defense defending the middle of the field. That is the most valuable real estate on the field. They know every single offense is trying to attack the defense between the hashes. So give credit. They took away all the throwing lanes, and that ball falls incomplete.
They'll try again here. Second and 10.
They don't seem to open together.
Off the play fake. It's locked.
So
Deflected at least a couple of times, but it'll fall to the ground. It's incomplete.
He may have trusted his arm strength a little bit too much on that throw. Two defenders in the area. Work to your check down. Work to an open receiver. I think in this case, he forces that ball, and ultimately, he's lucky he got away with it.
Play 10 of this opening drive. And here's third down. On the give, it's Tracy.
Now we have an early decision here, Mike. How aggressive does this coach want to be on this fourth down try? I think you got to keep your offense out there. You'll have a prime opportunity to take the fight to him, extend this drive, and hopefully be able to come away with points.
What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on fourth down. They'll run for it. It's Singletary. And he's going to have the Giants first down. Oh, they take a chance there on fourth and 1. But it's a gain of 3. And a new set of downs.
Little test of wills up front, huh, Mike? I mean, who wanted this one more? Who would get off the line quicker? Who would drive the other side backwards? Pretty impressive that not only are they the ones that won the battle, the defense knew what was coming and still couldn't stop it.
Down at the 12. It's first and 10. From the gun, it's locked. To the end zone there, but it is incomplete.
That's what he'd love to have back. An opportunity to score 6 was right there for the taking. Just wasn't quite meant to be.
So with that, my timing is perfect. My voice is almost gone. Let's have some
A
questions.
second down throw for Locke. That's over the middle and intercepted. And the Chiefs will take over here at their own 12.
I'm not going to sit here, Mike, and say there's ever a good time to throw a red zone interception. But in this case, it's the first half. You have the rest of the game to get yourself back down here in the red zone and make up for that miscue. Because next time they get down here, they got to be a lot more careful if they decide to air it out.
that the screen, it's presenting your video and your screen. So I don't know if you have any like work product or something behind the browser window, trying to make you aware of that. Right now we just see the mouse and the screen. One question that came in is what is the current status of the field scoop?
And a good tackle out wide will hold them to a gain of just 3. So, not much to speak of in terms of scoring in that first quarter of play. What will the second quarter have in store? We'll be back in Kansas City after this.
Another question is, what percentage of the time in your experience do you end up filing a FOIA lawsuit over a request to Chicago
sent in motion.
I don't file them at all. I always go to
Mahomes quickly out to right.
And
he's not going to be able to get away. Very good coverage on the perimeter. It goes down as a loss of yards.
It almost seemed like the defender was getting the play call sent into his helmet, just like the quarterback, because he knew the play before they even snapped the ball, and that play had no shot.
16%.
Motion man is Rice.
Again, you don't want to just say, oh, there must be more. You really have to spend some time
going to keep it himself.
looking through it and figuring out.
He's to the 45. And he's going to be out of bounds. They mark him at the 35-yard line.
And then there was
a big pickup there for the Chiefs. It covers 51 yards.
Process, which is how often
from the 35, it's first and 10.
Or do you ever file lawsuits based on a delay?
Now the first carry for the Rutgers Scarlet Knight, Isaiah Pacheco. Nothing doing there. He'll go down behind the line.
I'd like to see that running back be a little bit more decisive with his cut, Mike. You can see he was a little hesitant, and once you're late making that decision, you just kind of get strong laterally. Great job there by the defense, and he has no choice but to take that loss.
So, but I always allow the first couple of extensions when they stop.
After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13.
That's when I talk to Matt and start talking about
Mahomes from out of the pistol.
So
He'll
I
throw.
don't always work with the
And a good effort there defensively. It's knocked away and incomplete.
Let's make no mistake about it, Mike. I mean, this passing game, it has not been very efficient here in the first half. They've produced more yards on the ground than through the air, and incompletions like that certainly aren't going to help.
I'm back on it now. It's like, okay, come on.
3rd and long for Mahomes. He's got his tight end. That's Travis Kelce. And he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning. That's his first reception of the ballgame, and it really comes at a good time as they get the conversion on 3rd down.
Or how they just ask if you could discuss that.
Yeah, and I do use them at the same time. Sometimes within the Chicago Police Department, when I'm suing the city of Chicago, I will also do a FOIA request. But I also use it for
here's a 1st and 10 now, down inside the 20.
If you're looking up
on play action, it's Mahomes.
Witnesses who might So I do a lot of FOIA in the middle of the case, and as I said, I have actually FOIA'd the city of Chicago in the middle of a case against the city of Chicago, just because I wanted to see if I could get it any faster, because they were dragging their feet.
Now, I have a question, actually based on that answer. If you were to do that, have you let's say there's a protective order in place, do you or do courts, in your experience, treat materials obtained via FOIA as subject to that same protective order at the time?
I haven't run into that issue, but it's impossible for me to imagine how the FOIA request could be considered protected. They do, as you know, they are, or maybe people don't know, but certain information is redacted pursuant to FOIA. Personal information.
With Chesapeake Bay gleaming in the distance, we are inside M&T Bank Stadium near the Inner Harbor in Baltimore, Maryland.
So the protective order was basically based on that kind of information. So now I've got it into twofold. I've got it with the protective information that I can't share, but I have the basic information from the document itself that I can share. And
Justin Tucker set to boom this one away. And off we go from M&T Bank Stadium. And a nifty return there all the way across the 40.
When we spent our time talking to the coaches prior to the game, they emphasized that they wanted a quick start to begin things. Most of the time you think about that on the offensive side of the ball, but in this case, it's the special teams that provide that quick start.
Unto itself. In CRs, I have gotten my own clients to get CR for my own client shooting.
This is J.K. Downs, and he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
They suspected that it was a power play up the middle coming at them, and boy, we hit it right. That defense got downhill in a hurry and limited them to just a couple on first down.
Herbert now.
Speaks about, this is so,
He's taken in by Quentin Johnston, and he'll be corralled out across midfield down to the 45. Give them 12 yards there, and the Chargers have a first down.
Oh, and that was a big-time hit right there. And receivers understand when they run into the danger zone, that's the expectation. Really good job of catching the football, holding on, despite the discouraging type of a hit.
Play action this time for Justin Herbert. On the throw line, too much that time. It's incomplete. He shook his head right when he released that throw. He knew it was going to be a little off target.
Yeah, the excitement got him on that one. Wasn't able to control the fact the receiver was open, and it would have been an easy throw.
Yes.
Now a 2nd and 10.
Fighting this issue and discovering more of
Here's
this
Herbert.
issue that I think has been
but it's incomplete.
That's a nice job there because you got to play the ball, not the man when in coverage. That'll keep you away from a lot of needless penalties. And he's able to knock that one away.
Now they face a 3rd and 10 after back-to-back incompletions.
Which I've been cramping into it. I think
back to throw here, Herbert.
I think that should be somewhere. I can't imagine it's
pass taken in by his big tight end. And he's going to be taken down with the first down at the Ravens 18. 27 yards there on a very nice 3rd down conversion.
That was good protection there. No, that was great protection there because it allowed him to lock in on his receiver. Although I think he was looking for his tight end on the corner route all the way. Nice connection there for a really nice game.
Issue with your going to FOIA.
This is Cobb. He's got it. Touchdown, L.A. Josh Palmer, an 18-yard touchdown grab. And the Chargers are on the board first on the road here in Baltimore. Well, they spoke about the importance of getting off to a good start, and they're on their first drive, Charles, into the end zone for the touchdown.
And what an advantage for them. They're already clicking one drive in, didn't need to wait to get up to full speed. We had heard about the extra time they put in with each other, trying to learn each other's skills, what they like, the whole deal, and it paid off early in this one. I would expect them to keep firing on the next drive and keep that connection going.
I asked for the metadata, and I got a printout.
So after the touchdown, here's Dicker out to kick this one off.
And I don't know the name of the document. I actually know where it is.
Oh, a dangerous return man showing it here. And he takes it all the way across the 40 before going out of bounds.
Well, he gave up the first touchdown of the game, but how about the response? Big-time return. Now it's their chance to try and put points on the board.
Originally maintained, and the data was changed. And
right away, he lost the football. I'll call it luck or skill, whatever the case is. They're feeling good about just keeping the football there.
Yeah, the biggest thing that they're calling it now, our ball. I mean, they don't care if it was luck or skill. Boy, the panic that jumps up in your chest when that ball's on the ground, whether you get it or your teammate gets it, just as long as you maintain possession, that's all you're looking for.
And he'll be upended here after a pickup of 3, getting it out to the 25. So certainly in a pickle here. They have a mile to go to try to pick up the first. We'll see what they've drawn up.
Very much appreciated and helps also that I pass that along as well.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. They're looking deep here for Flowers. Oh, his first throw of the game going to be intercepted. Derwin James with a pick. And the Chargers will take over here just shy of a 30.
On police reports. Is there anything that you have to add on that particular topic?
Well, the metadata is shown. I'm sorry, I didn't even think about that for preparing for today, so I'll have to hold the document. But
the Charger drive about to get going. And they'll be looking to make this a 2-score advantage. Had the touchdown on their first drive, Charles. Hey, they can get up 2 scores here on the road. That's a heck of a start.
And not only have they thought about it, I wonder if they visualized it. I remember playing and they used to turn the lights out in our meeting room and run through a situation like this and say, just think about what it would be like to be up on the roof and take the crowd out of it. Maybe they did some of that.
And now some motion before the snap. And this will be our first penalty of the night's proceedings.
Does exist for certain documents,
A false start backs him up 5, 1st and 15.
GPIs, maybe not. Although
Justin Herbert looking to pass. And that'll be complete to Dallas. And he'll be brought down right around the 37. If they didn't have that penalty a moment ago, it would be a first down. Still a nice 13-yard pickup.
It seems to me that you should still be able to see if it's been paid out.
Final 30 seconds of this first quarter, and it's been a quarter dominated by the guys with the football. Herbert off of play action. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
I think he had to hold that one before he wanted to. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. And lucky it wasn't a fumble, really. After the incompletion, here now, 3rd and 2.
I'm sorry,
now it's Herbert.
Second part to that question.
That is caught. And take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. Give him 15 yards on that one and a Charger first down.
So many times in my career I've heard coaches talk about completions are one thing, but as long as we're there at the catch and we get guys on the ground, we can live with that. But if you're going to give up 10, 12, 15 yards after the catch, then your defense is going to be in a lot of trouble.
If you want CLE credit for this.
So in Raven territory now, here's a 1st and 10 at the 48-yard line.
ARDC number or the other stuff that we need in order to do that.
After 1, 7-0 on EA Sports.
Another minute or so, maybe for questions, and then
Charger football to start quarter number 2. As they've got it with a 1st and 10.
Everybody can just make sure to copy those links because the chat will disappear when we end the presentation. And yeah, there's no more questions have come in. Anything you want to take us home with, or should we just go our separate ways?
Herbert throwing again.
I was supposed to see him with the
I think he's got to be careful not to force anything into coverage right there. There weren't really any throwing lanes. But the best part for him, he's got second and third down to fall back on.
Persevering. And I have a
Here's second and 10.
It says persevere, persevere, persevere. That's
now Herbert with it, looking to pass. It's a short one here, complete to the tight end. They do get a yard there, but only a yard. Leaves them with 3rd and 9 looming.
They gave up the completion there, but this is what zone defenses count on. Catching the ball and not much run after the catch.
They'll need to get this to the 38. That's where the first down marker is. Here on 3rd.
So just don't give up.
Herbert.
Drag your feet.
And he will not be able to hang on to the contact. It's incomplete. The coverage strong, and now it's 4th down.
The dime worked on defense. 2 extra defensive backs on the field covered up essentially every blade of grass.
And
that allowed them to disrupt the play.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Also, by the way, there will be a recording of this. If you guys want to watch it again, it will be uploaded later to YouTube, so stay tuned for that. But like everyone said, thank you for attending, and have a great day, guys.
That's in a double coverage and intercepted. And he will bring this across midfield to the 49-yard line. So this defense coming up with a takeaway, and maybe that's something that can bring a little life to that sideline.
Well, I don't want to say that they've been sleepwalking through this first half because that's simply not true, but you're right. We haven't seen a lot of fire from these guys, really, on either side of the ball. So maybe that's the catalyst that they needed to get them back into this game.
Not long ago, Rita Levy Montalcini celebrated her 103rd birthday, and then during the festivities, she made a speech. And in that speech, she said, "My mental capacity is greater today than when I was 20.
A first down carry for Henry. And he'll go out of bounds after taking it a little further down inside the 40. So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10.
First and 10 at the 39-yard line.
The pitch to Henry. He'll get a nice chunk there on the first down run, and it's 2nd and 4. On the option right is Jackson. Now a first carry for their fullback. And this play will be blown up. He'll lose yardage back at the 38. 2 minutes on the clock, 2nd quarter, 7-0 ball game. On 3rd down, they're going to go with the option. Again, it's Ricard, the fullback. And he'll be brought down, losing yardage back at the 40. A loss of a yard, and it brings up 4th.
Well, he tried to bounce it outside, but that's obviously not his game. He's too much of a straight line runner.
Yeah, him in the outer 3rd of the field, not a recipe for success. That time a loss. The offense staying out there. They look prepared to go here on 4th and 10. Off the play fake. Henry. Hit as he throws, and this is going to be incomplete. The Ravens go for it, but come up defense stands tall, and they get the football back.
You've seen the recent video recording.
The Charger drive about to get going. Been a little bit of an interesting start. The first drive for him, Charles, they had the passing touchdown. The second drive, he threw the interception. So we'll see what this third drive of the ball game brings.
Yeah, it's kind of tiebreaker, isn't it?
There he goes from right side. Way in for the Charger touchdown. Hayden Hurst, 60 yards. And the Chargers are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. When they drew that up, I don't think they envisioned it ending in a house call, but he got it, took it all the way home.
Really impressive run after the catch, wasn't it?
Oh, and now they're going to fake it. Oh, the ball comes out on the hit, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Let me go ahead and show my age a little bit. I liked it when they would fake it from the 3-yard line, right? When they'd line up, go ahead and, oh, there's a fake, and now he's going to get 2. That's great. But from the 15, the risk reward is just not there.
So risky to get 15 yards on a fake. Well, you see the result right there.
Yeah, I know these young whippersnappers are trying to do different things in this game, but still back to reliable. Kick the ball through the post.
Get off my lawn.
That's darn right.
The Raven offense set at the line for this next drive. It hasn't gone particularly well for them. That's obvious. In these conditions, no points so far. They've got to get that offense on track. The question, how do they do it?
It is the age-old question, isn't it? And to me, finding a way to make sure your playmakers touch the ball without it being too exotic. Meaning you don't have to go deep down the field. Maybe hit them on those short passes on the perimeter. Make sure you just...
Oh, his early struggles continue. Here's another one intercepted. And they are going to set up shop at the 40-yard line. An unfortunate sequence there, trying to get points before intermission, but now the interception, and their opponents have a chance to possibly pad their lead.
Yeah, they had an opportunity there, and they weren't able to capitalize on it. That's something that could come back and haunt them later. They're begging their defense now to keep them from scoring before the half ends.
After the turnover, here's Herbert. Short throw to Disley. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. 17 yards on the catch and run. It's a first down.
And it's a real luxury when you have a guy who can turn a short throw into a solid gain at any moment. Once he caught that ball, he ID'd where the open grass was and got there in a hurry to pick up a new set of downs for his offense.
And they'll burn the timeout with 5 seconds left. A chance to try to add 3 points before heading to the locker room. The final shot before the break for Herbert. The turnover fest continues. Here's another interception. And the Ravens are going to get the football back as time will run out in this third quarter of play. And we welcome you back live now inside the booth alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gunn, set and ready to rock for the third quarter.
A successful case for reason judgment and judge for a jury decision.
Not too many breaks ahead according to the radar. More snow on the horizon as we are back underway in half number 2. And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line.
Complaints are made alongside civil actions, and if your warrant priority is seeking to achieve.
The Baltimore offense at the line, set to get going. And right out of the gate, they face what you think could be a pretty important drive. No, fumble. It's out. It's loose. And this will go nowhere. Want to hit that tackle. Bull rush in there and drop him behind the line. So they escape, so to speak, maintaining the football. Defensively, though, opportunity missed.
It definitely was, because that's all defenses talk about. Getting the football and either advancing it the other way or just getting possession and turning it over to their offense. That can be a little bit deflating. You're exactly right. A lost opportunity.
The fumble on first down now. Here's second down.
Considering how best to reflect that data, but I suspect it is.
They keep it on the ground. This time it's Henry. And he tries to power forward, but he will not get back to the line of scrimmage. Now Lamar changing the look. They go play action now. Jackson, pressure gets to him, and down he goes. Back at the 4-yard line. Denzel Perryman with a sack.
I'd say it's not panic time yet, but let's be honest about it. Empty possession here, not what you're looking for when you're down a couple of scores.
Absolutely not. Trying to start the second half off on the right foot. Unfortunately, going to give the ball up.
The damage is not necessarily huge in this area, more than due course, but maybe a significant amount for the clients involved. If we're not clients obtaining an apology.
And how about this? 4th and long, and they're going to go for it. They're indeed going for it as they look to throw. Oh, looking for Andrews downfield. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. Boy, a real head-scratcher there. And now, boy, the ball's going to go over on downs here inside the 10-yard line. So now, just like that, things change dramatically. It's 1st and goal. They'll fake the handoff. Now Herbert toward the end zone, but that's going to wind up incomplete.
Partner, this is almost an unwinnable spot for a defense. They have to come right out for a 1st and goal, trying to stop them. But let me hold on a second. Let me take that back real quick. They can win here if they force a field goal try. Still a long ways away from that happening, but that has to be what they're thinking right now.
Dobbins. We'll get about halfway there as he takes this from the 4 down to the 2. Calling a gain of 2 as they're knocking on the door now. 3rd and goal. In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
And they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin too.
So now it's 3rd and goal. This Raven defense trying to keep him out of the end zone. Here's Herbert. He'll swing this out to Dobbins. And he'll be brought down right on the edge of the goal line at about the 1-yard line. A terrific job there to keep him out of the end zone. And now it'll be 4th and goal. They come out with 1 back and 3 tight ends. Here we go on 4th. Herbert. And this will be caught in the end zone for a Chargers touchdown. Josh Palmer, 2 catches, 2 touchdowns here so far. And the Chargers will add on to their lead here in the final minute of the 3rd.
Partner, they had a good lead as they went in at the half, and they came out here in the second half and found a way to extend it. I love their consistency. Don't worry about what they said at halftime. This seemed like a team that was ready to play 60 minutes, and while this game is far from over, I love their approach.
Herbert and the Chargers staying put. They'll line up and go for 2. This is going to be caught. It's good. And that extends their lead by 2 more. So they go with a pass there on the 2-point try and able to convert it, Charles.
And a good job by the offense figuring out their 2-point play and using it well. It's interesting how people are using the strategy nowadays, though, isn't it?
It really is. And I don't know how much that particular play factored in, but with the PAT moving back at 15-16, that kind of changed things, didn't it?
It's really a part of everyone's strategy now. When I talk with coaches and when we sit with them, they always talk about they actually have 2-point periods in practice now, something they never really did before.
And here's Dicker now as he'll send this one away. And a pretty poor kick here. It doesn't make it to the landing zone. And that means they'll move the ball out to the 40-yard line. So good starting field position for him here as they come up 1st and 10 at the 40. Play action. Now Jackson. And that'll be off the mark, too far out in front, and it's incomplete.
Another attempt, another incompletion, and when I look at the scoreboard and where we are in this game, it comes to mind that they have to start getting the ball in the hands of their playmakers. Throw it to the guys that maybe can take a short pass and turn it into a long gain or make people miss downfield. They've got to have points, and the guys who can put the ball in the end zone, they're the ones that need to touch the ball.
Play action. It's Jackson. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
Well, if incompletions on 1st and 2nd down, it certainly seems like a reflection of what we've seen so far in this game. The defense, quicker to the punch so far. Let's see if they can get something going here on 3rd down.
This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down. Here's Jackson. The connection here with Nelson Aguilar. And he will have a Ravens 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. Jackson from the shotgun. A short throw caught by Andrews. And he'll go down, and that will do it for the 3rd quarter of action. 3 quarters have come and gone. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. From the 43, here's a 2nd and 8. Now it's Jackson. This one into the hands of Aguilar. They're all the way in for the Ravens touchdown. Nelson Aguilar, 43 yards. And the Ravens are finally into the end zone here in this 4th quarter. So a little bit of a letdown there defensively. I mean, look, you're still 2 scores to the good, CD, but things may be a little more uncomfortable than they had hoped.
Yeah, if you kept them out of the end zone there, this game's over. You've locked the door on them. Instead, it's still open a little bit, and they've got a puncher's chance.
So the Ravens will keep the offense on the field as they're going to go for 2.
Because the appellate courts have repeatedly held that there is no duty of care.
Jackson going to run. They're going to try and run. And he's going to lose yardage here as he's touched down behind the line. Two scores down, 3 timeouts left. Still a chance if they can somehow get this one back. Well, the Ravens say they have it. They do have it. Well, that certainly makes things more interesting. You get the score, then you get the onside kick. A little uphill battle still, but a start.
It It's not mission accomplished, but the plan is working. They're in a great spot right now, and the best part, they put the defense right back out on the field after having already scored.
Yeah, they've got the momentum here now. The Raven offense set at the line for this next drive. Good drive last time. Really effective passing the football. Do you maybe mix it up and now go to the ground game and surprise the defense a little bit?
I would anticipate the defense making some changes, but I wouldn't necessarily just absolutely go in the opposite direction. They're doing so well throwing the ball.
Yeah, why
I wouldn't change it up until they showed me a reason to do so.
Now Jackson. That one into the hands of Flowers. So he'll be stopped here for no gain. And it'll be a third and about 13. Here's Jackson to throw. He's going to float this one deep right side. And this is intercepted. And that should do it. Picked up by Christian Fulton. And now off to the races down the right side. And he brings this one back. It's a pick six and a Charger TD. But just to add that to the list of great moments for this defense today, they really shredded that game plan on the other side all 4 quarters. And Charles, that pick six, that's kind of the cherry on top.
Yeah, they did it, and I feel like I'm quoting a bad movie line, but they did it together, didn't they? Fed off of each other, every big play they made, every tackle, every pick, everything they've done. They continually built energy in this one, and how about them culminating?
This third interception.
I know they didn't tack on the 2 points, but I liked their attempt after the interception return for a touchdown. I was thinking to myself, forget kicking it, go for 2, and they did.
Oh, yeah, and everybody's scrambling. Maybe you catch the defense on their heels. They weren't ready to be out there.
Yeah, it's almost like a sudden change, right? There's a turnover, you take it away, they stuck it in the end zone. Keep the momentum going. Give credit to the defensive guys for rallying and stopping that 2-point attempt.
And a very solid return out across the 45-yard line before going out of bounds.
Even after that big-time return, it's not looking great for them today. But if nothing else, even if the miracle doesn't happen, they can turn to this play and say, hey, we can move forward. Maybe it's a building block for the rest of the season.
Back to the air, Jackson following the pick six. Incomplete, but a penalty flag is down in the backfield. Let's get the call. So they say no to the penalty. The incompletion stands. It'll be 2nd and 10.
And what they want to do is go ahead and take those downs away from them. You never want to give extra snaps to any offense. That's how you get hurt.
In relation to other plays,
off the play fake, here's Jackson. That's complete to the fullback Ricard. And he's called out, but not before getting it inside the 35.
Which basically says that you can't bring a single play on the basis of a kick to the count, which conflicts.
They go play action with Jackson. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's 2nd down. So it's Raven football here as we welcome you back. They're looking at 2nd down now as they search for a consolation score. Again, Jackson. Over the middle, and it's incomplete.
And that's another play that's painted the picture of this game overall. It's been a blowout. It's been continually fueled by big turnovers and stops from one side and an inability to advance the ball from the other.
Tackling out when involved in that sort of situation, which provides that the permission of the court is required before somebody.
So back-to-back incompletions, and that has them staring at a 3rd and 10. Throwing is Jackson. That's incomplete, but there is a flag down, so hang on. A big call coming on 3rd down. So apparently some grabbing there in the middle of the O-line.
I've often wondered why that doesn't happen more often for guys that play center. Having to snap the ball and then trying to get your hands into the proper position, that's difficult to do. He got caught that time.
3rd and 10 wasn't going to be easy. Now after the holding penalty, they have to deal with a 3rd and 20. From the gun, Jackson. And for the 4th time tonight, it's an interception. Derwin James with a pick. And they will be set up now as he brings us in.
Which court? I'm more focusing on the private law side of things, as you've heard from Joel Rupert's going to talk about judicial review in due course. But in essence, as I've said over this slide and the next slide, here I've set out the technical rules, and then on the next slide, I'm just trying to explain in practice, you're going to be bringing a private law tort claim, the kind of thing we're actually talking about, if it's a case that revolves around disputed facts, it's based on private law courts of action, and or if you're seeking predominantly private law remedies, damages. On the other hand, if you're challenging a decision on policy of the police on public law grounds, then you're likely to be in the admin court with a judicial review challenge of the kind that Rick will be talking more about. Next slide, please. And if it's a private law claim, then it's either in the High Court or the County Court. Most solicitors want to bring cases in the High Court because you get a better judge.
Oh, it is a winter wonderland indeed. The snow is falling in upstate New York as you get a look inside Highmark Stadium and Orchard Park.
But there are plenty of quite rules about starting proceedings in the High Court, albeit there is some discretion
And we are underway in Buffalo. And boy, a rough start to this one as this kick goes out of bounds. So they'll go ahead and accept the penalty.
The chief officer agrees because there's nothing to be gained by seeing the individual officers involved as well. And indeed, you don't really agree on the trouble on the individual fund. If you do, this means they will be separately represented by the Police Federation. From the solicitors, the Police Federation is in that documents.
Running left, it's Barkley. Only a couple forward there on the game's first play, and it's 2nd down.
They did a really nice job there defensively. They strung the play out, didn't give him a cutback lane. On each play, you have guys what I call our BCR players. Guys responsible for the bootleg, for the cutback, and for the reverse. They played that one perfectly.
They have rode him right out of bounds. And that is incomplete. First going down on him there. He could not hang on. It's 3rd down.
And partner, to me, that one was all about timing. If he's there too early, it's going to be a pass interference call. If he's too late, it's a completed pass. He was Johnny on the spot on that one.
Bird sets up to throw it. Flush to his right. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. Bird's dangerous when he runs that football. He's got a first.
He's a talented runner, and that means he's always looking for bigger and bigger gains when he takes off. Certainly found some bonus yards there beyond the first down marker. And this early drive will continue with that extra jolt from his legs.
Here's a fake on the
into the defense, forcing that incompletion.
This one goes out right for Berkeley. And he'll go down inside the 45 before going out of bounds. 5 yards, not enough. And it'll be 4th down. And they're getting him involved early.
You feel like they saw something on tape, or they just have a sense with him because he's had a good week of practice or something in that area. But they want him involved, just as you said. They want him to touch it either in the running game or the passing game, but they must like the matchups they're getting.
And he's going to be trapped inside his own 5. Very curious decision to bring that one out. So possession goes over here on the punt. And the Bills will be backed up to start the drive. They'll have it 1st and 10. Working out of the shotgun. Here's Allen. He's going to get this one out to his fullback. That's good. The completion there for 7 yards. And that'll bring up 2nd down. To throw, it's Allen. Rolling to his left. And he's going to drop this off to his fullback. And he'll be out of bounds just shy of the 30. That's good for a 1st down. His 2nd catch of the opening drive.
Hold on a second. Was that the fullback? That was the fullback. Who says it? The slot receivers are the only guys who catch the football and get big yardage after the catch. Really nice job there. Showing good hands and an ability to get upfield.
Allen now looks to throw. Oh, this one incomplete. The pressure got to him as he released it. And it's 2nd down.
Yeah, offenses always try to be smart about when they're trying to dial up a screen to the running back because they understand you can only go to the well so many times in a game, but on the defense starting to anticipate the call.
2nd and 10. Now Allen again. And that one too far in front. He couldn't reel it in. It's incomplete.
I know coaches tell us all the time to have a powerful arm isn't the #1 thing they look for in a quarterback. But when you're trying to throw inside routes and you need to put some heat on it, it helps to have the big gun. In this case, just a little bit too much.
Now they face a 3rd and 10 after back-to-back incompletions. Now Allen. It's intercepted. Picked up by Avonte Maddox. And they take over. They'll set up shop at the 46-yard line.
And I think this is a situation where a quarterback coach in the sideline is going to talk to a signal caller and say, listen, it's 3rd and long and it's still early in the game. Let's not force things here. If we don't feel good about it, let's just check something down and punt the football.
Smith will come in motion right. He'll get an opportunity with it on the touch pass. And that is not fooling anyone. He never had a chance to turn the corner there. And they'll go backwards right away. Despite the completion, they're going to wind up losing 3 there on 2nd down. From the gun, it's Hurts. This short throw caught by Goddard. We're scoreless after 1. Start of the 2nd quarter, and it's the Eagles in possession as they've got it with a 3rd down coming up. Not an easy spot here. They'll be in search of 13 yards to try to pick up the 1st. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. They'll get this out to Barkley complete. And he had a nifty little deep juke move, but he stopped shortly thereafter. That's going to bring up 4th down, only a gain of 2 there.
We can make this one pretty simple.
decent quarterback.
Here's Jake Elliott. Career long, by the way, for him, 61 yards. This was the old NFL record distance for decades, a 63-yard attempt. That's running out of steam, and it won't get there. He left it just short, no good, and this will remain a scoreless game.
Still searching for that first breakthrough, and I thought this might be it, but it's not to be, and we're still scoreless.
Well, now they'll start 3 yards shy of midfield after that long 57-yard miss. And he'll work down inside the 45. 2nd and 7. Now they're staring at a 3rd and 8. That last play backwards a yard. And he's going to be taken down at the 39, clearly short of the first by a few yards. It's a gain of 5 on the play, and it'll bring up a 4th down.
And there we saw one of the downsides of blitzing during a rundown, because sometimes you get out of your gaps. You don't fit the run quite as well because you're headed towards the ball carrier with a bandit.
They'll run for it. Cook. It's a little bit over. And he's out of bounds right around the 10-yard line. Wow, 1st and goal, and defensively all they can do is shake their heads. Not only did they allow the conversion, but a big play as well. Thought they might throw the football with a little chunk that they had remaining on 4th down, but they ran it, they got it.
And the reason they were able to get it done, he ran that play with conviction, didn't he? Understood he would get a little bit of help from his friends up front, but it was really on him to go ahead and make the power move and get it done, and that he did.
From the 10, 1st and goal. Allen running the option to the left. And he is into the end zone for the Buffalo touchdown. Reggie Gilliam, a 10-yard touchdown run. And the Bills post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this 2nd quarter. And now Sean McDermott's made the call. They'll go for 2. The quarterback will keep it himself. Nowhere to go here. He lost the football. And it's picked up by the Eagles.
Well, that 2-point attempt failed due to the fumble, but people can't see this, but you got a ball in your hands now, and you got the thing locked in pretty well. You got it covered up.
I love having a football in the booth. I always hang on to it. Makes me feel like I actually played back in my day.
Well, you probably could have. If you had run that play, you would not have fumbled, I can tell you that.
Maybe. So they went for 2 and failed. They didn't use him on the PAT, but now he boots this one away with a 6-0 lead. A break there for this offense as they will get a chance to start at the 40-yard line. And am I seeing this correctly? They brought in the field goal team here on 1st down. And it's a fake. He's going to throw it. And all the gamble fails. It's incomplete. Johnson, the intended target. And that'll bring up 2nd down. We'll go ahead and mark that down as one of those bizarre 1st down calls in the history of the National Football League. A fake, and it backfires.
Well, we've seen a lot of
1st down.
Yeah, you're right, and we've seen a lot of it.
And I think that might have been intercepted, but he will be ruled out of bounds. So this will go only as incomplete.
Well, they got that one snipped out defensively. That's a tough one to connect on.
facing a 3rd and 10 after the incompletion. Hurts. Eluding the pressure right. So no sack. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, but it will still bring up a 4th down. Now the Bills are going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. On 4th down, punt coming from Braden Mann. And how about this, a fake? And this is incomplete. A huge gamble, and it does not pay off. They fake the punt, it doesn't work out. And up the...
Legally giving information to police doesn't make the person liable for imprisonment, but the person will be liable if they're active in promoting, causing the detention, a direction, direct request, direct encouragement that will make them potentially liable. Moving to lawful justification, section I don't very familiar with, but the primary justification relied on the police. This is section 24 of PACE. So, grounds of it, so section 1 dealing with the current and future condition of affairs. And subsections 2 and 3 regarding the past. Reasonable grounds for suspicion, we're very familiar with the concept, but it's more than a hunch, but it's not a high threshold. It's described in one case as state of conjecture or surmise where proof is lacking. So you have reasonable suspicion at the starting point of the investigation and prima facie proof at the end. Reasonable ground for suspicion has a subjective and an objective element. So, did the arresting officer honestly suspect that the arrestee was guilty of the offence? And this is satisfied with briefing from other police officers. If the information they're given gives them suspicion, which is reasonably held, they can't simply be directed to arrest someone. So when there's a conflict with the evidence of the claimant, if the claimant's version is accepted, the officer, and there's direct conflict with what the officer is saying happened, describing what the claimant did.
If you're a freeway fan, we're just east of the 405. One of the modern jewels of the NFL. Beautiful SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. The kicker Tyler Madden has us ready to start, and off we go from SoFi. Here's Smith to return it. Nice job on the return. It looks to the 35-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. First carry here for Kyron Williams. And he's going to be dropped behind the line. Terrific push defensively. They came out of the locker room ready to go.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on 1st down, but that's exactly the case here.
So they go backwards on 1st down. Here's 2nd and 13. They'll go again with Williams. And a nice run there as he surges forward, a gain of 8, and sets up 3rd down.
5, but there's no viable alternative to rest. Rather than the head or court appeal.
It's Stafford throwing for the pistol. And that is incomplete.
Remember what they told us, Mike, leading up to this game? They said it is so critical for us to find success, especially on third down. We want to maintain possession, extend these drives. Well, the first crack comes up, and they fail through the air and have to regroup.
This is taken at his own 30. And he'll get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over. Now a first and 10 from the 38-yard line. In motion, Shakir. On the ground, this is James Cook. And that's the way you want to run it on first down. A gain of 7. Here's Brian run right on the option. And he pitches it. I think this second down call, like they were hoping that at worst they had themselves set up for a third down and short. There's no need for third down. He was able to get it up on second and they get a fresh set of downs. They get 15 on that game. First down, Buffalo. Allen working from the pistol. They'll set up the screen to Cook. And no chance to turn and go. Second down and 8. The tight end Kincaid in motion. On the screen, a handoff here to Cook. And he is not going to get away. Might have gotten the yard, but it will set up third down. So we've come to the end. What can they do here on third down and 7?
As Heather mentioned, guideline pace. First hour is updating for inflation, 800.
That's a great job defensively. The goal of every defense in the NFL is to accomplish one of two things: turnovers, force field goals. In this case, the big third down stop is most likely going to lead to the latter. Really.
Most of these cases, aggravated damages will reflect the public nature of the arrest and humiliation, abuse, and exemplary damages where there's oppressive, arbitrary, unconstitutional action. I have made people to malicious prosecution. So this is goes back to the relationship criminal proceedings and certain related civil claims to rise out of which
constitutes abuse of the legal process, but it doesn't apply to disciplinary proceedings or the majority of civil proceedings. These are the 5 elements of the tort: that damage was caused to the claimant as a result of a prosecution, that termination in favour, that was brought without reasonable probable cause and with malice, and as I said, a right to trial by jury. So, burden, unlike false imprisonment, is on the claimant to prove balance probability. So technically, you could have a different decision on false imprisonment as opposed to malicious prosecution on the same facts and reasonable grounds to arrest, suspicion to arrest, and reasonable grounds for prosecution. But you wouldn't want to be relying on dependent on the difference in burden of proof and assessing the merits. Damage is usually the least controversial element in a claim. It's inevitable in criminal proceedings, except for very minor offences where there's no risk of imprisonment. It can be satisfied by a loss of reputation, so if the charge is defamatory of the claimant, risk of loss, life and liberty, and it's sufficient for the loss of liberty if the offence is punishable by imprisonment. You don't need to actually lose your liberty. Financial loss and foreseeable economic loss is also covered. What is the prosecution? Setting judicial office in motion, that's the charge or laying judicial motion, and the person who prosecuted the prosecutor must be actively instrumental in putting the law in motion. The issue arises with civilian complainants. Did the police or CPS exercise an independent discretion in relation to the prosecution? So, the case law says a rape complainant was not the prosecutor, she was merely a witness and she didn't manipulate the CPS into making a decision. And in that case in 2009, the court held that following the CPS decision, an action for malicious prosecution would be rare. But, for instance, in the case of prison officers have been held to be potentially prosecutors or the Ministry of Justice, who's vicariously liable for them, held to be prosecutors, because effectively the police had no option to independent discretion that they could exercise. Subsequent case involving where one police officer prosecuted charged a party on the basis of another police officer's allegations, then that police officer was still considered to be the prosecutor. The officer had been instrumental in bringing the prosecution, in substance the person responsible for the prosecution being brought. However, there's a recent case, that's the case of Reese Fillery and others versus the Commission Metropolitan Police this year. That's the Daniel Morgan murder investigation, where he's found with an axe in his head in the car park. He runs a private investigation business which seems to employ various dishonest, corrupt police officers. Fillery, the claimant Fillery was the investigating officer who took the first witness statement from Reese, one of the other claimants, who was his friend. And Mr. Justice Mitty held in that case that the police officer was not the prosecutor in the case, and in all the claimants' cases, including Fillery, where the only evidence against him in perverting the course of justice prosecution was from a flawed witness who the police officer in charge of the case, Cook, had manipulated and had contact with when he shouldn't have, and so forth. But the missing drew a distinction in that case between making it virtually impossible for the CPS to exercise independent discretion and making the exercise of the discretion more difficult by the deliberate concealment of an important fact. This is likely to be appealed. It's fairly unsatisfactory in a number of bases. He did say, the judge did say the position might be different.
Menu narration option is set off.
And deliberately suppressed information which would reveal to the CPS the prosecution had become baseless. But then again, he went on to find the prosecution against Hillary was rendered baseless, but still the police weren't the prosecutor in that process. The next slide sets out the principles which were distilled within, which are set out in Reese and Hillary, which are based on case law. And they're what you need to be satisfied. So they alone need to satisfy defence. Often then with a police fit-up case that will be satisfied with the prosecutor, where they do all the facts and describe what they say the claimant had done. Untrue, they deliberately misstate facts, intending there should be a prosecution, and so that the CPS, the other person, can't.
Menu narration option is set off.
Judgment. Favourable termination is required, so as Heather said, an existing conviction can't sue, but an acquittal at trial, even involving a technicality, will suffice. Claim can succeed if there was a conviction for a less serious offence other than the one for which the person was charged. And acquittal on some charges but conviction on the others may still have a claim for malicious prosecution on the acquittal. It's a favourable termination if the conviction is quashed on appeal. Proceedings discontinued. If they're left to run on the file, it's probably an adjournment rather than a termination. In relation to stay of proceedings, probably a favourable termination where there's stayed for abuse of process, because the rule against collateral challenges doesn't apply here. And in Hillary, the case I just mentioned, the proceedings were stayed and the Commissioner conceded that it was a favourable termination and the judge agreed with their concession. Acceptance of a binder is not necessarily fatal, but if it was imposed at the end of a hearing, it would have prevented it being a favourable termination. But if you accept a bind over at the beginning of a hearing and it leads to CPS dropping the case, it may not be fatal. Certainly on a strikeout application, that's what the Court of Appeal held. But in practice, the credibility of the whole malicious prosecution action will be adversely affected unless the claimant has got a good explanation for why they accepted the bind over and why that doesn't involve accepting some of the case against them, the prosecution case. Thank you. Original probable cause. So the two aspects that need to be, either aspect that needs to be satisfied is that either the officer had no honest belief in the claimant's guilt, that's a subjective evaluation of the officer's state of mind at the time of the prosecution, and it's an issue for the jury. So where the criminal prosecution is based on accounts of officers as eyewitnesses, then it's relatively straightforward. The jury's intent, which account is preferred. You'll be aware, depend on the credibility of the claimant, the witnesses, any video footage, inconsistencies with other evidence, effectively a rerun of the criminal trial. And reliance on evidence known to be fabricated or untrue will be sufficient, but you can't
Menu narration option is set to off.
Menu
narration option is set to off. Menu narration void window option is set to off. Enlarge body ground penalties is selected. False effect face mask set to 50. Illegal block in the back roughing set defensive ineligible receiver downfield ineligible receiver down running illegal defend player skill is selected. Duck run ball pass duck run blocking ball reaction time set
steps that an ordinary prudent prosecutor would take. Maybe arguable that the failure to follow all this line of inquiry means there's no reasonable cause, that it would be a question of degree, and it may be difficult to prove malice if you're relying on that link. Thank you. On to malice. The malice
FG accuracy set to 50. Entering save seat uppercase key. Entering fail save pop-up visual feedback is selected. Play call previous play information option is set to on-field visual on-field defensive pass cut proceed drive goal franchise bottom line to corruption franchise pre-snap player names off player name passing camera toggle option is set to on camera passing cam option is set to on defense camera passing defense menu void enlarge on field graphics on control color blindness on dynamic play call option volume control is selected. Audio in games ground volume set to 9 game entering game auto subs is selected. Running wide offensive lineman sub in set offensive line corner safety sub out set to 60 lineback game options is selected. Favorite team defense even teams option is set to off. Even teams NFL even defense play minimum play clock time not going toss Axel minimum play clock time option is set to 10 minimum play clock time minimum play clock going gig meters tele option is set to control scheme controls passing slow reticle speed set to 1 set reticle visibility option is set to hidden. Reticle pass let increase option is set to reticle stick of defense switch defensive injury set player defensive heat seeker window size option is set. Defensive heat seeker window defensive defensive wall lock option is set to on.
Really falls into, as you can see, two
Auto flip
parts.
defensive play. Its stick time. Its meter visibility option is reticle meter pass letting pass let set pass letting passing slowdown option passing type option is set to classic. Controls kick me going toss second going accelerate play clock option is set to on.
And it'll then be transferred into
play clock, quarter leg, play, games, skill, NF, even team, physics-based tackling results set to defensive, switch stick, defensive heat seeker windows on, defensive wall lock option is set to on. Pass let increase on fatigue set to 100. Main menu screen undefined entering accessibility controller vibration option. Quick chat option is penalties is selected. False starts. Defense roughing illegal face pass offensive set to 0. Player skill is tackling FG accuracy set to 50. Entering save player skill uppercase entering file save pop up file save CPU skill is visual feedback is selected. Play on field train defensive receiver fran coaching tips go trees player names player camera toggle passing defense menu void with menu defense camera settings option camera toggle option passing cam option is set passing cam option is set defense void in color bright which dynamic play call option is set to on. Volume control is game entering game control screen ball carrier is auto subs is selected. Main menu screen undefined edit set undefined edit download center. Entering slash playbooks.
Probably computers, mobile phones, documents taken away. If it's a business, the business is very unlikely, at least in the short term, to be able to
search by username.
They may well have been subject to concurrent restraint proceedings. So in the space of a couple of hours, your client who may or may not have been doing anything wrong, but has gone from running their business, living a quiet and happy life, to not having any access to funds, not having any ability to run a business, and having had their personal effects, etc., taken away. They're going to be probably fairly distraught, and they're going to want to know what you can do about it. So, moving down in the client's perspective, return of the material.
Option is set to sliders. Search by username. Option is set to rosters. Option is set to teams. Option is set to playbooks. Search by username.
Less so. And you really appreciate that obviously different categories of investigation, different types of investigation, some are more susceptible to these sorts of challenges than others. So the most susceptible are plainly going to be corporate type offences, fraud, or where the potential claimant is a business or a professional, so another lawyer, solicitor, or an accountant. And then you're dealing with people who hold material in confidence with a duty to a third party. So once you've got third party rights being affected by the seizure of material,
search by keywords.
very often you're in
lowercase t, lowercase t, lowercase n.
Images. You can readily see that getting your computer back, even if the warrants are wrong for whatever reason, obtaining the relief of the return
/ entering, downloading, file pop-up downloading, please wait. Lowercase t.
The fraud type
lowercase
raids on more common raids on solicitors' premises
lowercase t.
Professionals are by far the more susceptible. Will you ever get the relief of return of the material? Well, I'll come on to that when I talk about Section 59 of the 2001 Act in a couple of slides time. The short answer is, in rare circumstances you will or you can, and generally you have to show bad faith. Some will wish to halt the investigation, largely perhaps for the same reasons that they want the return of the material. So again, it depends on
search by keywords. Lowercase t.
About what's been taken. Certainly
lowercase o.
If you get in early,
lowercase t.
You have to act extremely
lowercase s.
if you're going to obtain injunctive relief from the High Court. Bearing in mind that your outside limit, bar something extraordinary happened to challenge a search and seizure operation by JR is 3 months. To obtain an injunction /
search you have 3 entering downloading file pop-up downloading please wait. My shared files / download center you have 2 options. Download is selected. Strictly option. Uppercase T. Uppercase I. Uppercase H. Entering yes. Entering upload file. Entering success spread motion option. Defense LOCKDOW. Uppercase 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 G, uppercase uppercase
search and seizure operation that comes to you early.
Uppercase T.
As quickly as possible.
Entering warning yes. Entering upload entering success it is set LOCKDO CPU skill player skill roster draft class. Entering / download center screen you have 3 options.
Simply to avoid
entering players and playbooks. Entering my off playbook. Spread motion option. You have entering editable screen filled my playbook. All plays.
Because you won't
my
be in
plan.
possession of all of the facts. Pretty much
my
all
playbook.
the time you won't be in possession of that. You'll have to
audibles. Entering editable screen filter set shot I4 default pistol all plays.
More disclosure, and you'll have to rework things. So, it's not ideal. You'll be operating in a bit of a vacuum if you have to make urgent applications for injunctive relief.
Go I4.
But if you get it,
post fig shot. Declare slot stack. Slot open.
certainly very impressed.
Slot
So
flex.
that stops the
Slot close.
in its tracks.
Pass print. Pocket. 94 will. Slot. Puff flood. Double slant.
Obviously it's lifted.
Entering and play failed pop-up. My playbook. HD smash. Go. I form.
From the point of issue for
Hulk.
6-8 months.
Pro. Tide. Hulk. Glow. Hulk. Pistol. White ribs.
These things can run along through then subsequent proceedings.
Smash. Wing slot. Jail breaks. Red up. Jail breaks. Screen. Set. Fourth and meet. Red off. Jet passive. Jet touch pass. Second and meet. Red off. Jet passive. Set to 50. Hit. Stroke power. Wing flex close. Zone alert W. RPO red jet slide. I form.
All the fun of kicking your client's
Hulk.
door in at 6 o'clock in the morning, taking his stuff away.
Pro.
Really
Hulk.
has gone. And the impetus has gone out
yes.
of that investigation.
Goal line offense. Pass print HP flat. Enter. Yes.
If it's drawn out.
I pistol.
So,
all plays.
Important to have an impact on the course
close flex. HP angle. Jumbo. Pro. Florida drive. Y left slot. Slants. Close flex. HD entering and play failed pop-up. You have reached the pistol. My playbook. I shotgun. Pistol. Near. I form. Pro.
You've heard that mentioned already. This is the person who's genuinely
Audibles. Entering and audibles. Default.
Treated at the hands of the authorities. That he's had his article 8 rights violated.
Default. I form is selected. I form is selected. I form is selected.
Personal possessions taken.
Default. Near is selected. Near is selected. Power 0 FP 01. Power special 01 trap. Power special. Curl Power special. No audible. Texas. No audible. F slants. F curl F slant F slants FP no curl flanker drive curl smash flanker drive slants 01 slants flanker rollout smash HP inside smash post drag. Near is selected. Empty FP power special. No audible set. HP inside. Empty and stick. No audible. H smash. No spot. FP F spot. FP spot. FP dive.
In the initial stages was raiding. There wasn't.
Near is selected. Pistol default. Pistol is selected. Default. Shotgun is selected. Shotgun is selected. My playbook.
In fact, having searched his house down in
second and HD draw
swimming pool area in the basement, they took but one item.
And spread strictly option. Enter. Yes. Entering. Fail safe. Entering. Create my off playbook.
Nothing on this computer of any relevance at all.
Entering. Load save. Load delete files. Entering. Load. Defense plate. Spread motion option. Strictly op. Spread. Enter. Yes. Entering. Success. Defense plate. L. It is ZF.
You may think the Sun were in attendance on ladders at
entering and players playbooks. Entering my dev play. It is ZF. You have entering editable screen filter set. My playbook. All plays. Cover 3 bus. Prevent. Quarter.
So he
normal.
was rather upset about that.
Overload. Entering. Remove play pop-up. Prevent. Nickel. Prevent. Nickel. Wide.
There's always the potential, or usually the potential, for challenge, arrest and detention by way of JR as well.
Dollar.
Because most often, at the time of the search, if you're
time.
in the premises,
Sugar week. Rush. Normal. 3, 2.
Challenge, arrest and detention by way of JR.
2, 3, 1. Rush. Sugar week. Rush. Normal. 3, 2, 2, 3, 2. 3, 2. Dollar. 5, 2. 46. They're under. Normal. 4, 4.
Search warrant as well. And because it makes
4,
sense
3. Under.
the two things to be challenged in
3,
the same
3,
court
3.
rather than being separate
Prevent.
claims,
Nickel.
via
Wide.
JR and also
Trickle.
by private law.
Over. Overstorm brave. Double mug. Cover 2 in 3, 3, 3, on 3, 3, cut 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2 to 4 on 3 seed showed you 2 to 4. Over. Trickle. Wide.
I don't know what happened in the end of
Trickle.
the Cambridge litigation.
Over. Double mug. Over. Entering at play failed pop-up. You have reached entering LOC new uppercase key uppercase uppercase key. Entering, file save, entering, / custom playbook screen. Enter, save, load, delete files. Enter, roster, defense playbook. It is ZF. Enter, yes, entering, success, LOS, yes, entering, success, franchise, CPUs, players, draft, team builder, all. PRT, official Madden. Entering warning pop-up if you PRT item blitz. Official. Entering undefined online head-to-head.
Take my place that's coming up here. So it doesn't do your profile any harm at all to bring in this case.
Ranked matchmaking 32 options Buffalo Bills.
Judicial use of 3.